Welcome to Timekeeping. This show will attempt to chronicle year-by-year changes to the Walt Disney World Resort, from the exciting new ride openings to the minutiae of a store changing names. Join us as we count down to the 50th anniversary of the vacation kingdom of the world. Walt Disney World's 25th anniversary celebration began in 1996, but the festivities would continue throughout all of 1997. This would serve as a placeholder until Disney's Animal Kingdom theme park would open the next year, but there was still much to do beforehand to prepare for what were assumed to be large incoming crowds. New entertainment areas and hotels were planned to open, but all plans for 1997 would work out. At the Magic Kingdom, the changes started the second you entered the park onto Main Street. The SunTrust Bank that had long had a place just to the south of City Hall closed to become the Main Street Gallery. The Market House received a new layout. In Cinderella Castle, someone finally realized that King Stephen was from Sleeping Beauty, and his banquet hall was changed to the princess dining of Cinderella's Royal Table on April 28th. Moving to Adventureland, the Tropical Serenade, otherwise known as the Enchanted Tiki Room, would close forever on September 1st to give way to a new show the next year. Asterisk next to the word forever. The coin-operated, remote-controlled Shrunken Ned's Junior Jungle Boats were added to the area near the Jungle Cruises exit. Pirates of the Caribbean received the first of its many controversial changes through the years. This was the point at which the chase scene was altered so that the pirates were no longer chasing the women, and the pirate sitting by the barrel was no longer just looking for the likely naked woman hiding in it. The treasure she was now holding was what he was after. Sleepy Hollow refreshments would undergo a refurbishment as well this year. On October 22nd, it was announced that Disney would be closing the opening day attraction Mr. Toad's Wild Ride in 1998. This spurred an immediate reaction among the nascent online community. The first protests, or Toad-ins, were held in the park on December 7th and 14th of 1997, way ahead of the ride's eventual closure. There were no extra magic hours in 1997, but this year introduced an event referred to as E-Ride Nights. The paid event was open to Disney Resort guests for a small fee. It would let in a limited number of guests, roughly 5,000 at max, for extra time with limited attractions open. Traditionally, this would include the quote-unquote e-ticket rides, such as Pirates of the Caribbean, the Haunted Mansion, and the Magic Kingdom Mountain Range. The list would change from time to time, but it would always contain around 7 attractions. Epcot's year was primarily overshadowed by Test Track's construction and the 2 missed opening dates for the attraction. Originally slated for May and then rescheduled for October, the attraction would not open at all in the year it was advertised to do so. Several Innoventions exhibits closed or transformed throughout the year. The Enel Infobite VR, Aladdin's Magic Carpet VR, the Discover Magazine, Silicon Graphics, and Videonics exhibits all closed at some point, while Information Highway, Disney Interactive, and Hammacher Schlemmer all closed on or around September 3rd. IBM would update their exhibit this year. Illuminations 25 was updated to version B on May 19th. This kept the 25th anniversary theme, but changed much of the music back to the classical pieces that had been a staple of Illumination shows up until this point. It still opened with Remember the Magic and the Illuminations fanfare, but again, that classical music had returned to the show. At the Disney MGM Studios, the Monster Sound Show would close to become the one Saturday morning sound show on July 1st. The new show was still a sound effects demonstration, but focused on ABC Network's newly launched One Saturday Morning cartoon block, and in particular, 101 Dalmatians the series. Guests, mostly children, would still come on stage to add sound effects to the cartoon. Ellen's By the Book had opened on the corner of New York Street on October 2nd, 1996. Of course, in later years, this would become the beloved Writer's Stop. George of the Jungle became the film presented in the Making of Theater. The Toy Story Parade would conclude on June 8th, replaced by the Hercules Zero to Hero Victory Parade on June 27th. The new parade led off with the Muses singing on a giant Zeus float. A picked family of the day would then be driven through on a tricycle rickshaw designed like a chariot. Next came Phil's float depicting training, led by dancers with dumbbells and someone dragging the float. Following that were a series of different dancers and the Cyclops riding a bicycle. Pain and Panic led the Hades unit, which featured the villain on a float with mine carts riding in circles and the fates in them. A group of dancers representing the Hydra heads came next, before the parade ended with Hercules, Pegasus, and Meg riding in the giant pillar float. The Polynesian resort saw additional longhouse refurbishments, with Tonga, Bora Bora, Maori, and Moorea getting updated rooms and paint jobs. Tangaroa Terrace was converted to meeting rooms, and the time capsule was added at the base of the newly planted kukui tree. The remaining Walt Disney World Resort hotels that did not have a security gate received one in 1997. That included the Polynesian, but also the Grand Floridian and the Wilderness Lodge. The Mexican-themed Coronado Springs Resort opened on August 1st. Primarily marked as a convention hotel, the resort is the only moderate to feature suites. The convention center featured over 220,000 square feet of meeting space, divided into the Coronado Ballroom, Fiesta Ballroom, the Veracruz Exhibition Hall, and 45 smaller rooms. The guest rooms were divided into 3 distinct areas: the Ranchos, Casitas, and Cabanas, featuring 3, 4, and 2-story buildings respectively. The resort featured the cafeteria-style Pepper Market, the Rick's Bar, and the Maya Grill table service restaurant. The dig site main pool area featured the Iguana Arcade, the Lost City of Cibola feature pool themed to a Mayan pyramid, and the Explorer's Playground. It was also the only moderate resort to feature a health club and salon. The Village Marketplace and Pleasure Island were incorporated into downtown Disney, along with the new area, the West Side. The multi-story Virgin Megastore, Bongos, and the House of Blues restaurant and club facilities opened with the new area on September 15th. Starabilia's, the Guitar Gallery, Celebrity Eyeworks, Wolfgang Puck Cafe, the Candy Cauldron, Sosa Family Cigars, Magnetron, Hoi Polloi, and 40 Thirst Street rounded out the initial offerings. The AMC movie theater was expanded to 24 screens and rebranded as part of the West Side as opposed to Pleasure Island, as was Planet Hollywood. All-Star Gear and Wild Horse Store all opened later in the year. Over at Pleasure Island, the fireworks factory would close. In the marketplace, the Lego store opened on October 6th, Ghirardelli's Soda Fountain and Chocolate Shop opened on December 15th, and the McDonald's location at the marketplace opened around December as well. On the recreation front, the Richard Petty Experience opened to guests on February 7th. The experience at the Walt Disney World Speedway allowed guests to drive or be driven around the track in a NASCAR-style car at high speeds. On March 27th, Disney's Wide World of Sports complex opened. In addition to hosting all levels of athletic competitions, including the Harlem Globetrotters and the Atlanta Braves spring training, it also played host to the NFL Experience and an all-star cafe. 1997 served as a preparation year for what was to come in 1998. What was supposed to be the crown jewel of the year, Epcot's new e-ticket attraction, was put off again and again. The West Side and Coronado Springs served mainly as an expansion to get ready for Walt Disney World's 4th theme park model, and these steps would serve to prepare the resort not just for the new park, but for other new ticket venues as well. At Walt Disney World, 1998 was a wild year. Not only would the resort open its 4th and final, as of now, theme park, but to keep things balanced, each of the other parks opened a headliner new attraction. Beloved classics would close to make way for replacements that wouldn't live up to their legacy. The resort would also open 2 separately ticketed experiments to mixed results. The 25th anniversary celebration would conclude at the end of January at the Magic Kingdom, and Cinderella Castle would be returned to its normal state. The Main Street Confectionery would undergo an extensive refurbishment. In June, the Main Street Theater ceased being an attraction and became a store. The Remember the Magic Parade was reworked into the Magical Moments Parade. They changed the theme song to Remembering the Disney Magic and removed references to the 25th anniversary celebration, while some character costumes were updated. In Adventureland, the Enchanted Tiki Room under new management opened on April 5th. The changes began in the pre-show area where William and Morris, 2 talent agent birds voiced by Don Rickles and Phil Hartman, both are confused that Disney has hired each of their clients to take over the attraction. Once inside, the show begins the same as always, but then it's quickly interrupted by Iago. Zazu soon appears, and along with the original cast, warns Iago against upsetting the Tiki gods. Iago sings a modified version of Friend Like Me. The Tiki Birds sing a quick version of Hot, 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 all before the Tiki gods get upset and summon the mighty Aoa, the Tiki goddess of disaster. She sings her song and fries Iago. The Tiki gods then sing In the Still of the Night and break down into a rap version of original Tiki Room songs. Iago would reappear, now burnt, saying he thinks the Tiki gods are going to be a huge hit. The Birdmobile lowers from the center and Zazu sings with the original cast conga. Iago asks the audience to leave as Get On Your Feet plays. The show features the voices of Armelia McQueen, Gilbert Gottfried, Jerry Orbach, Wally Bogue, Thurl Ravenscroft, Fulton Burley, and Michael Gow as Zazu. It also contains many references to the original show and some rather meta Disney jokes, including one about the Hall of Presidents. In Frontierland, the mile-long bar closed on January 5th and was incorporated into Pecos Bill's Tall Tale Inn and Cafe. Over in Fantasyland, despite the protests held inside the park throughout the year, Mr. Toad would take his final wild ride on September 7th when the opening day Magic Kingdom attraction was closed forever. Take Flight, the renamed sponsorless version of Delta Dream Flight, would also close on January 5th and would reopen as a new attraction, Buzz Lightyear's Space Ranger Spin, on October 7th. The first ever shooter ride continued the use of the same Omnimover track as its predecessors going back to 1972, but that is kind of where the similarities would end. Guests are briefed by a human-sized audio-animatronic Buzz Lightyear that they are Space Ranger recruits being sent on a mission to prevent the evil Emperor Zurg from stealing crystallic power fusion cells. After loading, guests are soon given control of the spin of their vehicle in 360 degrees via a joystick. They are also allowed to aim and fire at various targets via mounted guns. First, guests battle Zurg's robots in space before landing on Planet Z, having to battle the native alien animals as well as targeting those Z-circle icons. Next, the guests encounter Zurg stealing the batteries in the power plant before he blasts off, and then you have to face him in space, first in the speed tunnel as a projection, and then as somewhat of an audio animatronic at the conclusion of the ride. Guests are then welcomed back by another Buzz animatronic while they review their score and their rank. At Epcot, Innoventions again saw many changes. Apple's exhibit would close on January 31st, and the Discovery Center would close October 3rd. Other closures included Electronic and Eclectronic exhibits. Next exhibits included the Disney.com Interactive Zone, the Bill Nye the Science Guy exhibit, and Inspired by Vision. The largest change to the Innoventions building was the addition of Ice Station Cool, sponsored by Coca-Cola, which opened in June. This exhibit would enter towards the southwest corner of the plaza and featured an ice cave and snowcat vehicle in front. Guests would enter through an actual snow-filled ice cave via, shaved ice, past a frozen caveman holding a Coke bottle and into a tasting area. Here, guests could taste a variety of Coke products from around the world, including the infamous Beverly. The original Journey into Imagination would close on October 10th for a year-long quote-unquote refurbishment. However, the long-delayed General Motors test track would soft open the weekend of December 18th. Guests entered in through a workshop which demonstrated various testing before being shown a pre-show hosted by characters Sherry and Bill McKim, McKim played by John Michael Higgins. McKim would outline the various parts of a General Motors vehicle test, including a now infamous WDWNT favorite.
Yeah, son. Okay.
All before guests are led to the loading area where they board their cars. The cars would proceed through rough road tests, brake tests, be subjected to hot, cold, and corrosive environmental rooms where guests would be heated, chilled, and sprayed with water. The six-person car would then proceed up a handling test before evading an oncoming semi-truck. They're then told they're going to experience the crash test before the wall opens up and they exit the building for the high-speed portion of the ride, traveling at 65 miles an hour top speeds. Guests re-enter the building and exit through an industrial press area where they could buy photos from the crash test and view GM cars exiting through the inside track gift shop. In World Showcase, The China exhibit became the Land of Many Faces. Le Cellier changed from its former counter service to its current steakhouse iteration on July 20th, 1997. On February 1st, Illuminations 25 became Illuminations 98, with the only change from the previous show being a new introduction removing references to the 25th anniversary. Of course, this was just a placeholder show, as the most impressive version of Illuminations would debut the very next year. The Disney MGM Studios continued to lose its original attractions with the closure of Superstar Television on September 26th. Opening day restaurants with the Soundstage Restaurant and the Catwalk Bar would close soon after on November 14th. The Hercules Zero to Hero Victory Parade would change to the Mulan Parade on June 19th. The new parade was led by Mushu being driven on a rickshaw tricycle. The first set of units is led by a performer atop a multi-story dress, as other dancers garbed in ceremonial style dresses from the Honor to Us All scene come by along with dancing pagodas. Next comes an army unit with a float of a giant Shan Yu tied to a firework. The next unit is the Chinese dragon doubling as the Great Wall of China. Afterwards, several dancers and performers lead the way for another tall dress float, this time depicting the Emperor. Finally, the parade ends with Mulan and Li Shang riding atop a giant golden chariot pulled by horses. Fantasmic opened off the end of Sunset Boulevard on October 15th at the Hollywood Hills Amphitheater. Unlike the Disneyland version, the first version of the show that opened back in 1992, this one would be housed in a custom-built space complete with snack bars. The show opened with Mickey commanding the dancing fountains, which turned into the Sorcerer's Apprentice projection scenes with pyrotechnics and water effects. This led into a flower projection scene, and then the Lion King sequence, where performers would pass by on small barges. This would turn into the Bubble sequence, which would then feature a Monstro section, which fed into the new Pocahontas scene. The Powhatans would cross on canoes in front of the English on stage before the groups would fight and John Smith would swing across the mountain. Next, the three princess barges featuring Ariel, Belle, and Snow White with their respective princes would come by. Then the evil queen would appear, transforming into the old hag on the island stage, summoning the villains to battle with Mickey Mouse in his imagination. A giant snake version of Jafar chases Mickey on stage until Mickey finds the magic lamp, unleashing Hades and Chernabog projections. Maleficent appears in a flurry of flames on stage and eventually transforms into her dragon form. Mickey reasserts that it's his dream they're invading. He finds a sword and uses it to defeat the dragon after she sets the lagoon on fire. Steamboat Willie Mickey then appears on the riverboat surrounded by dozens of dancing characters. Sorcerer Mickey eventually rises from the top of the mountain to summon the fireworks finale, all before stating, "Some imagination, huh?" as the show ends in a blast. On Earth Day, April 22nd, 1998, Disney World's fourth and so far final theme park opened, Animal Kingdom. The opening ceremony featured Michael Eisner and primatologist Dr. Jane Goodall. The massive 500-acre park was centered around the Tree of Life, growing out of the then Safari Village. The other lands of the park included the entrance area, known as the Oasis, Camp Mini Mickey, Africa, Asia, which would officially open in 1999, and Dino Land, USA. The Oasis featured meandering trails through animal exhibits, designed to lead guests slowly to the center of the park. It, of course, was home to a WDWNT favorite, a pair of black swans, including Rebecca, the male black swan. Only guest services, locker and stroller rental, and the small sundry shop, Garden Gate Gifts, were actually located in the Oasis. The park's only table service restaurant, the Rainforest Cafe, can only be accessed outside the park from the Oasis or the main entrance plaza. The central hub of the park was Safari Village. Towering over the island was the Tree of Life, the 14-story sculpture with 325 animals carved into its trunks, roots, and branches. The tree was surrounded by the Tree of Life Gardens, trails where guests could explore animal and botanical habitats. The root system also held the cue for It's Tough to Be a Bug, a brand new 3D show. The show itself was housed inside the tree and its oil-rig structure. The 3D show features characters from the then unreleased A Bug's Life film. Flick asked guests to don their bug eyes to learn about bug defenses and habits before an animatronic hopper interrupts to take his revenge on the humans that attempt to kill insects. Guests are sprayed with smell effects, spiders drop from the ceiling, and tactile effects built into the seat simulate a stinging attack. After Hopper is removed, Flick finishes his presentation on the importance of insects before guests leave with another tactile effect, having an army of small bugs crawl out from under guests' behinds. The Safari Village also featured one of two stops on the Discovery Riverboats, the park's transportation system, and definitely not an attraction. Guests would board for a one-way trip to Asia and pass scenery along the way, including a dragon's den, otherwise known as a rock that fire would come out of, and bathing dinosaurs. As it was both quicker to walk and there wasn't much to do in Asia at the time, the attraction was not well attended, and the riverboats were renamed the Discovery River Taxis in November. They also were known for having incredibly long waits due to their low capacity. It didn't really help people get around. To make the attraction better later in the year, cast members began displaying small animals such as lizards or spiders in terrariums while guests were on the cruise. Safari Village also featured two restaurants, Pete Safari and Flame Tree Barbecue. The two quick service locations featured menus appropriate to their names. The four shops in the village were Beastly Bazaar, featuring general souvenirs, Creature Comforts, focusing more on children's toys and apparel, Discovery Outfitters, selling more adult clothing and accessories, and the main store, Island Mercantile, which featured park-themed merchandise. To the left as guests entered Safari Village was Camp Mini Mickey. This hastily thrown together temporary land was themed to the North American wilderness and featured two shows and several dedicated meet and greet areas. First was Colors of the Wind, Friends from the Animal Forest, later known as Pocahontas and Her Forest Friends. The show took place in Grandmother Willow's Grove, beginning with Pocahontas singing Colors of the Wind before bringing out small, mostly American animals such as raccoons, possums, and porcupines for guests to see up close. The other show was the Festival of the Lion King. Taking place in the covered but open-air theater, the show was based on recycled floats from Disneyland's Lion King Celebration Parade. The host divided guests into four groups based on their seating area: giraffe, warthog, elephant, and lion. The four corresponding animal floats and a central float are brought in. The performers begin to dance and perform acrobatics to I Just Can't Wait to Be King. Next is the Tumble Monkeys and Timon performing to Hakuna Matata. After an extremely acrobatic performance, an actor representing Scar performs Be Prepared. This is followed by a fire-twirling dancer. Aerialists perform during Can You Feel the Love Tonight? The cast then sings Circle of Life, and the Tumble Monkeys return for The Lion Sleeps Tonight. The show ends with a full medley finale and a reprise of Circle of Life. Camp Mini Mickey also had two small snack stands, Chippendale's Cookie Cabin and Campside Funnel Cakes. Africa, as the section was known, was based around the village of Harambe. The land featured three attractions, among them the walk-through animal exhibit known as Gorilla Falls Exploration Trail. This well-themed trail featuring African animals in naturalistic habitats would be renamed Pangani Forest Exploration Trail by the end of August, but would eventually return to its original name. Of course, the marquee attraction for both the land and the park in total was Kilimanjaro Safaris. After being introduced to the animal reserve and its warden, Mr. Wilson Matua, in the queue, guests would board the safari vehicle Simba 1 for a tour through different African biomes, such as the forest, the rivers, and the savanna. Theoretically, guests would pass real hippos, crocodiles, giraffes, zebras, lions, elephants, and other animals. While Imagineers used tricks involving food and cooling to lure animals into viewable areas, it did take some time for many to get used to the truckloads of guests coming by. The original version of the safari also featured manufactured elements. In addition to a collapsing bridge, a plot involving poachers on the reserve was woven into the ride via radio communications from Mr. Wilson. Guests would then help track down the poachers who had kidnapped a mother and her child elephant pair, Big Red and Little Red. At the end of the ride, guests would pass the corpse of Big Red and eventually an animatronic Little Red that had been saved. Due to the graphic and traumatic nature of seeing a dead elephant and heavily armed cast member, these two elements were quickly removed from the ride during previews of the park. Africa was also home to the Wildlife Express train. Guests could be seated facing the left side of the train and pass backstage animal habitats, all before being dropped off at the Conservation Station and Rafiki's Planet Watch. The area housed the Affection section, a small petting zoo for domestic animals such as goats and pigs, and the Hall of Animal Care, where guests could look in on some of the veterinary labs. The area also housed a few small exhibits, including sound booths and interactive touchscreens, as well as the Munch Wagon, selling hot dogs, and the Out of the Wild conservation-themed gift shop. Back in Harambee, guests could shop at Mombasa Marketplace and Zawani Traders for African-themed gifts, decor, and toys, as well as Duka La Filmu for camera needs. The Tusker House restaurant opened as a quick-service location, serving prime rib, fried and rotisserie chicken, and salads. The Kusafiri Coffee Shop and Bakery, Tamu Tamu Refreshments, and Harambee Fruit Market all sold, as you might guess, refreshments and snacks. The African Lounge, as it was known, served as a bar where guests could enjoy cocktails and live African music. The Asia section of Animal Kingdom housed little in 1998, thus why it wasn't even noted that it had opened. Along with the Discovery Riverboat stop, the only attraction was Flights of Wonder, a live bird show highlighting parrots and other exotic birds. Since much of the land was still under construction, set to open in 1999, the only other things in Asia were Mr. Kamal's Burger Grill and Drinkwalla refreshment stand. The final land, Dino Land USA, was entirely sponsored by McDonald's. The main restaurant in the area, Restaurantosaurus, featured McDonald's Happy Meals, Chicken McNuggets, and French fries, but also hosted the park's one-character meal, Donald's Prehistoric Breakfastosaurus. Guests could also get McDonald's fries at Dino Land Snacks and turkey legs at the Dino Diner. Chester and Hester's Dinosaur Treasures was the land's only store. The anchor attraction was also heavily sponsored by McDonald's, Countdown to Extinction. Here, guests visiting the Dino Institute passed through traditional dinosaur exhibits, narrated by Bill Nye the Science Guy, before entering a pre-show area. Here they are informed by Dr. Grant Seeker, played by Wallace Langham, that they will be sent back in time to moments before the asteroid impact wiped out most life forms on Earth, all to rescue an iguanodon, despite what his boss, Dr. Marsh, has said. Dr. Marsh, of course, played by Felicia Rashad. Guests then board the 12-seat EMV Time Rover to be sent back to the age of the dinosaurs. In search of the iguanodon, guests pass various animatronic dinosaurs such as the Styracosaurus, Alioramus, Hydrosaur, Raptor, before first encountering the large Carnotaurus. After passing a sneezing sauropod, the ride quickly whips around into a scene where a pterodactyl would appear to swoop down at your vehicle, and then Compsognathus would appear to jump over the ride path. These two effects would break very early on in the ride's history and never be repaired. After the vehicle appears to stall, it's chased by the Carnotaurus through the meteor shower forest. The large Carnotaur would attack guests from the side as they would get their picture taken, a flash of lightning, I guess. The vehicles would then spot the iguanodon finally holding a tree, actually saving them from death. The ride would end with a giant asteroid approaching guests as they dipped into the finale. Guests are brought back to unload and are told to keep quiet about the iguanodon they brought back while they see surveillance footage of the iguanodon loose in the Institute. The land also featured the Boneyard, a large playground designed around a paleontological dig site, a few reptile exhibits, and the Cretaceous Trail, which featured ancient plants. In the fossil preparation lab, guests could view the skull of Sue, the Tyrannosaurus that would later be moved to Chicago. And the 1998 Dinosaur Jubilee housed fossils and other dinosaur artifacts. This was a temporary tent meant to round out the attraction offerings for the park at opening, since it was such a short list. Strangely placed in Dinoland was the Theater in the Wild, showing the Journey into the Jungle Book show. This was a retelling of the Jungle Book story, featuring costumed characters different from the way they were often presented in the parks. Bagheera narrated the show, which featured Colonel Hattie's March, the Bare Necessities, and I Want to Be Like You, before the conflict with Shere Khan. The show ends when Mowgli heads to the human village and a Bare Necessities reprise as a finale. The costumes ranged from clearly multi-person puppets to hybrids between traditional Disney fur costumes and more human appearances. Meanwhile, Bagheera looked like he stepped out of a Broadway performance of Cats. The original parade at Animal Kingdom was the March of the Artimals. The parade featured colorful animal costumes that more closely resembled mascots or even piñatas than actual animals. Floats included murals made of flat animal cutouts and also wheeled bicycles, some topped with sea turtles, a singing frog, a beehive, a lion playing gazelles like drums, and a spider's web. The parade oddly featured no Disney characters. The Polynesian Resort continued to see changes as the original Coral Isle Cafe would close on July 25th to become Kona Cafe on November 23rd. Fiji, Samoa, and Tahiti longhouses received their renovations to match what had been done to the others over the past years. The half marathon was added to the lineup of races hosted by the Walt Disney World Resort in January. Downtown Disney saw many new venues open. Pleasure Island saw the Neon Armadillo give way to the hip-hop-themed BET Soundstage Club on June 10th. This was just days after the Wild Horse Saloon opened as the new country venue on May 31st. Magic Masters was where guests could buy magic tricks and see demonstrations on the west side. On June 19th, a new ticket venue opened on the west side as well. Disney's new concept for an indoor, interactive theme park, Disney Quest. The 5-story complex would open requiring a small admission fee and would charge per game or experience via cards guests could reload. Guests would enter through a lobby elevator hosted by the genie from Aladdin and would then be let out onto the 3rd floor, free to explore the different zones of the arcade-style pavilion. The score zone and replay zone spanned the top 3 floors. The replay zone featured more traditional arcade games in the Midway on the Moon, but also Buzz Lightyear's Astro Blasters. This version was a bumper car style attraction that allowed guests to drive around and shoot balls at each other's vehicles. In the score zone, guests could ride the Comics, a VR game where guests could battle villains using a lightsaber-like device to various degrees of success. The team shooter Invasion, an extraterrestrial alien encounter, was indeed based on the Magic Kingdom attraction of the same name, bringing excess tech back into the fold outside of the kingdom. Mighty Ducks Pinball Slam was a game featuring standing motion controls to control a pinball board. The 2nd floor housed the Create Zone, featuring Cyberspace Mountain. This allowed guests to build and ride a simulated roller coaster, fairly high-tech for 1998. Other art-based attractions included the Animation Academy in its first incarnation, Living Easels, and the Magic Mirror. Sid's Create-A-Toy, based on the Toy Story villain, had guests design a hybrid mixed-up toy that they could actually build and take home. The Explore Zone took up space on the 1st and 2nd floors. On the 2nd floor, the virtual reality Aladdin's Magic Carpet Ride was a game similar to what had previously been at Innoventions. The paddling simulator Virtual Jungle Cruise was also there, as was the team shooter Hercules in the Underworld, and the remote control cars of Treasure of the Incas rounded out the attractions on the 1st floor. Treasure of the Incas actually operated in the floor underneath guests who were walking by, and guests piloting the cars could actually see where they were going via an onboard camera. The complex had 2 restaurants, Food Quest and the Wonderland Cafe, operated by the Cheesecake Factory on the upper floors. The Emporium shop was located at the exit of the entire experience on the 1st floor. Cirque du Soleil La Nuba opened on December 23rd at the far end of the new west side. The large white circus-themed building housed the troupe's first non-Vegas permanent location. The show's original run contained several acts: a parade and prologue, the German wheel, the high wire, a dance interlude, Diabolos, a BMX scene, the aerial cradle and ballet, the chair balancing act, the trapeze, and the trampoline acts. One could say that the Walt Disney World Resort as we know it was completed in 1998 with the addition of its 4th and final theme park. However, even this park would quickly begin to evolve out of necessity. More competition down the road would push Disney further into the thrill category in 1999, marching hand in hand with a massive celebration into the new millennium. Not all changes to Walt Disney World are permanent installations. 1999 saw several intentionally limited time attractions and non-physical changes that affected the resort as much as anything built to be permanent. The resort was also impacted by the opening of more competition, as Universal expanded with their Islands of Adventure theme park, prompting Disney World to respond with its own thrill ride additions. Each park saw new attractions, but the Millennium Celebration would dominate the resort starting in October. Two of the main changes in 1999 weren't even attractions, shows, resorts, even a new park. First was the introduction of the Fast Pass system. The first use occurred at Disney's Animal Kingdom in mid-June, when it was added to Kilimanjaro Safari's Countdown to Extinction and the newly opened Kali River Rapids. In the original iteration, guests would have to walk to the attraction, insert a park ticket, and receive a paper slip with a return time on it. The return time would vary depending on how many had been distributed and could range anywhere from a half hour to several hours later. Guests could only receive a second Fast Pass after using their first, or if the return window was further away, 2 hours after receiving their first Fast Pass. It would soon roll out to other parks as well. The Magic Kingdom first saw it added to Space Mountain, while Epcot received it at Honey, I Shrunk the Audience and Test Track. At the Disney MGM Studios, it initially only saw it at Rock and Roller Coaster starring Aerosmith. Disney pin trading was introduced as part of the Millennium Celebration in October. While Walt Disney World and the company in general had been selling pins as merchandise for decades, official pin trading had not been an activity. In addition to the expansion of the number of pins produced, including both open and limited edition varieties, pins of the day were introduced, and cast members at locations throughout the parks also began to wear lanyards with pins that guests could approach them and trade for as part of this hobby. Disney got the idea from seeing pin trading at the 1996 Olympics in Atlanta. Over at the Magic Kingdom, the Pieces of 8 wagon in Adventureland was removed. In Fantasyland, Storytime with Belle began at the Fairy Tale Garden, along the path connecting Cinderella Castle to Cosmic Ray's Starlight Cafe in Tomorrowland. This 20-minute show would have Belle read the story of Beauty and the Beast and have members of the audience, mostly children, come play parts with her in simple costume. After the short story, Belle would sign autographs and pose for pictures. On February 14th, custodian Raymond Barlow was tragically killed while cleaning the Skyway. The ride was started while he was in the ride path. Despite the timing of the incident, the ride's permanent closure on November 10th of 1999 had already been scheduled. The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh opened on June 4th. Like its namesake film, the replacement of Mr. Toad's Wild Ride would take guests into the stories through the books themselves. The journey would begin with the blustery day, complete with warm wind effects, and you then bounce with Tigger as he's introduced, then confronting heffalumps and woozles of Pooh's nightmares. Guests would then enter the flooded 100-acre wood scene where the Honey Pot ride vehicle would bob as if it was floating through. The ride ends with a celebration and guests exit through Pooh's Thoughtful Spot shop. May 21st saw the Main Street Electrical Parade's return to replace Spectro Magic. This version was not the original Magic Kingdom iteration, but the updated Disneyland one. The parade was led off by the Blue Fairy, followed by the Casey Jr. unit driven by Goofy. Mickey and Minnie, of course, were on top of the large drum title float. The Alice units, complete with bees and snail floats, came next. The Caterpillar followed, and then came Cinderella in her carriage, with the ballroom dancers under a canopy behind them. Another garden float led the way for Big Ben, and Peter Pan and Captain Hook on a pirate ship float, with Smee following in a dinghy. The next units were the Hippo, a Calliope, and Dumbo as part of the circus. Next, Dopey drove a mine car to lead the Snow White performers, followed by Pete riding his dragon Elliot. The parade ended, as always, with To Honor America, a patriotic unit with the giant eagle finale. At Epcot, Horizons officially closed its doors on January 9th. While Test Track had been operating since December, its official grand opening was on March 17th. Much of what happened at Epcot in 1999 was tied to the Millennium Celebration that would begin on October 1st. A large tower featuring Mickey's hand holding a wand with 2000 written above it was added to Spaceship Earth. The post-show of Spaceship Earth was replaced with the new Global Neighborhood, which remained largely unchanged except for the replacement of the Ride the Network exhibit with a fake tree that would take and display guests' pictures. The area behind Spaceship Earth was converted to Millennium Central for the celebration. This included the adding of the canopies, the wait time digital board, and as well the pin station, since pin trading was such an integral part of the event. Throughout the event, the pin station would sell the pin of the day. When they were assembled, they would form mosaic posters. Another part of the transition of the area was the park's central shop, the Centurium, remodeled into mouse gear in September. The store was a big change from what had come before, as there were now a lot of mechanical gear structures and as well Disney characters in the decorations. Innoventions was updated with the Road to Tomorrow theme, hosted by the small audio animatronic character Tom Morrow 2.0. This new format was meant to help guide guests through the confusing layout of exhibits, which had previously been set up more like the show floor of a convention. On the east side, the Bill Nye, Family PC, General Electric, and General Motors exhibits all closed on June 1st. A new GM exhibit, Future Cars, the House of Innovation, sponsored by Whirlpool and Ponja, and Forest of Our Future, sponsored by Tappy, all opened. Look into Our Future and the Go.com website construction zone opened on October 1st. The Disney.com interactive zone became Disney's internet zone as well. On the west side of Innoventions, AT&T updated their exhibit to the Broadband Connection. Kids, look it up. The previous pre-show, the Sega exhibit, inspired by Vision, were removed. Lutron's Ultimate Home Theater experience existed from June through August, and Xerox's Knowledge Vortex, Medicine's New Vision, sponsored by the radiological community, Monsanto's Beautiful Science, and Disney Interactive's Video Games of Tomorrow all debuted. Back in the World Showcase, Tangerine Cafe opened in the Morocco Pavilion on September 30th. Journey into Your Imagination opened as part of the celebration on October 1st. This version tied into the Honey, I Shrunk the Audience attraction next door and was centered around the Imagination Institute. Many of the technologically challenging areas of the original ride were removed and the track shortened greatly. The newly repainted trains never went into Omnimover mode, and the large circular part of the track where guests synced to the rotating Dreamfinder and his blimp were removed. After loading for a tour of the Institute, guests' imaginations were scanned and it showed that they were empty. Dr. Nigel Channing, again played by Eric Idle, would put guests through a series of tests in order to spark their imagination. First, they're subjected to sound, such as the train, then a series of illusions, including a fake magnifying glass, a brick smashing, quote-unquote, a glass table, and the butterfly in a cage. Next, guests are subjected to a series of lamps combined with different sounds. After a hidden figment sign, guests would enter a star field to watch constellations appear. Gravity is then reversed, and guests travel through the upside-down house. Afterwards, guests would be subject to another scan to show their imaginations were now full of ideas, and Figment's voice could be heard. Guests would then enter another Starfield room, which would turn into the exit platform, and then guests could go through a severely stripped-down ImageWorks that featured lenticular changing posters, a few interactive computer games, a small sound floor, and mostly blocked-off areas. The majority of the Millennium Celebration was centered in World Showcase. In addition to the new nighttime spectacular and parade, the Millennium Village was opened between Canada and the United Kingdom pavilions. The temporary attraction featured a pre-show that featured India, Ethiopia, Kenya, New Zealand, Indonesia, South Africa, Israel, and Namibia. Cast members from each country would introduce themselves and a little information about each nation that was presented. A Brazil exhibit explored the country's relationship with the Amazon, soccer, and carnivals. A Chile exhibit detailed some of the country's unique agriculture and the Easter Island recreations. Expo 2000 included exhibits of the countries included in the pre-show. An Israel exhibit featured a motion simulator ride through the history of the country. Saudi Arabia hosted interactive and virtual reality exhibits about their country. Scotland featured a game of mini-golf that also talked about Scottish inventions. The Sweden exhibit consisted of 4 large eggs raised above the floor that guests could walk through to experience the Swedish seasons. The World Showplace Theater featured different international acts that changed throughout the course of the Millennium Celebration. To top it all off, the World Culture Game was a video trivia contest. The village also hosted the Gift of Cuisine food court, where 8 booths, each hosting a different world cuisine, allowed guests to sample from Asian, African, Caribbean, Latin American, and European cuisines. Arts and crafts from different countries were sold in the village marketplace, and souvenirs were available at Gifts from the World. The Tapestry of Nations parade debuted on October 1st. The parade would run along the south side of the lagoon from the Millennium Village to Mexico, although the entire parade route did not run the entire way as there were different step-on and step-off locations. The parade was hosted by the stilt-walking Sage of Time, originally voiced by Tom Kane, changed in mid-December to Corey Burton with a narration by Jeff Bennett. He was followed by a clockwork drum float. The rest of the parade consisted of large puppets worn and operated by performers interspersed with drum floats. The puppet costumes consisted of 8 main types known as Reverse Marionette, Disc Man, Hammer Man, The Sprite, Angel Girl, Wiggle Girl, Birdman, and Aztec Man. The parade score was written by Gavin Greenaway, who also wrote the score for Illuminations 2000 Reflections of Earth. The new version of Illuminations soft-opened on September 22nd and officially premiered October 1st. The concept of the show was to tell the history of our planet. Jim Cummings spoke the narration, inviting guests to join around the fire to share a story. The first act, Chaos, featured fireworks and large-scale fireballs from the Inferno barge in the center of the lagoon. This was meant to symbolize the creation of the Earth and the cosmos. Act 2 was Order, beginning as the flames died down and the Earth globe would move from its dock out to the center of the lagoon among the color-changing fountains. Once in the center, the life section of the show was visible on the globe, showing natural scenes from around the world. Adventure was the next segment, highlighting human achievement and exploration. These sections were largely clear of fireworks, relying on the screens built into the globe and the colored fountains. The home and celebration segments featured more fireworks before dying down again for Act 3, Meaning. The song We Go On would play as the lagoon torches would reignite, along with the central torch which rose out of the opening Earth globe before the fireworks finale. The show would reach its terrific conclusion, and guests could leave the park to Promise, sung by Kelly Coffey. Over at the Disney MGM Studios, the Twilight Zone Tower of Terror received its third show version on March 1st. The new drop pattern, entitled Fear Every Drop, replaced the double drop pattern that was introduced in 1996. This introduced a musical rescore, new timing for the photograph, and 30% more time in the drop shaft. Doug Live opened on March 15th. The show focused on Doug Funny, a 12-year-old boy from the Saturday morning cartoon show that Disney had acquired from Nickelodeon after its 4th season. The show featured 5 original songs and several elements from the cartoon show. Doug trying to date Patty Mayonnaise, the band called The Beats, which was played by audience volunteers, and the superhero Quail Man and Quail Kid, another audience volunteer. Next Door Sounds Dangerous starring Drew Carey would replace the One Saturday Morning show in the old Monster Sound Show Theater on April 22nd. The show is based around the concept that Carey is the detective star of a reality TV series called Undercover Live, and the audience hears everything he does in binaural audio. Carey's Detective Foster would investigate smugglers at a snow globe factory as his camera goes in and out, plunging the audience into dark audio-only experiences, including playing with props and getting attacked by bees, as well as getting a haircut and appearing in a knife-throwing show during the course of his investigation. On July 4th, Bear in the Big Blue House officially premiered in the former Soundstage restaurant building. This puppet show aimed at preschoolers featured the characters and songs from the Disney Channel TV show. After the main theme, the characters check the mail, dance, talk to Shadow, and sing the goodbye song with Luna the Moon. Guests were seated on the floor, and kids were invited to dance at the same time as the characters on stage. Bear was played by a performer in costume, aside from his human host, and all the other characters were puppets. Down at the end of Sunset Boulevard, Rock and Roller Coaster starring Aerosmith was officially dedicated on July 29th and opened the next day. Guests would enter the fictional G-Force Records for a tour, which was designed after the Desilu Studios. After passing displays of recording equipment and vintage concert posters, guests are invited to view a recording studio where Aerosmith is mixing a new record. After being interrupted by their manager, the band invites guests to their concert, and the manager calls for a stretch, make it a super stretch limo to take guests to the concert. Guests then exit the studio onto a back alley set where they board the Vekoma-designed launch coaster in one of 5 24-person super stretch limo-themed trains. Each train features 120 speakers with its own synchronized music. After a 0 to 58 mile an hour, 2.8 second launch, guests are taken past blacklight decor representing Los Angeles and through coaster elements such as a double inversion batwing or sea serpent roll and a corkscrew for a total of 3 inversions. After the 82-second ride, guests can purchase their on-ride photo or shop at Rock Around the Shop. Also on Sunset Boulevard, Sweet Spells and Villains in Vogue opened on September 14, 1998, a celebration of the Disney villains. When Disney's Animal Kingdom opened in 1998, there was little to do in the Asia section of the park. March 1st saw the first major expansion with the opening of the new attractions in Asia. The Maharaja Jungle Trek opened as a companion piece to the Pangani Forest Trail in Africa. The walkthrough area allowed guests to see bats, gibbons, an aviary, and of course, the tigers. The path leads guests through the animal exhibits themed to jungle ruins. Also opening that day was Kali River Rapids. After passing through an elaborately themed queue, the short whitewater raft ride would take guests past an illegal logging camp and down a 30-foot plunge during the 5-minute attraction. While the whitewater elements of the ride were relatively mild, guests do get drenched significantly most of the time. Asia also lost an attraction as the Discovery River taxi became the Radio Disney River Cruise in March. The boats no longer served as transportation and would only depart from the Safari Village station. The attraction now featured a pre-recorded music broadcast by Radio Disney DJs that were supposedly broadcasting from the top of the Tree of Life. Spoiler alert, they were not. The attraction closed permanently on August 21st, to no one's surprise. Journey into the Jungle Book would close in April at the Theater of the Wild, and the theater would return with the new show Tarzan Rocks on July 9th. The new show featured a rock band on stage performing the music as the performers performed stunts and dances on the stage. The show is more presented like a concert than a retelling of the film, opening to 2 worlds while aerialists performed with dancers below them. You'll Be in My Heart focused more on the band, as did Son of Man, but performers ventured out into the stage extensions out in the audience and then gave way to inline skaters on ramps on the stage, all before Tarzan would swing out onto the stage extension. Jane would enter the stage and the band would perform Strangers Like Me as she dances with the performers and Tarzan swings around the set. They would then perform an aerial duet dance. Turk then enters for Trashin' the Camp, which was an interactive portion of the show where guests could participate. The show would end with You'll Be in My Heart. The Polynesian saw refurbishments around the pool and marina area, as well as at Ohana. Many of the longhouses were renamed as Tahiti, Samoa, Bali Hai, Maori, Bora Bora, Hawaii, Tonga, Oahu, Pago Pago, and Moorea became Aotearoa, Tuvalu, Tonga, Rarotonga, Nui, Samoa, Hawaii, Tokolu Rapa Nui, and Tahiti, respectively. Only Fiji remained the same. In April, Discovery Island would close its doors as it was now redundant with the existence of Disney's Animal Kingdom theme park. In the far corner of the resort, All-Star Movies opened on January 15th. The resort was divided into 5 sections: Fantasia, which included the upcoming Fantasia 2000, The Mighty Ducks, 101 Dalmatians, Toy Story, and Herbie the Love Bug. The world premiere food court, Donald's Double Feature Shop, and the Real Fun Arcade are all located in Cinema Hall with the lobby. The main pool is Fantasia themed. There's also a pool themed to the Mighty Ducks. Down the road, the Winter Summerland mini golf course opened next to Blizzard Beach. Designed by Santa's Elves as a vacation spot, the 2 courses are themed to winter and summer and feature sand and snow themed decorations. 1999 saw attractions that would become classics, such as Illumination's Reflections of Earth and Rock and Roller Coaster, but also saw some of the most infamously terrible attractions of all time, such as Sounds Dangerous, Dug Live, and Journey into Your Imagination. Short-term additions like Tapestry of Nations and the return of the Main Street Electrical Parade would influence guests long beyond their tenure. 2000 and the new millennium were now right around the corner, but what would they hold in store for the Walt Disney World Resort? 1999 kicked the Millennium Celebration off at Walt Disney World, and as you would expect, it continued to dominate the year 2000 at the resort. With the marketing in place and recent major additions to all 4 theme parks, there wasn't much to add at the dawn of the new millennium. However, as we've seen in this series, even in years with no major changes, those minor changes can pile up. Most notable at the Magic Kingdom was the expansion of Disney's Fast Pass service. It was decided that every land needed to have at least one attraction using the system, even if they didn't actually need it. By the end of the year, Buzz Lightyear's Space Ranger Spin, The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh, the Haunted Mansion, Splash Mountain, and the Jungle Cruise would all receive Fast Pass machines and their queue lanes. In Adventureland, work began for the eventual addition of the Magic Carpets of Aladdin. The Adventureland Challenge game would come to an end, and the Agrabah Bazaar would open on December 15th to replace Elephant Tales. Around this time, we would see the planters in front of the Enchanted Tiki Room start to be removed to make room for the spinner that would open in the next May. This included the removal of some of the benches completely, as well as the reduction of the water features connected to the Tiki Room. The facade of the Sunshine Tree Terrace was also updated during the renovation and removed the titular tree. This is also the time at which smoking was banned from the parks, except in designated areas. The Magic Kingdom had smoking areas down near the water by the Plaza Restaurant, as well as near the Carousel of Progress, the Tomorrowland Speedway, the Mickey's Toontown Fair train station, Cinderella's Fountain, Columbia Harbor House, Sleepy Hollow, Big Thunder Mountain, the walkway between Pirates of the Caribbean and Splash Mountain, as well as the Pirates of the Caribbean Clock Tower and Aloha Isle refreshments. Who doesn't want a cigarette and a Dole Whip? With Epcot being the focus of the Millennium Celebration, very little changes were made to the park in the year 2000. Epcot also would receive its smoking areas, but these were located near nearly every pavilion in both Future World and World Showcase. Like at Epcot, the Disney MGM Studios had seen significant changes in 1999, so 2000 would be a very quiet year. MGM saw more Fast Pass expansion with the Twilight Zone Tower of Terror, Star Tours, Voyage of the Little Mermaid, Muppet Vision 3D, and the Indiana Jones Epic Stunt Spectacular all receiving the system at some point during the year. The park also received its smoking areas located near the Dark Room, the Tower of Terror's exit, Sunset Ranch Market, the Animation Courtyard Arch, the Backlot Tour entrance, New York Street, the Backlot Theater, and the Indiana Jones Epic Stunt Spectacular. 2000 also saw the Disney MGM Studios host both Super Soap Weekends and Star Wars Weekends. ABC Super Soap Weekends had been held since 1996, while Star Wars Weekends had previously been held once before in 1997. These events featured celebrities from their respective franchises in motorcades, signing autographs, and participating in meet and greets and presentations. Star Wars Weekends would grow considerably as the decade wore on. Like the other parks, Disney's Animal Kingdom remained fairly static this year. The Dinosaur Jubilee and the Fossil Lab would close down near the end of the year to make way for Chester and Hester's Dino-Rama in Dinoland. Again, smoking areas were added near Flame Tree Barbecue, the Camp Mini Mickey restrooms, the Dawa Bar, Conservation Station, and near the Discovery River in Asia. Over at Disney's Polynesian Resort, a pool refurbishment began on the Volcano Pool. The playground was removed to make way for the splash area, and Captain Cook's expanded its seating. The pool bar and the merchandise cabana were updated. A new path even opened out at the Sunset Walk. Over the summer, the Disney Institute stopped its normal guest programs to fully focus on corporate events. A new Disney Vacation Club resort opened at Disney's Wilderness Lodge. Boulder Ridge, as the area is known, opened on November 15th, just next door to the main lodge, featuring 181 additional rooms. The DVC area received its own pool, and possibly most notably in the lobby area, the Carolwood Pacific Train Room, featuring railroad memorabilia, including one of Walt Disney's own backyard railroad trains. Calling 2000 a quiet year at the Walt Disney World Resort would overlook events that already had been put in place in 1999 at the start of the Millennium Celebration. While it might be one of, if not the year with the fewest additions to Walt Disney World's theme parks, it did see a new resort open and a number of changes. Things would certainly pick up in 2001 as yet another celebration would begin, this time one much more Disney-centric that would spread across all 4 parks with new attractions and entertainment. Walt Disney World went from celebrating a millennium to celebrating a century in 2001. This would mean new parades, new attractions, a new hotel, and some new names. With Walt Disney's 100th birthday in December, the company was looking to capitalize on its namesake like it had not in decades. At the Magic Kingdom, Main Street USA saw significant changes in 2001. Flower Street, or West Center Street, was removed, essentially turning the entire west side of the land into adjoining shops, making up the Emporium. As part of the change, the Harmony Barber Shop was moved from its former location on Flower Street to Town Square, where it is today. After over a decade of various iterations on the Castle forecourt stage, Disney Mania gave way to Cinderella's surprise celebration show on October 1st. The show opens with the fairy godmother, Cinderella, Prince Charming, and some of the mice coming out, and Cinderella singing "A Dream is a Wish Your Heart Makes." Cinderella then announces she's going to give gifts to the guests, and Minnie, Goofy, Pluto, and Donald come out with large presents and sing "With a Little Bit of Me," an original song made for the show. The cast heads back in to get one more gift, and the stage is taken over by the evil queen in hag form, raising her own poison apple gift from below. The cast then returns with Mickey and proceeds to open the gifts, starting with the romance present. "So This Is Love" plays and fades into "Someday My Prince Will Come" when Snow White enters. Beauty and the Beast join the mashup as Belle and the Beast join the princes and princesses. Chip and Dale come out as the cast sings "Everybody Has a Laughing Place" after a comedy gift is opened. Donald then opens the evil queen's gift, and she reappears in her normal form, summoning Captain Hook, Jafar, and Shan Yu. Pluto bites Jafar, and the Fab Five then open the next gift to bring forth the heroes, Mulan, Peter Pan, and the Genie. The villains chase the heroes off the stage while Pan tickles Hook to defeat him up on top the castle. Mulan traps Shan Yu in a present containing fireworks and, blows him up. The Genie reflects Jafar's magic back at him with a mirror, splitting his hat in half. And the evil queen is sent away by the fairy godmother once the audience reminds her of the words to her spell, "Bippity Bobbity Boo." They then open the final present, friendship. The show ends on a reprise of "A Little Bit of Me," and the characters then leave the stage to meet and greet with the audience below. The Magic Carpets of Aladdin officially opened on May 24th. The 90-second spinner ride was opened in the plaza area in front of the Tiki Room and the Jungle Cruise. It features 16 two-row carpets, including one that could be loaded with a wheelchair. The front seat of each carpet controls the height of the carpet, and the back seat controls the tilt. There was originally no cover to the queue, but that changed given, it's in Florida. The two spinning camels, one facing the ride and one facing the walkway, were recycled from the Soundstage restaurant and the Aladdin's Royal Caravan Parade at the Disney MGM Studios. The House of Treasure received a refurbishment as the store was rearranged to accommodate a new stockroom. In Liberty Square, the Mike Fink keelboats closed forever on April 29th, nearly 4 years after a capsizing boat caused the Disneyland version to close. Fast Pass was added to Big Thunder Mountain Railroad and Peter Pan's Flight by May. Spectro Magic returned to the Magic Kingdom on April 2nd with a number of changes, including the removal of Roger Rabbit, replacing him with the Genie, as well as a few audio animatronic additions in the form of Sebastian the Crab and Jiminy Cricket. While the 100 Years of Magic celebration commemorating Walt's centennial was centered at the Disney MGM Studios, the Magic Kingdom also received a new daytime parade on October 1st. The Share a Dream Come True parade was led off by the Walt unit, with a cast member portraying Walt drawing Mickey Mouse, who appears in a snow globe then atop the next float. Before the Mouse float, though, several performers dressed in 1920s and 30s attire danced, including a cycling artist handing out Mickey drawings. The Mickey float was covered in statues of him from different performances, including the Sorcerer's Apprentice bringing up the rear to command the army of broom dancers. The snow globe motif would follow all the floats, with Pinocchio atop the next unit, with Snow White characters towards the rear. Alice and Pooh characters led the way for the next float, whose snow globe was the Genie conjuring Aladdin on his carpet. This section celebrated characters in flight. The other flying characters are Winnie the Pooh and his balloon, Dumbo the flying elephant, and the Rescuers, and also Mary Poppins. Next, the Peter Pan characters led the way for the villains float, with the transforming evil queen in the dome as part of a show stop. Jafar, Maleficent, Ursula, and Chernabog are all featured. 3 separate snow globes, respectively housing Cinderella, Belle, and Ariel, with their princes, were featured on the next unit that featured the fairy godmother at the lead. The finale unit featured an unmanned castle snow globe with Peter Pan, Minnie, Goofy, and Donald. And of course, if you looked at the back of this float, you would see that famous image of Walt walking underneath Sleeping Beauty Castle at Disneyland. The Millennium Celebration ended, but not all of its additions at Epcot went away. Illumination simply dropped the 2000 from its name, and the giant 2000 atop the wand was changed to simply read Epcot in a strange script font. The Tapestry of Nations parade became Tapestry of Dreams in September. The theme was changed to Dreams with the new introduction sung by Jodie Benson, and the Sage of Time float replaced by 3 steampunk fantasy Dream Seekers on an artificial tree-looking float. The Dream Seekers also closed out the parade. The majority of the parade otherwise remained the same. The Millennium Village closed the first of the year. After receiving universally negative reception from all guests, Journey into Your Imagination would close for a hastily planned refurbishment on October 8th of 2001. Innoventions again would see exhibits come and go. In Innoventions East, Look into the Future and the Website Construction Zone closed on February 19th, and Future Cars also closed. The Mission Space Launch Center, which would count down to the 2003 opening of the e-ticket attraction, opened in Innoventions in May. On the west side, the Broadband Connection and Video Games of Tomorrow would close, while Tom Morrow 2.0's Playground and Look into the Future would open. At the Disney MGM Studios, the Backstage Pass attraction was shortened again, as much of its space was taken over by Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Play It. This show, based on the runaway hit ABC primetime game show, used guests in the park as contestants, allowing them to win real prizes. The prizes included a pin for every point level from 100 to 1 million, a baseball cap at the 1,000 point milestone, and a polo shirt at the 32,000 point milestone. The original million point prize was a trip to see a taping of the real show in New York City. This would change to a Disney cruise shortly in June of 2002 after the television show ended its initial run. Like the show, guests were chosen by fastest finger questions, with the entire audience participating via small button stations at their seats. However, if there was a carryover contestant from the previous show or hot seat contestants changed in the middle of a show, the audience member who scored the most points by answering along to the questions of the previous game would be picked as the next contestant. Players also received 3 lifelines: 50-50, Ask the Audience, and Phone a Complete Stranger. This was a change from Phone a Friend, and it would bring a phone out in the park somewhere that was manned by a cast member who would pull a random guest aside to help the contestant answer. Bear in the Big Blue House closed August 4th and was replaced September 24th by Playhouse Disney Live on Stage. This version of the show still featured Bear in the Big Blue House, but also Stanley, Roly Poly Oly, and the Book of Pooh. Like in the original show, the bear would welcome us and dance to songs. Roly Poly Oly would feature puppets of the characters dancing. Stanley featured the character puppet singing about washing up and going to bed, and the Pooh segment was about the character's perfect day. Bear returned for the finale with Luna. The show transitioned between segments with the sets being turning pages of a book. The Disney MGM Studios was the center of the 100 Years of Magic celebration beginning on October 1st, and the centerpiece of the park would become the Sorcerer's Hat. This new 122-foot icon was placed in the center, right in front of the Chinese Theater, reportedly for copyright reasons. Housed under the hat was a pin store and the park's 12 Discover the Stories Behind the Magic kiosks. These trivia kiosks were actually found in every park for the celebration. The Magic Kingdom housed their 12 in the Exposition Hall in Town Square. Epcot had a dozen in Innoventions East, and Animal Kingdom had 9 in the Outfitters on the newly renamed Discovery Island. The shop sold the new interactive Magical Moments pins that would light up at certain places around Walt Disney World. Walt Disney One Man's Dream also opened on October 1st. This walkthrough attraction featured memorabilia from throughout Walt Disney's life, including animatronics, models, photographs, and furniture. Video and text exhibits would walk guests through Walt's life before being seated in a small theater that would show a short film called, aptly, One Man's Dream. The original version of the film was narrated by Michael Eisner. The Mulan Victory Parade would close on March 11th. Its replacement, the Stars and Motor Cars Parade, opening on October 1st. This simpler parade featured Disney characters riding in themed convertibles going to a Hollywood premiere. The first unit featured Buzz and Woody in a car themed to Andy's bed, with Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head as hood ornaments. Other characters from the film danced around. Mary Poppins and Bert rode in a carousel car. The next car featured Kermit and Miss Piggy from the Muppets. Next, Luke and Leia from Star Wars drove in a Landspeeder-inspired vehicle, followed by Mulan on a throne and Sully in front of the Monsters, Inc. logo. Aladdin and Jasmine rode in the Genie car, which was Genie turning himself into a car. Next came Hercules and Meg, trailed by several of the villains on foot as well as Hades in another car. When the parade first debuted, you could find characters from Atlantis the Lost Empire, as Milo and Kita had their own Atlantean vehicle-themed car. Ariel's car featured a clamshell, and now you'll find this at Disneyland Paris all the time. Bear in the Big Blue House came next, followed by Snow White in front of the Magic Mirror frame. An array of random characters led the way for the finale car, featuring Mickey, Minnie, Donald, Goofy, all in their Hollywood outfits. At Disney's Animal Kingdom, Safari Village became Discovery Island in December 2000. Countdown to Extinction had also changed its name to Dinosaur on May 1st, 2000. This was to coincide with the release of the film. 2001 would see other changes to Dinoland as Chester and Hester's Dino-Rama began to open. Triceratops Spin, a ride almost identical to the Magic Carpets, aside from its theming of a spinner to a meteor shower and the ride vehicle being, a Triceratops, opened on November 1st. The vastly underrated Mickey's Jammin' Jungle Parade would debut on October 1st. The park had not had a parade for 2 years since the end of March of the Artimals, although this was very different from that. This one would feature Disney characters in addition to more animal-like performers. Led off by Rafiki, the main floats for the parade were Jeeps and other safari-type vehicles. The between units included puppet animals like birds, a wooden elephant, and a wickerwork hippo. Minnie's float featured a vanity and a bathroom. Other puppet animals came between the Jeeps with camels, monkeys, alligators, and more. Several of these units even featured guests who were chosen to be in the parade before its daily performance. Goofy's float was overloaded with a lot of equipment, including the kitchen sink. Donald's float, of course, was dragging a boat. The final float featured guests with Mickey. Disney's Animal Kingdom Lodge opened on April 16th. The new deluxe resort was designed by Peter Dominick, the same architect who designed the Wilderness Lodge and the recently opened Disney's Grand Californian Hotel at the Disneyland Resort. The resort opened with 500 rooms, reaching its full 1,293 capacity by the summer. The resort was designed around 3 savannas with over 200 animals. The resort featured Boma, a buffet, and Chico, an upscale restaurant just below the grand main lobby. The Mara quick service restaurant was also available, as well as the Zawadi Marketplace store. Walt Disney World's first water park, River Country, closed forever on November 2nd. At the time, the park was set to reopen in the spring, but it never would. The failure to reopen might be a consequence of the September 11th terrorist attacks. After the initial attacks, it was thought large tourist attractions like Disney World might also be targets. That day, the parks were closed and evacuated in the late morning. Guests were not told why they were being forced to leave in such a sudden manner. Once the parks were emptied, Disney worked with guests to extend hotel stays for those that were stranded and helped to rearrange flights once they resumed. The parks did reopen on September 12th, but the longer-term impact of the event for Disney was a noticeable decline in tourism as many were afraid to travel. This led to several attractions cutting operating hours, such as the Enchanted Tiki Room under new management and the Country Bear Jamboree, but some attractions were actually put into seasonal operation, only operating on busy holiday weeks. This included, believe it or not, Walt Disney's Carousel of Progress, also the Timekeeper nearby. The celebrations planned for 2001 began under a dark shadow, and the park stayed under it for quite a while. 2001 gave us memorable attractions and long-lasting parades. The 100 Years of Magic editions became staples of Walt Disney World, but the impact of the year came from external sources. 2002 would continue the 100 Years of Magic celebration, and other plans already in motion would come to fruition, but for many years after, the effects of 2001 would be felt. 2002 was another year of celebration at Walt Disney World as the 100 Years of Magic continued throughout the year, but it was a celebration marred by the events of the real world. The 9/11 terrorist attacks had devastated the travel industry. Disney World was obviously no exception. Some plans that were underway would continue, but others would be postponed. There was little change at any of the parks in 2002, and that included the Magic Kingdom. As a result of lower attendance, some lower crowd-drawing attractions like the Enchanted Tiki Room under new management and Walt Disney's Carousel of Progress would either change their operating hours or even go into seasonal operation. The Legend of the Lion King show in Fantasyland would close forever on February 23rd to make way for Mickey's PhilharMagic, which would open the next year. Along with the Discover the Stories Behind the Magic, which would disappear from all the parks by the end of the 100 Years of Magic event, Innoventions also lost the Knowledge Vortex and Medicine's New Vision in 2002. IBM ThinkPlace would open in Innoventions West. Journey into Imagination with Figment would debut at the Imagination Pavilion on June 1st. The ride layout and scenes were mostly the same as the previous, not well-received version of the attraction, but the story would now involve Dr. Nigel Channing sending you through the sensory labs at the Imagination Institute. Figment would disrupt all of the experiments, and each is accompanied by a new version of the One Little Spark theme of the original attraction. After the disruptions in the sound and sight labs, where Figment sends a train of thought at guests and rearranges an eye chart, he blasts guests with a skunk odor in the smell lab before Channing calls off the following experiments, and Figment diverts you to his open house, the former upside-down house now overflowing with Figment decor. After that, Dr. Channing learns that the imagination needs to be set free, and we're presented with an overload of figments and Dr. Channing as a creepy moon. Over at the Disney MGM Studios, the final remnants of the Walking Tour Backstage Pass would finally close in February. The Sorcerer's Hat would become a shop alone as the 100 Years of Magic kiosks were removed. Animal Kingdom actually saw the most changes in 2002 out of all the Walt Disney World theme parks, as the remainder of Chester and Hester's Dino-Rama would open. March 31st would see the Fossil Fun Games debut. These dinosaur-themed carnival games included Bronto Score, a basketball shooter, the Mammoth Marathon, a ball-rolling race game, the Whack-a-Pachyosaur, essentially a whack-a-mole, the Comet Crasher, which was a ball toss game, and the Fossil Fueler, the water gun target game. The area also received a roller coaster, Primeval Whirl. The Reverchon Industries off-the-shelf Wild Mouse spinning roller coaster was meant to be a parody of the dinosaur attraction just across the way, as the cheap two-dimensional sets would tell the same story of time travelers avoiding the meteor strike. Asia also received some new food options around 2001 or 2002. The Shakrandi Chicken Shack and Sinalo Fries opened up, serving Asian food as well as McDonald's French fries, respectively. The Port Orleans and Dixie Landings resorts merged officially on April 1st, 2001 to become Port Orleans Riverside and Port Orleans French Quarter. The new configuration didn't last long before the tourism shutdown shuttered the French Quarter from late November 2001 until May 31st, 2002. During this period, part of the newly named Riverside remained open, but only with about 350 rooms of the combined resort's total capacity of over 3,000. July 1st saw the opening of Disney World's fourth Disney Vacation Club resort, the Beach Club Villas. This addition on the Epcot side of the resort added 282 villas to the existing hotel. The Polynesian Resort saw refurbishments to the original longhouses start, and these included structural work and were not just room redecorations. All in all, 2002 was a slow year at Walt Disney World. A combination of the existing celebration, the tourism drop-off the likes of which had never been seen, and the bursting of the dot-com bubble led to closures and cancellations. We never know exactly how Disney World would have been different if it wasn't for these events, but the carryover from them would continue into 2003. 2002 was a rough year for Walt Disney World, and while 2003 began in the same shadows as that year, things began to improve by the end. New attractions and new nighttime spectaculars would dominate the year. Hotel operations were somewhat back to normal, and while some expansion was still put on hold, a large new resort hotel would open. At the Magic Kingdom, Goofy's Country Dancin' Jamboree would take over the Diamond Horseshoe Saloon in July. Food was no longer served, and the seating was removed on the lower level. A cowgirl, Miss Sarah Jo, would start the show with a few songs before being joined on stage by Goofy. Chip and Dale would then appear on the balcony before coming down to the stage. Woody, Jessie, and Bullseye from Toy Story would then join them. All the while, guests were encouraged to dance along, square dancing style on the main floor. Songs included the Electric Slide, of course, Cotton Eye Joe, and the Goofy Two-Step. For that holiday season, a Christmas version of the show was even presented. Mickey's PhilharMagic opened in Fantasyland on October 8th. The 3D film served as a spiritual successor to the original show that took home in the theater, the Mickey Mouse Revue. The premise of the film is a concert conducted by Maestro Mickey Mouse, but Donald inadvertently causes havoc after angering the animated instruments while taking Mickey's sorcerer hat. The audience follows Donald through The Little Mermaid, Fantasia, Beauty and the Beast, The Lion King, Peter Pan, and Aladdin as he searches for Mickey's sorcerer's hat. The show features a disappearing proscenium, ultra-widescreen formatting, water effects, and smells. At the time, it was the largest seamless 3D projection on Earth. Guests would exit next to and be encouraged to enter the new Fantasy Fair shop, which was tied into the new show. On September 21st, it was announced that over in Tomorrowland, after years of complaints that the attraction was too scary for children, the extraterrestrial alien encounter would close forever on October 12th. A replacement attraction was not yet announced. While the Fantasy in the Sky fireworks saw changes over the years, it had essentially been the same show for over 30. It was replaced by Wishes, a magical gathering of Disney dreams, on October 9th. The show starts with a narrator discussing wishes, as a children's choir sings Starlight, Star Bright. Next comes When You Wish Upon a Star and narration by Jiminy Cricket. Tinkerbell would then soar above the castle. We would then hear the various Disney characters making their wishes with snippets of songs from their films. Jiminy would return and Go the Distance would begin to play. Once Upon a Dream, Beauty and the Beast, and Jiminy singing When You Wish Upon a Star, followed by Friend Like Me and The Sorcerer's Apprentice, all would have segments before a villain segment led off by the Evil Queen would take over the castle. The Blue Fairy would come in to save the day and take over the narration, ending the show with the Wishes theme song. While the show didn't yet have projection mapping on the castle, colored lighting and rooftop launch fireworks were a major part of the show. The new Fantasyland launchers were coordinated with the launch area north of the park from a control booth in the northeast corner of the central hub. The show featured 683 fireworks tied to 557 individual computerized cues. Fantasy in the Sky had been running manual cues until August 23, 2003. At Epcot, Mission Space began to soft open in June and officially opened on August 15th. The ride had only one intensity when it first opened. The ride itself was essentially a simulator of a simulator, though this didn't lessen the intensity much. Guests would be split into teams of 4, each giving an assigned job: pilot, commander, navigator, or engineer. They were told by Gary Sinise that they would be experiencing astronaut training for a mission to Mars. Once the briefing was over, guests would then board their individual capsules and partake in the mission. Each position would be prompted to press certain buttons along the way, though nothing different would happen if they failed to do so. Once guests successfully landed on Mars, after encountering a meteor shower and overshooting the landing strip, they exit through the Advanced Training Lab post-show area and the Cargo Bay gift shop, but not before hearing that wonderful Destiny theme song that's since been removed. The Advanced Training Lab, including the Space Race, a team-based video game, the Space Base, an interactive crawl play area, and the Expedition Mars video game. There was also Postcards from Outer Space, a blue-screen video postcard that could be emailed home. In Innoventions East, the Communication Dream Forum closed on May 1st, and the Mission Space Launch Center closed with the opening of the attraction. The Underwriters Laboratories Test the Limits Lab opened. Over in World Showcase, Tin Toy Stories, made in Japan, opened with over 350 tin toys on loan from TV personality Tsurushia Kitahara. The Tapestry of Dreams Parade completed its run and closed forever in March of 2003. Over at the Disney MGM Studios, apart from the Sorcerer's Hat now functioning only as a pin shop with the removal of the kiosks, there were no notable changes to the park. However, to coincide with the opening of the Haunted Mansion live-action movie, a behind-the-scenes experience was presented. Over at Disney's Animal Kingdom, the only notable addition in October was a butterfly exhibit that opened at Rafiki's Planet Watch. At the Polynesian Resort, refurbishments of the original longhouses continued and the luau was updated. After 2 years of delay, Disney's Pop Century Resort opened on December 14th. While featuring 2,880 rooms, the resort was only half of the original plan. While the classic years of the 1950s through the 1990s opened, the legendary years of the 1900s to the 1940s were put on indefinite hold despite construction having already started. Each decade consists of 1 to 3 T-shaped buildings featuring oversized elements of the decade, including Rubik's Cubes, cell phones, 8-track tapes, jukeboxes, and more. As far as Disney characters are concerned, you can find Lady and the Tramp, Roger Rabbit, and characters from The Jungle Book. The Classic Hall main building contained the Everything Pop store as well as food court. It also backed onto the main Hippy Dippy pool and the Pedals Pool Bar. The bowling pin and computer pools were placed in the 1950s and 1990s sections respectively. 2003 was the beginning of a reawakening at Walt Disney World. External events had challenged the resort in a way it had never seen, at least since the gas crisis of the 70s. While the resort was riding a wave of momentum with a new resort hotel, 2 shows that would become fan favorites, and a new e-ticket attraction, the latter of these would start to become problematic by 2004. However, other changes would also be on the horizon. If 2003 was a year of recovery from external problems, 2004 was one of internal ones. Everything came to a head for the Walt Disney Company when Roy E. Disney retired from the company and the board in November 2003, but at the annual shareholders meeting he launched the Save Disney campaign. Roy and Stanley Gold, the same men who were responsible for Michael Eisner's rise to the company's throne back in 1984, now sought to depose him, seeing the company as a whole declining and stagnant since the mid to late 90s. Eisner was removed as chairman and replaced by George Mitchell. However, even with these issues, life and business in the parks continued on. Stitch's Great Escape opened at the Magic Kingdom on November 16th to more fanfare than it probably deserved. To celebrate the opening, Cinderella Castle was toilet papered by the blue protagonist, or antagonist, as the show leaves it pretty much ambiguous. The show itself remains structurally the same as the extraterrestrial alien encounter, but the story now placed guests in the role of guard trainees at a United Galactic Federation detention facility. Sir became Sergeant C4703BK2704-90210, voiced by Richard Kind. He's now demonstrating prisoner transportation, in this case of a Level 1 prisoner. It was Skippy from the previous attraction. Word that a Level 3 prisoner is being transported in, and after the sergeant faints, guests are ushered into the main theater. Here, Experiment 626 is being transported into the center tube, now guarded by 2 Kuka arm-mounted cannons. Of course, Stitch escapes, runs around the darkened room, eats and burps up a chili dog, all before returning to the tube and being transported to the Magic Kingdom itself. He would climb into the castle and meet Cinderella, while the audience is left wondering how all this fits into the movie's continuity. Probably made more sense when he was visiting Tomorrowland in the very first incarnation. On February 11th, an unfortunate incident occurred during the Share a Dream Come True parade, where a performer playing Pluto was struck and killed by the Princess unit while backstage in a staging area. This resulted in the end of show stops during these daytime parades. The Princess unit of the parade would go away for a while, being temporarily replaced by the Castle unit of great fame. At Epcot, the year began with a closure. Food Rocks was closed to become a queue. Preparations had begun for the 2005 promotions, and as each park would see a new attraction, some would also see losses. As construction began on Soarin', some of the space used for the animatronic show would be utilized as a queue space. Innoventions also saw closures, with Forest for Our Future and Beautiful Science closing in East and West respectively. Innoventions East saw the opening of Fantastic Plastic Works, a Kidcot Station, and Opportunity City. The Great American Farm opened in Innoventions West, along with Where's the Fire in October. The Living Seas had been going through some minor modifications over the past few years, culminating in the opening of Turtle Talk with Crush on November 16th, after a brief soft opening period starting on November 11th. The pavilion had started closing some elements in the years prior. Initially, one of the pre-show theaters had been closed, and a bypass was made, allowing guests the option of skipping the film. Starting in October 2001, the Sea Cabs attraction was closed. It was made permanent in January 2002 as the area was walled off from guests. Turtle Talk would take over Module 1C of Seabase Alpha at the time. This was the former home of Earth Systems and the Atlas cartoon. Turtle Talk with Crush was not even announced in advance of its opening. It was kind of a surprise addition to the pavilion. It was also another important first for the company, as it was one of the very first instances of the Living Character Initiative. Walt Disney Imagineering would attempt to bring more characters to life in the park in interactive ways, and Turtle Talk for Walt Disney World was the very first time guests could see this in action. In World Showcase, the Wonders of China had been replaced by Reflections of China on May 22, 2003, after a brief 2-month closure. The new version of the Circle Vision 360 film was hosted by an actor portraying Li Bai, an 8th century Chinese poet. The new film is still a travelogue style, but runs a full 7 minutes shorter than the predecessor. It begins on the Great Wall, but quickly takes us to modern Shanghai. Guests are taken through relaxing Tai Chi and the Sea of Clouds before sailing down and over the Yangtze River. Next, a variety of more traditional Chinese landscapes pass before the film moves to Hong Kong. The film shows the Terracotta Army, the Peking Opera, and the Forbidden City. And the film ends with a montage of modern-day China. At the Disney MGM Studios, construction of the Lights Motors Action Extreme Stunt Show continued on the space formerly occupied by Residential Street of the Backlot Tour. This had closed in July 2003. Also from October 2003 to May 1, 2004, the making of the Haunted Mansion movie occupied the rotating exhibit space next to One Man's Dream. The attraction featured a recreation of the film's ballroom set and film clips about the production of the 2003 Eddie Murphy film. Announced on the park's 5th anniversary in 2003, 2004 would see significant vertical construction of Expedition Everest, Legend of the Forbidden Mountain at Disney's Animal Kingdom. The first phase of Disney's Saratoga Springs Resort and Spa opened on May 17th. The 4 buildings making up Congress Park featured 280 guest rooms. Built on the former site of the Disney Institute, the resort was themed to upstate New York, and particularly the horse racing at the resort's namesake town. While most of the resort was yet to open, it featured the restaurants of the Turf Club and the Artist's Palette, the High Rock Springs Pool, the Wynn Place or Show Arcade, and the Carriage House Lobby. It was also home to the new Disney Vacation Club Preview Center. Just a short walk from Saratoga Springs, Mickey's Mart, everything $10 and under, opened at the Marketplace in downtown Disney. The store sold small items, some clearance merchandise, and the infamous and beloved random grab bags. As was common with the resort's larger celebrations, 2004 was the build-up to what 2005 would bring. Even the most memorable thing to open in 2004 is one thing most people would like to forget. Like the parks, the troubles the company as a whole were seeing would also culminate in 2005. In 2005, Disneyland, and therefore the Disney parks around the world, turned 50 years old. While Disneyland celebrated with the happiest homecoming on Earth, the festivities of the happiest celebration on Earth would center around Walt Disney World. Each of the other resorts around the world would send the flagship resort a gift, attraction, or offering. However, while the company was putting on a good show, the Save Disney campaign continued. The board had pressured CEO Michael Eisner to step down, and he did so in an announcement on March 13th, transitioning to Bob Iger, the company's then president and COO, promotion happening on September 30th. As part of the happiest celebration on Earth, Cinderella Castle at the Magic Kingdom was decorated in gold trim, banners, statues of Disney characters, and a large frame meant to represent the magic mirror that would rotate to images of the Disney castles from around the world, even those not in existence just yet. Cinderella's surprise celebration ended on February 26th at the castle stage, and as a gift from Tokyo Disneyland, Cinderellabration replaced it as the forecourt show on March 17th. This new show began with the fairy godmother introducing Cinderella from the castle balcony. The Grand Duke comes out to announce the celebration is for Cinderella's official coronation as the kingdom's princess. Pairs of royal court dancers would come out and sing about the event. The king would come out moments before Prince Charming and Cinderella are brought out, and after Cinderella wishes for her, the fairy godmother returns and introduces the other princesses and their princes, Snow White, Aurora, Jasmine, and Belle. Prince Charming and Aladdin are named, but Snow White's prince and the Beast are just referred to as princes. Cinderella is then crowned, and all the characters on stage break into dance after a short speech. The show ends with Cinderella and Charming rising as the turret turns into an elevator platform. Back at the Main Street Cinema, the venue was turned into VMK Central, the in-park hub for the virtual Magic Kingdom online game. Here, guests would get in-park quests and even tours that would give them prizes in the game for completion. In Frontierland, the Country Bear Christmas Special would be presented, albeit for the final season. Moving back to Fantasyland, It's a Small World would open after a major refurbishment on March 18th. The focus was put on rebuilding the queue area, which was made to look more like the Disneyland facade, albeit indoors. This included switching to a more white and gold color scheme, as well as the addition of the famous clock tower. To the east, Pooh's Playful Spot opened on September 1st. This children's play area was built on part of the old 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea lagoon. It features Pooh's treehouse with a nautilus-shaped knot in it. It also featured crawl-through logs and honey pots, as well as a log slide and a splash pad area. At Epcot, Innovention saw some additions in 2005. Environmentality Corner opened in Innovention's east, and on the west side, Kuka Robotics' Rockin' Robots and Disney Interactive's video game playground opened. After 194 calls to paramedics for guests on Mission Space, a 4-year-old boy tragically died after riding the space simulator on June 13th. The medical report later showed that the child had an undiagnosed heart condition. The Living Seas Pavilion would close on August 21st. The hydrolators were removed and replaced by standard glass sliding automatic doors, while some of the exhibits began to reopen in late November, but a majority of the pavilion remained closed. Epcot's gift for the happiest celebration on Earth came from Anaheim in the form of Soarin'. Opening on May 5th, the attraction was built behind the Land Pavilion, with its queue starting in the former home of the Food Rocks Theater. Essentially a clone of the California attraction with the Patrick Warburton-hosted pre-show, the hang gliding simulator gave guests the sensation of flight as they flew over Californian terrain. The Golden Gate Bridge, Redwood Creek, Napa Valley, Monterey Bay, Lake Tahoe, Yosemite Falls, the West Palmer Golf Course, Camarillo, the Anza Borrego Desert, San Diego, Malibu, downtown Los Angeles, and of course culminating in Disneyland, complete with rocket rods. The ride itself was filmed in IMAX and featured scents including those of an orange grove, a callback to Horizons, an Epcot Center attraction of the 80s. The ride concept, conceived in 1996, was originally shelved for being impractical and too hard to construct, all until Imagineer Mark Sumner came up with the current design using his childhood erector set over a Thanksgiving holiday weekend. Over at the Disney MGM Studios, as a gift from Walt Disney Studios Paris, the Lights Motors Action Extreme Stunt Show would open on May 5th as well, although it did soft open in March. The pre-show featured scenes from The Rock, Con Air, Gone in 60 Seconds, and Enemy of the State, despite the latter not starring Nicolas Cage. The show itself featured 5 action scenes that demonstrated different aspects of action scene production and stunt driving. This included breakaway cars, backwards driving, jumps, fire effects, stunt falls, and obstacle avoidance. The show featured 3 hero cars, a motorcycle, and occasionally a jet ski. One of the hero cars was designed to be driven backwards, and one with the driver hanging off the side so it looked unoccupied. The villains had 5 cars, including one designed to be blown in half, 3 motorcycles, and a jet ski of their own. The stunts included 30-foot falls, performers being lit on fire, and tons of vehicular spinning. Oh, did I mention there were explosions? There were plenty of explosions. The first version of the show even featured an intermission starring Herbie the Love Bug. Over at Disney's Animal Kingdom, guests would eventually get the only original new offering of the happiest celebration on Earth, but they would have to wait until 2006 for that. In the meantime, for a limited time, guests could meet Lucky the Dinosaur, the first ever audio animatronic living character. Lucky the Dinosaur would come out and pose for photos, occasionally sign autograph books using his teeth, and much, much more. It was an incredible offering that sadly only lasted a few months of the event. At Disney's Saratoga Springs Resort, they added the Springs and the Paddocks area for an additional 560 guest rooms. At the Polynesian, the Great Ceremonial House saw some changes. Boutique opened up with access from the main check-in area in March. After this, Captain Cook's expanded slightly, and the Wyland Gallery took over the news from Polynesia. Lilo and Stitch would replace Chip and Dale and Goofy at the Ohana Character Breakfast beginning on October 2nd. At Downtown Disney, the Raglan Road Irish Pub and Restaurant opened on October 21st, replacing the Pleasure Island Jazz Company. The Irish-themed restaurant featured Irish cuisine and entertainment, while Cooks of Dublin, the attached quick-service location, also opened at the same time. The addition was an attempt to revitalize Pleasure Island since the area removed admission in 2004, opting for individual club covers. The Harley-Davidson Gear Shop also opened in 2005. Mickey's Pantry opened as a kitchen store on April 23rd, and Goofy's Candy Company also opened in the spring. Previously opened at the Marketplace were the Earl of Sandwich in March 2004 and Basin in 2003. Walt Disney World changed their ticketing system to the Magic Your Way system on January 2nd. This streamlined the system a little bit, as there were multiple types of admission, including park hoppers and ultimate park hoppers that ranged from 1 to 8-day tickets. Now guests could buy a 1 to 10-day admission and add on park hopping and the Magic Plus pack, renamed to Water Parks Fun and More later in the year. This is also when the addition of the no expiration option came about, which could be added to preserve unused days. Previously to that, unused days were always able to be used by the same guests at a future date. Walt Disney World and the Walt Disney Company both ended 2005 drastically different than when the year began. The company as a whole was under new leadership, who very quickly and clearly established itself as different from the previous regime. The resort featured new headliners and new shows, but a tremendous new headliner was still to come in 2006. In 2006, Walt Disney World was moving straight between one celebration to another. As 2005 saw the resort as the centerpiece of a celebration that should have been centered around Disneyland, 2006 would see a new promotional celebration spanning both resorts, the Year of a Million Dreams. Outside of the parks, Bob Iger was making swift moves as the new CEO and had purchased Pixar outright on January 25th. This would lead to 2006 seeing the closure of existing attractions to make way for more Pixar in the parks. That being said, a lot of it was already underway. The Year of a Million Dreams spanned across both U.S. resorts, Disneyland and Walt Disney World. Specially appointed cast members making up the Dream Squad would be given certain criteria to find guests and award them with prizes or dreams. These prizes included fast passes, pins, after-hours events, mouse ears, gift cards, cruises, a Disney Vacation Club membership, Adventures by Disney trips, Disney World and Disneyland vacations, a trip around the world to see every Disney park, at least at that time, and a stay in either the Cinderella Castle Suite or a offering at Disneyland Hotel. This new suite was built into the 4th floor of Cinderella Castle in a space originally intended as the Disney family apartment, although initially used as telephone operator offices. Guests enter the suite through the 24-hour-a-day manned concierge office to a private elevator. Even the office is highly decorated with homages to Cinderella's story, like Jacques and Gus carved into the stonework, a pumpkin tapestry, and a clock that is permanently set to just before midnight. After exiting the ornate elevator, the lucky guests will step into a lobby with a gold-inlaid mosaic floor of Cinderella's coach and her glass slipper, crown, and scepter on display. The suite itself contains 2 queen beds, a fireplace with fireworks effect, a sitting area with a pull-out couch, and a mirror TV. There's also stained glass windows and a bathroom with a separate shower and tub under multiple mosaics and an artificial night sky. To go along with the Dreams theme of the year, the Share a Dream Come True parade was turned into the Disney Dreams Come True parade. Also, Cinderellabration would close for a new castle stage show called Dream Along with Mickey. The parade was an updated version of the existing one, with new costumes for the Fab Five and friends, an added princess float between Peter Pan and the castle float at the end, in fact a float that was returning to the parade, and a new song taken from Tokyo Disneyland's Dreams on Parade Moving On. Starting on October 1st, guests could catch Dream Along with Mickey at the Castle Forecourt stage. The show began with the theme song as Donald, Goofy, Minnie, and dancers would decorate the stage and invite you to join the castle party until Mickey would come out the end of the song. Donald expresses that he doesn't believe in dreams, and Mickey asks the crowd for their dreams as Canned Audio asks to be a princess and a pirate. After Mickey asks the crowd for help, Snow White, Aurora, and Cinderella come out dancing with their princes. Everyone leaves except Goofy and Donald, who then summon Peter Pan with Goofy's dream of adventure. Pirate dancers come out to A Pirate's Life and dress the characters as Hook and Smee, somehow eventually calling out the actual Captain Hook and Mr. Smee. The threat of TikTok, not the app, but the crocodile, runs off the pirates, but Maleficent then appears and says her dream is that of nightmares coming true. Donald's new belief in dreams helps the characters and the crowd to defeat Maleficent by chanting over and over, "Dreams come true." The show was the first major use of the new articulated character faces, with moving mouths and eyes giving the so-called fur characters much more life on stage. Also added to Main Street was the Family Fun Day Parade, a mini cavalcade that would draft guests to ride the fire truck or march down the street waving flags alongside Disney characters. Moving over to Adventureland, Pirates of the Caribbean reopened with a major refurbishment on July 7th, with elements of the movie franchise added. Johnny Depp's Captain Jack Sparrow was added to 3 scenes, one behind a tailor's mannequin in the dunking scene, in the barrel in the chase scene, and draped across a chair in the final treasure room. Barbossa replaced the captain aboard the Wicked Wench in the bombardment scene, and some of the music and dialogue were changed to reflect these additions. Also, an effect with Davy Jones projected into a false waterfall wowed guests. Back in Frontierland, Woody's Cowboy Camp served as a mini parade and show. Jesse, Woody, and Bullseye would come out and start the dance in front of the Country Bear Jamboree with other cowboy-themed dancers. They would dance to a variety of country and folk songs, get kids to interact with She'll Be Comin' Round the Mountain, with adults playing the roles of the mountain and the other objects in the verses of the song that the children would weave through. They would also, of course, dance the Hokey Pokey. The short-lived Let's Have a Ball show was presented just behind the castle in Fantasyland on a new small stage just to the west side of the pass-through entrance. The happily ever after specialist or party planner, the Lady Lucinda, comes down from the castle to play party games such as Under the Sea Conga, Freeze Dance, and Simon Says. Aurora and Philip come out for a final dance with the host and meet with the kids dancing along. Over in Tomorrowland, the Timekeeper, which had been in seasonal operation for quite some time, permanently closed on February 26th, even though it hadn't been open to guests in ages. Tomorrowland also hosted the High School Musical Pep Rally, a show based on the Disney Channel original movie that performed the movie songs and dances as part of the East High Wildcats Pep Rally, of course with the audience dancing along. This, of course, fit in Tomorrowland because, who knows. Innoventions at Epcot would lose Opportunity City on November 1st and its KidCot stop in the east, while gaining Segway Central, an area where guests could test drive the titular two-wheeled, self-balancing scooters on a small course. Also, Cornell University's Too Small to See exhibit would debut, where guests would learn and interact based on molecules, chemistry, and nanotechnology. On April 12th, a second guest would die from aggravated pre-existing conditions after riding Mission Space. After this incident on May 19th, the ride was split into 2 versions, green and orange. Orange remained the original ride, the more intense version, while the spinning element was removed in green to lessen the thrill factor and stresses put on guests. This version still featured the same story and the tilt and pitch of the simulator, but the elimination of the centrifuge removed the gravitational forces that made guests ill. October 10th saw the reopening of the Living Seas as the Seas with Nemo and Friends Pavilion. Once just a small aspect of the pavilion, the sea cabs were transformed into the premier ride. They were clam-mobiles now, a new Omnimover attraction that somewhat serves as a sequel to Disney Pixar's Finding Nemo. Guests would enter through the original queue, now themed to a beach. Then as the queue would go on, they would sink lower into the ocean, passing under decor such as boats. Once on the clam-mobiles, they follow Marlin and Dory as they again search for Nemo, though now he isn't really that far and appears in almost every scene. Guests encounter Bruce and his shark pals, an animatronic anglerfish on a kuka arm that sometimes worked, the jellyfish forest, and a projection room allowing them to experience the East Australian current with Crush and his family. The finale scenes pass the actual aquarium, with characters projected onto the windows appearing to be in the tank alongside the real fish. The song used would be Big Blue World, which we'll talk about again in this episode. The exhibit space of the pavilion was also rethemed, and Alpha was removed just to make it the sea base. Turtle Talk with Crush was eventually moved to the old second pre-show theater, with the Module 1A now serving as the Q space. A play area themed around Bruce the Shark and his wreck was added. The addition of IP felt like a clean update to the existing pavilion rather than being shoehorned in its defense. Its inspiration having long moved from a primetime network show to daytime syndication, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire Play It would close its doors on August 19th. Actually opening on December 9, 2005 at the Disney MGM Studios was Journey into Narnia, creating The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Like many of the predecessors in the preview space, the attraction was a combination walkthrough and film preview of the movie it was advertising. Guests entered through an oversized replica of the titular wardrobe in the frozen forest, while a highly shortened version of the film played. An actress portraying the White Witch would come out to speak her lines. After the film, guests would get to walk through an area featuring props and costumes from the film. Eventually, preview footage of the sequel, Prince Caspian, would be added. Having lost its original Disney home to the Lights Motors Action Extreme Stunt Show years before, the new, more cramped version of the Osborne Family Spectacle of Lights debuted on New York Street. In the Christmas season of 2006, they decided to upgrade the offering to make it more memorable. The change, partially thanks to an overall sponsorship deal with Siemens, became the Osborne Family Spectacle of Dancing Lights, sponsored by Sylvania. This new version used over 1,500 dimmer relay circuits to time the lights to a musical playlist that would start about every 15 minutes and repeat every hour. Trans-Siberian Orchestra's Christmas Eve and Feliz Navidad by Jose Feliciano were among the original selections of songs that changed through the years. The offering was an immediate smash hit, beloved by guests. Over at Disney's Animal Kingdom, Expedition Everest Legend of the Forbidden Mountain soft opened in January, with an official opening on April 7th. The Vekoma-designed roller coaster is one of 3 buildings built around each other. The other 2 are the ultra-structure facade of the attraction, and the other the support for the Yeti. The Yeti audio animatronic stands 25 feet tall, features 19 actuators, allowing the Yeti 5 feet of horizontal movement when operational. More on that in a later episode. The coaster itself features 2 track switches that allow the train to switch from forward to backward movement and back again. The story of the ride begins in the queue as guests enter through a travel agency, temple, tea garden, and Yeti museum, all on their way to board a train to the Everest base camp. The train passes through a temple and then encounters ripped up tracks before plummeting backwards through the mountain. Then it comes to a stop. At this point, a shadow projection of the mighty Yeti can be seen ripping up even more track. The train starts moving forward again and into an 80-foot drop before spiraling back in and out of the caves. The train enters the mountain a final time, encountering the full-size Yeti animatronic attacking the train as it passes, before exiting and riding back to the station and unloading through the on-ride photo purchase area and the Circa Zong Bazaar exit gift shop. Tarzan Rocks ended its run on January 21st. The Theater in the Wild was upgraded and enclosed, partially for guest comfort and partially because it was now positioned between 2 noisy roller coasters. The new show would premiere on November 5th as a completely original musical written by husband and wife team of Kristen Anderson Lopez and Robin Lopez. Lopez was the Tony-winning creator of Avenue Q, an adult Broadway musical that heavily featured puppets. Finding Nemo, the musical, would also be a puppet-based show, though in a unique way. It featured Rod, Bunraku, and shadow puppetry designed by Michael Curry, who was already responsible for the puppets for the Broadway version of Disney's The Lion King. Colorfully costumed performers would be seen singing and voicing characters that would be mostly stick-operated puppets they were controlling. Some of the larger puppets, such as Crush, Mr. Ray, and Nigel the Pelican, required secondary operators in addition to their primary voicing puppeteer. This 40-minute Broadway-style musical featured 14 original songs. While condensed, the show served as a good abridged version of the film and included all the main elements and set pieces. Some of the puppets were huge, such as Nigel standing over 20 feet tall, and Crush is larger than a family car. The show would go on to win the Thea Award for Best Live Show. The Polynesian Resort saw room soft good refurbishments following the structural work done the last few years. Captain Cook's temporarily moved to the Tangaroa Terrace location during its refurbishment. On April 2nd, the Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique opened its first location at the World of Disney at Downtown Disney. Here, fairy godmothers in training would give princess and knight makeovers to children aged 3 to 12. Pleasure Island started to change to adapt to its new open policy. The West End stage and the Hub stage were removed in March, the former adding another pedestrian bridge to the west side, and the latter being replaced by a viewing area and dock. The Jessica Rabbit sign was removed in June. 2006 was a year that Pixar fully became part of the Walt Disney Company, and the parks very much reflected this, as would the next few years. New shows and attractions from Toy Story, Monsters, Inc., and Finding Nemo were all opened or in the works. And the Year of a Million Dreams provided a new surprise element, as well as plenty of entertainment to the parks on both coasts. It was a year that saw new leadership start to refurbish a company that had begun to stagnate, and 2007 would see the refurbishment of many marquee classic attractions. 2007 was a big year for Walt Disney World. You're not going to remember any marquee attractions that opened or closed that year, but it saw a lot of little things that happened, such as refurbishments, restaurant changes, and yeah, some attractions did actually debut. 2 classics were modernized with mixed receptions, hated eyesores went away, and Epcot's 25th anniversary saw the company react to online fans in a way that had never happened before. Starting with Main Street USA at the Magic Kingdom, the cinema would close on October 12th, removing the virtual Magic Kingdom exhibits and reopening as the Art of Disney on November 22nd. With the shop inside Cinderella Castle gone, the Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique would replace the King's Gallery on September 10th, providing makeovers to kids ages 3 to 12. This would also mark the first year of the beloved Cinderella Castle Dreamlights, which premiered on November 9th with the accompanying show Cinderella's Holiday Wish. The Dreamlights themselves were over 200,000 LED lights draped over the entire castle, making it appear to glow with a sheet of ice. Cinderella's Holiday Wish began with Mickey, Minnie, Goofy, and Donald squabbling over how to decorate the castle, when the fairy godmother would appear on the balcony and remind them that the castle actually belonged to Cinderella. Cinderella and Prince Charming join the classic characters on stage, where she decides she wants the castle to sparkle like one of her glass slippers. With some help from the crowd, the fairy godmother illuminates the castle in segments. The budget for the Cinderella Castle Dreamlights actually came from the cancellation of the Country Bear Christmas special the year prior. It allowed for there to be money to make this offering. The SpectroMagic Nighttime Parade began to receive some technical upgrades and changes, including the removal of the SpectroMen masks in favor of more human, face-painted looks with fiber optic wigs. Some new illuminating firework effects were added to the finale units as well. The Haunted Mansion underwent its biggest refurbishment of its life at the Magic Kingdom, closing on June 6th and reopening just in time for the Halloween season on September 13th. The ride received 4 major scene changes in addition to many upgrades. The upgrades began in the stretching room with a whole new audio system that allowed the ghost host's voice to move around the room. After loading into their Doom buggies, guests would then pass the changing portraits of the Sinister 11. Following that, a new hallway with changing portraits that would change in time to a lightning strike was added. The largest scene replacement happened with the old staircase with the neon spiders and webs, which was replaced with the Grand Staircase, an M.C. Escher-inspired effect using forced perspective to have staircases moving in all and any possible directions. Madame Leota was freed from her table and her crystal ball would now float in the air. And finally, the attic scene was replaced with a new bride, Constance Hatchaway, with her and portraits of her dead husbands changing using projections to show she had decapitated them. The other scenes were all enhanced and cleaned up as well. Over in Tomorrowland, the Monsters, Inc. Laugh Floor officially opened after testing on April 2nd. Originally, it was going to be called the Monsters, Inc. Laugh Floor Comedy Club, but that was dropped as the name confused guests. Part of the Living Character Initiative, the show features much of the same technology as Turtle Talk with Crush, allowing animated characters to appear on screen and interact with guests in person. The show features pre-recorded bits between Roz and Mike Wazowski, and a mix of scripted and improv bits from 3 different monster characters throughout the show. These characters could change, but most commonly featured a 2-headed creature, often called Sam and Ella, a monster demonstrating psychic abilities called Buddy Boyle, and a smaller version of Mike named Marty Wazowski. Each of the characters interacts with the crowd via theater cameras and a cast member with microphone, but in different ways. Some ask guests to take the roles of Monsters, Inc. characters to retell the film's story, or start a geography quiz. Buddy tries to read a guest's mind, and Marty takes text-submitted jokes from the audience. The nature of the show means it is constantly being updated. In fact, a pre-show was added later that year on November 12th. January 2007 also saw the addition of a non-holiday party event to the Magic Kingdom, Mickey's Pirate and Princess Parties. Similar in operation to Mickey's Not So Scary or Mickey's Very Merry, this event was used to fill in during some of the less busy times of year. For the event, some park areas received new names. Adventureland was broken up into New Tortuga and Jasmine's Court. Liberty Square was the Riverboat Riviera. Fantasyland included Ariel's Court, the Princess Pavilion in Toontown Fair, and Tomorrowland was called Solaris's System. Each of these areas had special entertainment and meet and greets. Captain Jack's Pirate Tutorial, where Jack Sparrow teaches kids how to be a pirate. The Legend of the Jolly Roger Haunted Riverboat, where guests could ride the Liberty Bell with special ghostly pirate narration. Princess Jasmine's Royal Guard Recruitment taught guests how to protect a princess, and various dance parties and musical acts throughout the park made up the entertainment. The event also featured its very own fireworks and parade. The Magic, Music, and Mayhem Fireworks Spectacular starts being introduced by the fairy godmother, who is then joined by Flora, Fauna, and Merryweather discussing adventure and romance. The show rotates through princess-themed music before Sebastian and King Triton decided to highlight romance and adventure under the sea. This is until Captain Hook takes over and assaults the castle, seeming to blow it up. Of course, Tinkerbell would show up to save the day, running off Captain Hook, and the show would end in a battle between pink and blue fireworks and a massive perimeter fireworks grand finale. It was one of the greatest fireworks shows in the history of the Disney theme parks. Disney's Enchanted Adventures Parade began with knights riding on horseback, followed by Snow White and her prince in a horse-drawn carriage. The dwarfs followed, and then the royal court dancers. Aurora and Prince Philip then appear in the gazebo float, tailed by the three fairies and more dancers. The next float features the fairy godmother with Cinderella and Prince Charming, Belle and the Beast, and Ariel and Eric. The Agrabah guards led the way for Aladdin and Jasmine on horseback, and pirate dancers transitioned to the pirate ship float, being pursued by zombie pirates and Jack Sparrow aboard a treasure float. Peter Pan, Wendy, and the Lost Boys followed with Tinkerbell sitting atop a treasure chest. The parade ended with the mirrored castle float manned by the Fab Five characters in pirate and princess costumes. The most noticeable change at Epcot in 2007 wasn't even to an attraction, a shop, or a restaurant. It was the removal of the infamous Sorcerer's Wand above Spaceship Earth. Originally added for the Millennium Celebration, the structure was dismantled over the summer as part of the Spaceship Earth refurbishment, as sponsor Siemens decided it should come down. After a soft opening to guests on December 6th, with an announced opening of December 21st, the anchor attraction Spaceship Earth, as we just mentioned sponsored by Siemens, received not only a new narration, but new scenes and a new ending, as well as a whole new theme song by Bruce Broughton. Gone was the history of communication storyline solely, with a new version telling the story of human scientific advancement and how communication played a role in that. It was all narrated by Dame Judi Dench. Guest photos were now taken on the Ascent, and guests could identify their hometown and choose the ride language on newly added touchscreens in each row. After that, new projections appeared in both the Mammoth and Caveman scenes. The ancient Greek play was removed and replaced with a mathematics lesson. The chariot projection in Rome was gone, but the burning scene referred to the Library of Alexandria now. Musicians disappeared from the Renaissance scene, and the statue and paintings were altered. The extra paperboy now faced away from guests. Animatronics were changed in the telecommunications scenes, removed from the radio booth, added to the TV watching scene, and after that, the ride was completely changed. Instead of children using computers to translate and talk to each other from the US to Japan and a futuristic city, a computer mainframe room and the invention of the personal computer in a garage are presented. The Descent removed all of its show scenes, and guests are now prompted to answer some questions before a flash-style animated video of their future is presented using the photos taken at the beginning of the ride. After that, guests would be deposited into the unload area and the new Project Tomorrow post-show. Replacing the global neighborhood, Project Tomorrow featured an array of new interactive exhibits and games and actually opened before the ride all the way back on April 25th. Exhibits included Bodybuilder, Inner Vision, and Power City, as well as Super Driver. Inside Innoventions, Disney's Internet Zone, The Look into the Future, and Tom Morrow 2.0's Playground all closed. The Epcot Character Spot opened in Innoventions West in May, and Fountain View became an ice cream shop in August after temporarily becoming a wine bar for Food and Wine 2006. Epcot's 25th Anniversary Gallery would open behind all this in October. As for the actual anniversary celebration, it included a rededication of the park on October 1st. The entire event was prompted by fans planning their own event after they saw Disney was planning on doing nothing. The amount of media attention forced Disney's hand, and they had to have a one-day celebration. Rushed in at the last minute was said rededication ceremony, a line of merchandise, the anniversary exhibit we already talked about, and as well a special fireworks tag to Illumination's Reflections of Earth, celebrating the history of the park. January 1st, 2007 saw the final closure of the Wonders of Life Pavilion after years of seasonal operation. The exhibit space was modified and the dome became home to the Festival Center beginning at the International Food and Wine Festival that year. Though it had been running for months, the Seas with Nemo and Friends officially opened on January 4th. Soarin' received an interactive queue game in July. These motion-sensitive games, like Xbox Kinect games, had guests raising terrain, growing plants, filling in pictures, steering birds, and bouncing balls with the waves of their arms. World Showcase was undergoing several changes to opening day restaurants at the time. La Originale Alfredo di Roma Ristorante, located in Italy, closed on August 31st to be replaced by Tutto Italia a few weeks later on September 19th. After a longer closure, Teppan Edo and Tokyo Dining replaced the second-floor restaurants in Japan on October 7th. The American Adventure received the new exhibit, National Treasures, based off the Nicolas Cage movies on September 28th. This exhibit would feature well-known and some more obscure items from American history, including one of Abraham Lincoln's hats, space program artifacts, items from Rosa Parks, and Jackie Robinson in a rotating collection. The original O Canada closed on August 6th to be updated with a new film with the same title, opening on September 1st. The new Circle Vision movie, narrated by theme park film veteran Martin Short, featured new footage in addition to footage from the 1982 version, and some even dating back to the Disney-produced film for the Host Pavilion at Expo 67 in Montreal. Spanning from the Bay of Fundy to the Bouchard Gardens, across all seasons, the new travelogue film takes a much lighter, self-aware look at the country, making references to being an Epcot film. The highlights include Canada's natural beauty, flora, and fauna, as well as its people and culture, taking time to show the Calgary Stampede, Cirque du Soleil, and a ton of Canadian celebrities. The original theme song returned, now sung by Canadian Idol winner Ava Avila. This will be the last time we talk about the Disney MGM Studios on Timekeeping, as in August, Disney announced the park would change its name to Disney's Hollywood Studios next year. High School Musical Pep Rally moved to become a mini parade at MGM from Tomorrowland at the Magic Kingdom on January 22nd, only to be updated to the sequel and become High School Musical 2 Schools Out on September 23rd. In August, a new themed meet and greet area opened next to Playhouse Disney Live on Stage. August 31st saw a new lighting package for the Sorcerer's Hat debut, giving the park icon new life at night. Originally a part of Star Wars Weekends, the Jedi Training Academy received a permanent home at the studios on October 9th. The show, which ran several times a day, took approximately 16 children, dressed them as Jedi younglings, and showed them basic lightsaber moves. After getting basic instructions, Darth Vader and or Darth Maul would appear, and the children would take turns showing off their moves in quick battles with the Sith Lords. At Disney's Animal Kingdom, Finding Nemo the Musical officially opened on January 24th, even though it had already had a media event and had been running for 2.5 months. The number of table service restaurants in the park would triple in November as the Yak and Yeti restaurant, along with its counter service component, the Local Foods Cafe, opened on November 14th. Both locations focused on an Asian-inspired menu to go along with their location in the park. They would be operated by Landry's, the same company that operates the Rainforest Cafe location outside the park. Tusker House closed as a counter-service restaurant on August 28th and reopened as a table service buffet on November 18th. Restaurantosaurus Breakfast was discontinued at this time as Tusker House would take over that offering. The lunch and dinner menus featured accessible African-inspired cuisine. Sadly, on November 23rd, a cast member was fatally injured after falling and being struck by a ride vehicle on the Primeval Whirl attraction in Dino-Rama. Significant construction began at Disney's Contemporary Resort as the Racquet Club and North Wing began to be demolished on January 30th to make way for the then unannounced Disney Vacation Club wing, eventually known as Bay Lake Tower. The tower wouldn't even be announced until all of the floors had been built in this space years later. In the main A-frame building, the shops on the Grand Canyon Concourse were being reconfigured and the Food and Fun Center was closed. The monorail platform at the Polynesian received a new roof. In June, all Walt Disney World resorts went smokeless with designated smoking areas. Disney's Saratoga Springs Resort also opened 2 new areas, the Carousel and the Grandstand, both opening in the summer. In its continuing adjustments to Pleasure Island, all clubs, aside from the Adventurers Club and Comedy Warehouse, went 21 and up at the beginning of the year. The Year of a Million Dreams promotion was extended through 2008, since it didn't give out enough prizes to satisfy its own published rules. From the outside, 2007 looked like new management was beginning to come into its own. Updates and expansion were going full steam, and several long-needed refurbishments took place. There were larger plans on the horizon, and more was to come after that, but as we know, 2008 would see outside economic pressures change the resort for years to come. Looking back, 2008 was a year defined by the financial crisis, but at Walt Disney World, the year started with promise. An old park received a brand new name, a new marquee attraction, and a new parade. Elsewhere, old staples would close, while others received important updates. Starting in Town Square at the Magic Kingdom, the Chapeau expanded to take over the storefront next to it, displacing a Disney Vacation Club information center, which was moved to Fantasyland. The Grand Marshal vehicle that was used to showcase the guests chosen to lead the parade, often the family of the day, was replaced by a new touring car that was now wheelchair accessible and had some really cool Mickey Mouse tires. Furthering accessibility, the bridge between the Hub and Liberty Square was replaced with a lower grade version that reopened on August 30th. In anticipation of a new president, the Hall of Presidents closed prior to the election in order to prepare for a completely new show. The Frontierland Fry Wagon was removed in September. Castle Couture, selling princess merchandise, would take over a portion of Tinkerbell's treasures, opening on November 22nd. Over at Mickey's Toontown Fair, Pixie Hollow opened on October 24th, just in time to coincide with the Tinkerbell film's release the next Tuesday. Located inside the Toontown Hall of Fame meet and greet building, guests could meet Tinkerbell and her friends introduced in the film, Iridessa, Rosetta, Silver Mist, and Fawn. In February, Epcot's newly refurbished Spaceship Earth was finally completed when triangular platforms above the cars were added to give guests something to view in the descent. In the Project Tomorrow post-show, Intervision opened in January. In Innoventions, there were several significant changes. The Fantastic Plastic Works would close in March, and the 25th Anniversary Gallery would close after a year of operation. Also closing this year was the Great American Farm and Too Small to See. Opening in Innoventions East was Don't Waste It, a series of interactive elements presented by Waste Management. This was a personal favorite of mine as you got to wheel around a tiny interactive garbage truck. On August 26th, Stormstruck debuted, a 3D experience on designing homes to withstand hurricanes. Meanwhile, the Slapstick Studios exhibit by Velcro opened in Innoventions West, an entertainment-style show themed to Velcro. In the Mexico Pavilion, El Rio del Tiempo, the opening day boat ride attraction, would close on January 2nd, 2007. On April 6, 2007, the Grand Fiesta Tour starring the Three Caballeros took its place. The layout of the ride had not changed, but now featured the story of Jose, Panchito, and Donald preparing for a concert. Of course, Donald Duck has gone missing. Jose, Carioca, and Panchito Pistoles chase him through different scenes as comic vignettes are added to the screens. All this new feature animation was added to real-life scenes of Mexico, much of which was newly filmed, some of which existed previously in the old attraction. Some of those vignettes included Donald losing his bathing suit while water skiing, or the birds on the flying serape being threatened by a chef who's not quite looking at them. The ride, of course, concluded with the Caballeros performing their titular song as animated characters on a screen. This will change a couple years later. Also in World Showcase, Norway saw the Viking ship playground area completely removed. Meanwhile, Nine Dragons underwent a significant refurbishment and redecoration, also introducing a wildly different menu, including shrimp taro lollipops. The Disney MGM Studios officially changed its name to Disney's Hollywood Studios just after the start of the new year. After years of inconsistent use of the MGM name in marketing and promotional materials, the new name could be used throughout, leading to less confusion. Some signage had begun to change prior to the beginning of the year, but others would continue, with the Earful Tower repainted later, and the new sign above the animation courtyard archway finally coming for May 1st, the park's anniversary. On January 30th, Playhouse Disney Live on Stage received a completely new update, now featuring Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, Handy Manny, Little Einsteins, and My Friends Tigger and Pooh. The show begins with the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse portion, with the characters appearing as puppets and singing their theme song while celebrating Minnie's birthday. The other shows are summoned via Toodles, the mouse-head-shaped Deus Ex Machina device used in Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. They summon Handy Manny, the Little Einsteins, and My Friends Tigger and Pooh characters to tell stories as part of the birthday party. Each set of characters has a background in the form of a book that changes, and all are puppet-based characters. Early in the year, in preparation for Pixar Place, there were several meet-and-greet location changes. Monsters, Inc. characters were moved to the old exit area of the studio backlot tour at the end of January. The Cars characters received a new area themed to Luigi's Garage, which is located just behind Muppet Vision 3D, next to the Premier Theater. And Sorcerer Mickey moved inside the animation building on March 20th. A living character Wall-E meet and greet experience with an audio animatronic character that could freely roam was planned. In fact, the photo op backdrop was installed, but the character never showed up. Reportedly, this was due to the fact that it weighed over 1,000 pounds, and if it ran over someone's foot, well, that would be pretty bad. The character did finally appear publicly at the D23 Expo the next year. Block Party Bash, a Pixar-based parade, officially debuted on March 14th after a few days of previews. The parade began with the Toy Story units, led off by primary color-clad dancers, pushing and surrounding a giant block introducing the parade, followed by army men atop a float made of alphabet building blocks. This was trailed by 2 traffic cones with scooters attached to them. Mr. Potato Head, Woody, Jesse, and the gang led the next large float that featured Tinker Toys holding Buzz in his ship, and green aliens and a variety of static secondary Toy Story characters as decor. More blocks would go by, and then beginning the Monsters, Inc. unit. Boo, Mike, Sully, and other monsters danced aboard and around a float made of doors and scream canisters that had random monster parts peeking in and out of panels. This was followed by a trampoline float before an introduction to the next set of units themed to A Bug's Life, with a large spinning Heimlich in a saxophone leading the circus cookie box car, with Flick, Ada, and others dancing. The parade was less of a parade and more of a traveling show, as the primary function was a very long show stop with a number of dance numbers and interactive features that would happen at 2 planned stops. As a surprise towards the end of the show, the Incredibles would emerge on platforms that are raised out of the floats. If the parade looked familiar to you, well, that's because it was introduced at Disney California Adventure in 2005 as part of the Happiest Homecoming on Earth, and then moved its way to Disney's Hollywood Studios in 2008. Meanwhile, California Adventure would receive the popular Pixar Play Parade. Pixar definitely began to dominate the parks this year as Toy Story Midway Mania soft opened on May 2nd, with an official opening date on May 31st. The attraction was built into the newly renamed Pixar Place, themed after Pixar's headquarters. The attraction itself has guests shrunk down to the size of a toy and enter Andy's bedroom while he's away to play with his new carnival playset and the toys from the film. After passing through a queue made of oversized toys, an audio animatronic Mr. Potato Head that would interact with guests and even remove his ear, guests would then board vehicles and don those 3D game glasses to participate in a series of shooter games. The car-mounted spring-action shooter cannons would fire pies, eggs, darts, rings, or even balls at the targets in the various game vignettes. There are 6 games at opening, each hosted by different characters and featuring different targets that display the points each is worth. These targets can vary from actual targets to balloons or plates depending on the game. The ride vehicle spins between the screen-based scenes, and at the end, guests can compare their scores to the vehicle and see their score compared to the best this hour, the best that day, and the best all time. The ride featured Fast Pass and for a brief period even had a single rider line. Soon after the ride's opening, the Hey Howdy Hey takeaway counter service restaurant opened as a snack location just across the street. On June 24th, the Narnia exhibit was updated to feature the second film in the series, Prince Caspian. The High School Musical 2 show was replaced to represent the third film in the series, with the new one being Right Here, Right Now. That happened on October 24th. 2006 was also the last year that Super Soap Weekends was held at the studios. It's worth noting it had been gone for several years at this point. Over at Disney's Animal Kingdom, Pocahontas and Her Forest Friends, the opening day show featuring small North American creatures and the Pocahontas characters, would close in Camp Minnie Mickey on September 27th. This was a budgetary change. There was no replacement planned. Several hotels underwent significant refurbishments in 2008. Disney's Contemporary Resort added the Wave of American Flavors in the former home of the Food and Fun Center on June 7th, and they would close the Concourse Steakhouse on October 14th to open the quick-service Contempo Cafe in short order on November 11th. Despite significant vertical construction being well underway, Disney finally acknowledged the construction of Bay Lake Tower with its official announcement on September 16th. Fort Wilderness upgraded some of its locations to larger premium campsites and refurbished the pool and play area. The Grand Floridian saw significant lobby and common area refurbishment that saw new tile placed featuring Disney characters. Sea Racer rentals were added to the watercraft fleet at the Magic Kingdom Resort hotels this year as well. Downtown Disney would go through another reimagining in 2008. The Rock and Roll Beach Club would close permanently on February 2nd on Pleasure Island. In June, it was announced that the rest of Pleasure Island's clubs would close on September 27th, which would be the final night of operation for 8 Tracks, the BET Soundstage, Mannequins, Motion, Comedy Warehouse, and of course, the Adventurers Club, though the latter was available to be hired for private functions for some time after. Look up our Stage 89 event, kids. These closures at Pleasure Island were met with an announcement of a whole new area for downtown Disney called Hyperion Wharf. This would never happen. Curl would replace Superstar Studios on Pleasure Island during that year, while Design-A-Tee, part of the Hanes sponsorship deal that included Rock and Roller Coaster, opened at the far end of the marketplace. The T-Rex Cafe, operated by Landry's, the same people that brought you the Rainforest Cafe, officially opened on October 14th. Disney's Wide World of Sports complex announced that it would be rebranded to ESPN this year. They also announced a 100-lane bowling alley, but that was soon after canceled due to the financial crisis. While the additions to the rebranded Disney's Hollywood Studios started the year with significant promise, the year ended being dominated by the financial crisis, not just for Disney World, but for the world as a whole. The impact was so immediate on attendance that deals such as buy 4 days, get a full week were added that not only included tickets, but hotels and dining offers as well. This is possibly the most significant discount the resort has ever offered, even post 9/11. The fallout from the crisis would see many other changes, and the proposed bowling alley would just be the tip of the iceberg as far as cancellations were concerned. 2009 started as a rough year for the Walt Disney World Resort and as well the company at large due to the global economy. New promotions and deep discounts marked the year. After the end of the second year of the Year of a Million Dreams promotion, they introduced What Will You Celebrate? In addition to different group promotions and packages, everyone would get a free one-day, one-park admission ticket on their birthday. Guests who visited on their birthday but had an annual pass or multi-day ticket could choose to either use the ticket at a later date, get a gift card for the value of the ticket, or receive special fast passes for the day. Millions of guests participated in the promotion, which tied into changes in the park as far as entertainment was concerned. At the Magic Kingdom, the Share a Dream Come True parade became the Celebrate a Dream Come True parade on January 23rd. The parade itself saw some decoration and costume changes, but remained mostly the same. Dancer costumes were standardized between all of the floats and tied into Mickey and Minnie's lead float. Mickey balloons, one of the images used throughout the What Will You Celebrate promotion, and updates to the banners were the most substantial changes. The parade also had a brand new soundtrack, including a show stop, a rarity for Magic Kingdom parades, and the show stop music would feature Disney Channel stars of that time singing the event's theme song. A second parade of sorts was added to Main Street USA with the Move It, Shake It, Celebrate It Street Party on February 12th. The parade consisted of dancers and stilt walkers and 5 floats. The lead float featured Mickey, Minnie, Goofy, and Donald on a party hat float with an MC. The other floats had characters from The Jungle Book, Toy Story, Chip and Dale, and The Incredibles on large present-shaped floats. After circling the hub, the floats would stop and perform a long show, encouraging guests to jump in the street and dance. Other characters like the Genie would then emerge from inside of the presents during the show stop. Just off of the hub, the Wishes Fireworks Dessert Party began on June 23rd. The price at that time, $17 per person. A very young Tom Corliss would attend the second ever one of these and remark, "Man, they could charge a lot more for these. Man, I really hate myself." Moving into Adventureland, the Pirates League, a boutique to transform kids into pirates with makeup and costume pieces, opened in Caribbean Plaza. Following that path into Frontierland, the former McDonald's Fry Cart was demolished and a new quick service location built in its place, the Golden Oak Outpost. After a short preview window, the Hall of Presidents returned after a lengthy refurbishment on July 4th. The new show, adding President Barack Obama, was narrated by Morgan Freeman, focused more on the presidents as people rather than larger-than-life legends. It would reiterate over and over that the presidents were, in fact, one of us. In addition to the traditional speeches by Lincoln and the sitting president, a George Washington speech was added as well. Tomorrowland would see some major updates in 2009. Both the Tomorrowland Transit Authority and Space Mountain saw lengthy refurbishments. The TTA reopened on October 2nd with new narration that is interrupted by characters tied into the land's attractions, and it also referenced it for the first time in many, many years as the People Mover. Space Mountain would reopen on November 21st. This substantial refurbishment saw part of the track replaced, the addition of audio elements including the first ever on-ride audio track, interactive games along the standby section of the queue, and as well an on-ride photo. The Galaxy Palace Theater in Tomorrowland was demolished for more management parking, and the meet and greets were now being placed along the wall that replaced it. May 3rd saw the addition of one of the shortest-lived offerings in Disney history, Stitch's Supersonic Celebration. It closed less than 2 months later on June 27th. The show is celebrating Galaxy Day and begins with a version of The Future Has Arrived from the Meet the Robinsons film. Stitch would then appear on screen in technology similar to Turtle Talk with Crush, where he could interact with the host and guests, all before breakdancing robots came out to interact with the female dancers dressed like aliens from 60s Star Trek. This is real. Stitch would finally appear in person in his Elvis costume to dance to Stop, Look, and Listen before the show once again ended with The Future Has Arrived. The failure of the show is attributed to 2 main factors. Number 1, that many guests just didn't think it was very good, and number 2, that it opened in the hot summer months with absolutely no shade structure. Over at Epcot, Future World had changes centered around Innoventions. The House of Innoventions closed, but 2 significant exhibits would open. The Great Piggy Bank Adventure would open on May 19th, teaching kids about savings through a series of interactive kiosks where they could help save for a new bedroom or a dream vacation by collecting money. This would require carrying a physical piggy bank between stations. The coolest effect was that somehow the piggy bank would gain weight as it went from station to station as you collected more money. The Sum of All Thrills, sponsored by Raytheon, opened on October 14th. This experience allowed guests to design a virtual roller coaster, and the computer made sure they understood the math behind their choices in the track. Once the coaster was designed, they would ride their roller coaster by boarding a two-seat vehicle mounted on a KUKA robotic arm that allowed a full range of motion, including inversions. This was a very big deal, as at the time, the Wizarding World of Harry Potter was under construction at Universal Orlando Resort, and of course the first major use of KUKA arms in a ride would be seen in the Forbidden Journey attraction. Also starting in Innoventions, but continuing around World Showcase, was the Kim Possible World Showcase Adventure, opening on January 28th. Guests would sign up to be secret agents and receive a flip phone-like device that would guide them through one of 7 different adventures in World Showcase pavilions. The story would play out on the screens of the guest's phone device, and interactive elements would actually be triggered in the pavilions. This included things such as a monkey popping out of a store display or the volcano in the Mexico pavilion launching a rocket. Mexico, Japan, France, the United Kingdom, China, Norway, and Germany each featured different villains from the series. Also in World Showcase, La Cava del Tequila would open inside the Mexico Pyramid in August. Meanwhile, over in the France pavilion, a small audio-animatronic Remy from the film Ratatouille would begin to greet diners from a wheeled trolley at Chefs de France. That started in March. With its rebranding in 2008, the addition of a new parade and a new ride, the hits just kept on coming at Disney's Hollywood studios as Disney reinvested in the park. The main addition was the American Idol Experience, which would begin soft openings in January with the grand opening on February 14th, Valentine's Day. The show, which would take place in the newly named Superstar Television Theater, a nod to the original inhabitant of the space, would be the first entertainment offering in this building in almost a decade. The show would be one of the most unique in Disney history, as spaces were set up where guests could audition in private throughout the day. They would then, if successful, be assigned to perform for guests and a panel of judges on stage at a specified showtime. The winners from those individual shows throughout the day would then compete in the finale show of the day, which allowed them to win a dream ticket. The dream ticket worked as a fast pass of sorts at actual American Idol auditions around the country. They would get to skip the line, which could often be several hours long, at any of these audition processes. While the judges will either encourage or occasionally critique the performers, the winners were decided by the audience via some voting pads that were added between each set of seats. In March, D23, the Walt Disney Company's newly established fan club, took over sponsorship of Walt Disney One Man's Dream. In May, Carl, Russell, and Doug from Disney Pixar's Up would begin greeting guests inside the animation building. In June, a Luxo Jr., the Pixar lamp, audio animatronic character would start to make appearances from a window above Pixar Place. It was a stunning offering that sadly, due to legal concerns, was canceled very quickly. In September, the chicken coop from Hannah Montana the movie was added to the queue of the studio backlot tour. It's a big, big prop. Meanwhile, in September in Anaheim, California, at the first ever D23 Expo, it was announced that the original Star Tours would close to make way for Star Tours 2. Unfortunately, 2009 saw a series of accidents that claimed the lives of cast members. In the early morning of July 5th, a collision between monorail pink and purple killed 21-year-old Austin Wenenberg. The two colors were retired and replaced by monorail teal, which was made of the undamaged portions of the two trains later that year. In August, performer Mark Priest was injured and later died from a fall off of the Pirates stage in Adventureland. And Anislav Varbanov, a stunt performer, died from a broken neck during a rehearsal at the Indiana Jones Stunt Spectacular. After the closure of the Pleasure Island clubs in 2008, the downtown Disney area was in for more changes. Trendy, a more hip clothing store, replaced Summer Sands on March 19th. Characters in flight, a tethered balloon began taking guests on a 400-foot-high flight in the air beginning in late March, weather permitting. The Virgin Megastore, one of the largest venues in all of downtown Disney, would close forever on May 12th as part of the chain's nationwide closures. It was replaced temporarily by Diana, the People's Princess, an exhibit showcasing artifacts and the life of the late former Princess of Wales in July. The exhibit would operate through November. On June 5th, Paradiso 37, a Latin American restaurant, opened in the old Pleasure Island, now referred to simply as the Warehouse District for the time being. Plans remained to turn this into Hyperion Wharf, but little did guests know behind closed doors, those plans were rapidly changing. In an effort to bring life to the dead area, a temporary entertainment offering called Celebrate Tonight was added, tying into that year's promotion. 3 separate Disney Vacation Club resorts would open in 2009. On May 1st, Kidani Village was added to Animal Kingdom Lodge. The resort opened at about 65% capacity of its 324 units. Inside, guests would find the Johari Treasure Shop and, a personal favorite of mine, Sanaa, the Indian-African fusion restaurant known for its bread service. The guest rooms overlook both the Sunset and Pembe savannas. The resort features the Survival of the Fittest Fitness Center, the Samawati Springs Pool, and the Magi Pool Bar. The Treehouse Villas at Disney's Saratoga Springs Resort were built in a natural forest glens with 63-bedroom homes that would open on June 1st. These standalone structures, elevated 10 feet off the ground on pedestals and beams, are nestled unobtrusively into natural glens alongside the Sassagoula River. Bay Lake Tower at Disney's Contemporary Resort and its 428 rooms opened on August 4th with spectacular views of the Magic Kingdom and Bay Lake, particularly from the Top of the World Lounge located on the 15th floor, which is exclusive to Disney Vacation Club members. The Bay Cove Pool serves the resort in addition to the existing amenities that guests can access through the Contemporary Resort's new Skywalk Bridge. Over on the boardwalk, Spoodles would close on August 1st and was replaced on the 15th by Cuisina by celebrity chef Kat Cora. The new restaurant featured Greek and Southern fusion cuisine. The ESPN Innovation Lab was added to the newly christened ESPN Wide World of Sports complex on October 16th, serving as a test bed for new technology in sports and broadcasting. 2009 was a tough year for Walt Disney World as low attendance forced deep discounts, including the buy 4, get 3 nights and free dining. Tragic cast member incidents, along with the death of Walt's nephew Roy E. Disney, added tragedy to the year as well. However, the company would keep moving forward with the acquisition of Marvel in August and the creation of D23. Disney would weather these challenges and move forward with significant new projects in the years to come. 2009 would see a number of announcements of what was coming to Walt Disney World in the future, and 2010 would see many of those projects begin or continue their construction. A new resort hotel, the Magic Kingdom's largest expansion in its entire history, and perhaps the most anticipated ride update in theme park history were all underway. However, they wouldn't open this year. Meanwhile, updates to old favorites, new restaurants, and the return of some classics would dominate 2010. In 2010, the What Will You Celebrate campaign was augmented to include the Give a Day, Get a Disney Day campaign. Guests who spent a day volunteering at an organization that was part of the Hands-On Volunteer Network would receive a one-day park ticket. Guests who were using an annual pass or multi-day ticket could apply the cost of the one-day ticket to their purchase or receive a special ear hat figure with exclusive pins or even donate their ticket to a nonprofit. The promotion itself manifested in the Magic Kingdom through the Honorary Volunteers Cavalcade, a pre-parade featuring Kermit and Miss Piggy of the Muppets. The parade was led by dancers in work gear with mops, ladders, and pickers, the fire truck and the Grand Marshal car filled with guests who had participated in the campaign. Meanwhile, Kermit and Piggy would ride in a special car, accompanied by Sweetums to end the cavalcade. June 5th would begin the Summer Night-tastic promotion with the supposed temporary return of the Main Street Electrical Parade. Actually, the old Disneyland version, as opposed to the Magic Kingdom's one, the parade was only meant to run for the summer with the return of Spectro Magic in the fall, but its run kept getting extended as Disneyland did not need the parade back immediately. It was later learned that the SpectroMagic floats were left out in the sun and irreparably damaged, so they could not return, leaving the Main Street Electrical Parade as the active nighttime parade at the Magic Kingdom for years to come. Also part of Summer Nightastic was the return of the Pirate and Princess Party fireworks show, Magic, Music, and Mayhem, as the Summer Nightastic Fireworks Spectacular. This fireworks show can be credited with many of the most amazing sequences we've ever seen in a fireworks show, including Cinderella Castle being seemingly blown up. On June 1st, Cinderella's Royal Carousel became Prince Charming's Regal Carousel. Accompanying the name change was a new backstory that Prince Charming had been using it to practice his jousting. The story was based on the real origins of the concept of the carousel and the ring grab other parks such as Hershey Park use. This was part of a larger scale update to Fantasyland as part of the upcoming new Fantasyland expansion. In October, It's a Small World reopened from refurbishment with its entrance and exits switched. Flynn Rider and Rapunzel took over the play and greet area in the Fantasyland Garden, as Belle was soon to get a permanent storytime attraction. In November, the Mad Tea Party received a new roof and paint scheme, while the Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh received its new interactive queue and entrance area. In addition to the garden play area and digital honey wall, the queue initially contained an area where guests could bounce like Tigger due to bounce pads built into the ground. Due to legal concerns, this was removed immediately, and eventually it became a meeting spot for the Winnie the Pooh characters. Funny enough, the tree that you see at the entrance of the Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh was lifted and moved from the short-lived Pooh's Playful spot just across the way, which had replaced some of the area of 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. In the soon-to-be-closed Mickey's Toontown Fair, the new fairy Vidia joined her companions in Pixie Hollow in August. In September, the Tomorrowland Terrace Noodle Station, which adopted that name in 2005 and then was never really open, became the Tomorrowland Terrace, taking the original name of the Cosmic Rays Starlight Cafe restaurant. In December, the Walt Disney World Railroad narration began to reflect the coming new Fantasyland, though the Toontown Fair area was still mentioned at this time as it was open. In Innoventions, Smarter Planet replaced the old IBM exhibits, while Rockin' Robots would close. Take a Nanoos Break would open to teach people about nanotechnology. Following the death of Michael Jackson the year prior, Captain EO would return to Disneyland as Captain EO Tribute. However, it would return to Epcot as simply Captain EO on July 2nd, replacing Honey, I Shrunk the Audience. In Japan, the exhibit space was updated to spirit beasts from ancient stories to anime stars. Elsewhere in World Showcase, the dining changes were continuing. The Via Napoli Ristorante e Pizzeria opened in the back of the Italy Pavilion on August 2nd, greatly redefining what theme park pizza could be by using traditional wood ovens and importing its water for an authentic Neapolitan taste. September 15th, La Hacienda de San Angel opened on the lagoon side of the Mexico Pavilion, connected to the new La Cantina. The beloved and Werther's-sponsored Caramel Couch in the Germany Pavilion would open on the 27th. I am probably saying that wrong, and you can let me know in the comments. After his immense popularity in Tokyo, Duffy the Disney Bear would receive a meet and greet on October 14th as Walt Disney World and Disneyland Resort tried to capitalize on the popularity of the character in Japan. Spoiler alert, it didn't work. Over at Disney's Hollywood Studios, with the release of Toy Story 3, Toy Story Midway Mania would see the addition of new characters to existing scenes and the replacement of a game with Rex and Trixie's Dino Darts in May. Lotso Huggin Bear, the film's strawberry-scented villain, began meeting guests in the animation building on May 9th. He also appeared in the Block Party Bash parade starting at this time. As part of Summer Nightastic, the Twilight Zone Tower of Terror received a new ride profile and updated effects in June. Among the changes were chilling new audio in the queue area. There was also some supposed glow-in-the-dark effects in the drop shaft, and as well, different audio on board the ride. Next door, the courtyard in front of Rock and Roller Coaster began to host the Rock and Glow Dance Party. The original Star Tours would close forever on September 8th. However, the ceremonial closure would happen on August 14th at the After Hours Last Tour to Endor event, similar to those events held at Star Wars weekends. The event also hosted the beloved Raiders of the Lost Jedi Temple of Doom, a fan film of epic proportions, a Star Wars and Indiana Jones crossover show, which you can watch the full thing right here on our YouTube channel. Towards the end of that event, a ceremonial shutting down of the original Star Tours would happen as the building was supposedly blown up. High School Musical 3 Senior Year, Right Here, Right Now, had its final show on October 2nd and was replaced by Disney Channel Rocks, which would feature music from High School Musical, Camp Rock, and other Disney Channel programs that debuted on October 22nd. November would see a fondly remembered update to Walt Disney One Man's Dream that would preview the future of Disney parks around the world. Some historic new exhibits included Abraham Lincoln from the 1964-65 New York World's Fair, and as well the Butler robot from Epcot Center's Horizons. Previews of the future would include a model of Paradise Pier at Disney California Adventure, which was currently going under a major renovation, as well as some models representing the expansion of Hong Kong Disneyland. At Downtown Disney, the McDonald's would close in April to be replaced by Pollo Campero, Fresh Appeal, and Baby Cakes NYC on November 15th. On October 23rd, the Wonderful World of Gaming opened as part of the Once Upon a Toy Store. November saw the announcement of the never-realized Hyperion Wharf. Set to be designed around an early 20th century port, this area was meant to replace Pleasure Island with expanded dining, but was stuck in limbo until the concept again was replaced by Disney Springs. Elsewhere at the resort, the Tron-a-Rail, a decorative wrap-on monorail coral, ran through Epcot starting March 19th to promote Tron Legacy, releasing in theaters in December. The Epcot line also received a new spur monorail track extension used for maintenance. The kennel system received the centralized edition of the Best Friends Pet Care Center on September 1st, located just moments away from Port Orleans Riverside. Sales of homes in Golden Oak, a new luxury community located east of Fort Wilderness, began in December, giving millionaires the ability to live on Disney property with associated benefits. 2010 was apparently a relatively quiet year for Walt Disney World, and while many major expansions were being worked on both here and around the world, the previous year's economic problems meant little was opening in 2010. However, these new projects would guarantee a snowball effect of new attractions, lands, hotels, and projects that would continue uninterrupted for most of the next decade. 2011 was a year of construction, with Walt Disney World working on new hotels, new shops, major and minor refurbishments, and an entirely new land. Guests could hardly avoid construction walls promising to excite them to return. This pattern would continue for much of the decade, but 2011's openings and announcements began the march toward the modern Disney World. The Disney Parks marketing theme for the year would be "Let the Memories Begin." Free ticket opportunities would go away. This was less of a promotion than Disney embracing social media marketing by encouraging guests to post photos across online platforms. This was reflected at the Magic Kingdom through the Magic, the Memories, and You projection show. This was the first fully projection-mapped show set on Cinderella Castle and served mainly as a pre-show to Wishes. The show projected various characters and movie scenes onto the castle facade with a full range of motion, including transforming the tallest tower into a rocket, which would take off. Throughout the show, pictures that were taken that day in the park by Disney PhotoPass photographers were interspersed into the scenes on the castle. The show premiered on January 18th and was a big hit. Starting at the Magic Kingdom, in September, the Transportation and Ticket Center parking lot zones were renamed and divided into both heroes and villains. Inside the park, changes were coming fast as well. Having been evicted from their meet and greet area by the new Fantasyland expansion, Mickey and Minnie Mouse and some princesses began to meet in Town Square Theater, with soft openings on March 31st. Later in the year, the Talking Mickey Mouse meet and greet began to playtest there as well. It actually started on Halloween night during Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween Party. July 11th would see the Main Street Firehouse close and its merchandise move to the Emporium as part of the preparation for the Sorcerers of the Magic Kingdom interactive game. The card-based interactive game started testing in November of 2011 and would officially debut on February 22nd of 2012. Guests would check in at the Main Street Firehouse or another location in Liberty Square to receive their packs of cards and start the game. The game was played at portals built into windows throughout Main Street, Adventureland, Frontierland, Liberty Square, and Fantasyland. The story, which played out in animation on the screens located in the windows, had Merlin recruiting guests to help prevent Hades, as well as a host of other villains, from obtaining pieces of a crystal that would allow them to take over the park. Each card represented a spell that guests could hold up to cast at the window, and each spell had its own custom animation. Each land had its own quest, which would send the guests back and forth across the land to a series of 5 or 6 steps. Once they defeated that quest's villain, which could range from Cruella de Vil to Jafar or Maleficent depending on the land, the guests would then be sent to another land for another quest. The game initially consisted of 60 base cards, with another 10 being exclusive to merchandise purchases, and starting in 2012, hard ticket parties would also offer an exclusive themed card. Adventureland saw changes starting with its entrance. Like Liberty Square had previously done, the entrance bridge from the central hub was rebuilt to a lower grade of an incline starting in January. The Enchanted Tiki Room under new management had experienced a small fire on January 12th, prompting its closure. The fire was said to be small and contained, with most of the damage coming from the water used to contain it. Disney would use the opportunity to replace the outdated show that was very much a product of its time with a new version of the classic opening day attraction, the Tropical Serenade. Walt Disney's Enchanted Tiki Room opened on August 15th as a slightly shorter version of the original, with the primary difference being the removal of the Offenbach piece. As well, the fountain was not restored. Instead, it became the Enchanted Tiki Steamer, well, at least that's what I call it. Tortuga Tavern replaced Il Pirata y el Perico on February 6th, and Blackbeard replaced Davy Jones on the missed screen projection in the grotto scene of Pirates of the Caribbean on May 20th, coinciding with the release of the 4th film in the series. On July 28th, the fairies displaced by the Fantasyland construction received a new home in Adventureland in the Adventureland Veranda, now known as Tinkerbell's Magical Nook. The Swiss Family Treehouse underwent a major refurbishment throughout the year and reopened with a new entrance. Like other parts of the park, Frontierland underwent some significant facade refurbishments throughout the year, keeping the shooting gallery closed for most of it. Splash Mountain reopened from its annual refurbishment on February 6th with the addition of lap bars in the logs. Nearby, the Haunted Mansion would undergo a number of changes throughout the year. The interactive queue would begin to operate on March 14th, taking guests through the graveyard. However, it wasn't well received in some cases, and many changes were made later, such as the lengthening of Master Gracie's plot after some guests complained it was too short to hold an actual body. In addition, a new wheelchair entrance was added through the servants' quarters hallway, and on April 4th, a brand new hitchhiking ghost scene was added, replacing the classic version with projections that would interact with guests. Fantasyland and Mickey's Toontown Fair would be construction sites throughout the entire year. In January, the plans for New Fantasyland were updated, removing Pixie Hollow and some of the princess elements in favor of the Seven Dwarfs Mine Train attraction. The announcement also included the eventual closure of Snow White's Scary Adventures. While Dumbo the Flying Elephant and Snow White would operate in all of 2011, Mickey's Toontown Fair would not, closing permanently on February 2nd. This also included a short diversion of the Speedway track. Throughout the course of the year, a number of projects would be visible to guests. The Skyway Station in Fantasyland would finally be demolished. The exterior of Pinocchio's Village House would undergo a massive refurbishment, and progress would be visible on the Beauty and the Beast, Little Mermaid, and Storybook Circus sections of the upcoming New Fantasyland. Flynn Rider would leave the Tangled Meet and Greet on July 2nd. Meanwhile, next door, the Cheshire Cafe would replace the Enchanted Grove in November. Over at Epcot, the Neverland Fairies moved into interventions between their eviction from Toontown and their new home in Adventureland. Made no sense. Also in interventions, Don't Waste It would close on June 12th, and the Velcro Slapstick Studios closed to become a AAA Storytime experience in October. July saw both the House of Interventions return with an update and a remodel to Mouse Gear. Journey into Imagination saw some much-needed repairs in May, including updates to the post-show, such as the interactive color wall. The Pin Central tip board was replaced, finally becoming digital after years of not really working. The main shop in the China Pavilion became the House of Good Fortune in May, and the Katsura Grill in Japan replaced the Yakitori House on December 6th. At Disney's Hollywood Studios, Block Party Bash ended its run on January 1st to be replaced by Pixar Pals Countdown to Fun on January 16th. The new parade reused elements from Block Party Bash, such as the block towers and some of the stage floats. It began with an Incredibles unit as one of the redressed block towers. It was followed by the old A Bug's Life unit. Remy then rode the next block tower with the old Monsters, Inc. float and Up characters on another tower behind it. It ended with the Toy Story unit and a few of the repurposed cones. The music for the parade came from the Pixar Play Parade. However, Disney would just cycle over and over the same track. The parade, because it was done on the cheap, was not well received and would have a very short lifespan. Disney Junior Live on Stage replaced Playhouse Disney in March, with the only change to that show itself being Jake and the Neverland Pirates being added, replacing My Friends Tigger and Pooh. The Lotsa Hug and Bear meet and greet was removed at the end of April to be replaced by a new Winnie the Pooh area, representing that film's release on May 25th. Also on May 25th, Phineas and Ferb received a permanent meet and greet area near the exit of Muppet Vision 3D. After a week of soft openings, Star Tours The Adventures Continue officially opened on May 20th. The new version of the ride removed the backstage to on-set transition. Guests now enter directly into the starport area. After passing C-3PO and R2-D2 working on a Starspeeder 1000, guests would pass by a security screening checkpoint manned by one of the Goose droids. Captain Rex, the pilot of the previous attraction, could be seen in the queue as an item that had just arrived to the starport, that being because this is a prequel attraction to the original. Once given their 3D flight goggles, as the attraction is now presented in Dolby Digital 3D, guests would watch a new pre-show video that shows 3PO accidentally becoming the new pilot. The safety spiel of the pre-show would be performed by a new droid named Ali Sansan, voiced by Academy Award winner Allison Janney. Once on the ride, guests would not know what to expect, as there was 54 total ride possibilities, with some minor ones as well, although those wouldn't debut until years later. The ride is broken into 4 segments: the launch, a first planet, a message, and a final destination. The launch featured either Darth Vader or an Imperial probe droid trying to stop the vehicle because a rebel spy is on board. A guest image would be displayed on either the main or side screen during this point. After escaping, the ride ends up on either Hoth, Tatooine, or Kashyyyk, and takes part in key moments at those locations. Next, either Yoda, Admiral Akbar, or Princess Leia would inform guests that they need to take the spy to a new location. Following a hyperspace jump, the ride would end on either Coruscant, Naboo, or just passing through the Death Star near Geonosis before arriving at a rendezvous with the Rebel fleet. Guests then exit with a bye-bye from Ali Sansan. The most significant part of this update is not even the update itself, but it's the fact that working on this project and its grand opening led to Bob Iger and George Lucas's initial conversation about Disney buying Lucasfilm. July would see an update for Cars 2 to the Cars meet and greet in the park, as well a Cars 2 segment featuring Lightning McQueen battling a car with a rocket strapped to the top of it would replace Herbie the Love Bug in Lights Motors Action starting July 21st. Walt Disney One Man's Dream received an update in July and August, adding displays for the new Fantasyland project, Shanghai Disneyland, and the California Adventure Parks updates. Journey into Narnia Prince Caspian would close on September 10th. In an odd move, partially resurrecting a closed Pleasure Island attraction, Sounds Dangerous was converted into the Comedy Warehouse Christmas special during Christmas week to feature a holiday-themed version of the show. Over at Disney's Animal Kingdom on April 18th, you would see the premiere of the Truckosaurus Dance Party in Dinoland, USA. The most significant development for Animal Kingdom would come in the form of a surprise announcement of a land based on James Cameron's Avatar film that was announced on September 20th. It was very sudden, with Imagineering supposedly only learning about the deal at the same time as the public. Demolition of Pleasure Island elements began in earnest in January, but stalled along the way with those Hyperion Wharf plans. The LEGO Imagination Center underwent a major remodel to open in April, receiving several new displays, including a giant LEGO Maleficent dragon. On May 16th, the AMC Theater received its dine-in screens and a new entrance on the east side of the building. In June, the Marketplace side saw the reopening of Little Mismatched, relocated from the west side, as well as Fun Finds replacing Pooh Corner. In July, the Harley-Davidson store in Pleasure Island closed to take over a larger space on the west side. In October, ride makers opened up inside the Team Mickey complex, and October saw Something Silver replace Magic Makers on the west side. Resort construction focused on the art of animation and the start of a Disney Vacation Club wing at the Grand Floridian. The Princess Rooms at Port Orleans Riverside were announced alongside health suites at the Contemporary that would feature hypoallergenic rooms with specialized linens, toiletries, and in-room exercise equipment. These were nixed later in the year and never happened. Princess Rooms did, though, obviously. The HP Fieldhouse at the Wide World of Sports was renamed on March 3rd. The Paddock Pool opened at Disney Saratoga Springs Resort on July 5th, and Arnold Palmer Golf Management was announced to take over running the resort's golf courses on September 25th. Though it wasn't announced, free Wi-Fi began appearing in December. 2011 would be the genesis of many things that would not just affect the Walt Disney World Resort, but the Walt Disney Company as a whole. Star Tours was not only a great update to a beloved classic attraction, but would lead to so much more. While the Avatar announcement was initially considered a joke, the seeds that were planted by that would bear unexpected fruit many years later. 2012 would be one of the biggest years the company had seen in many, many years, and at Walt Disney World, it would be no different with the opening of many new attractions and an entirely new land at the Magic Kingdom. In the year 2012, people may have been worrying about the end of times, but at Walt Disney World, there was no end in sight. The resort was fully preparing for its future with new attractions, new lands, updates to major e-tickets, new hotels, and of course the rollout of what would all eventually be My Magic Plus. Between what was going on in the parks, new partnerships, acquisitions, and even bankruptcies, it would start to mold the future of the Disney parks. At the entrance of the Magic Kingdom, a new center exit was added, and RFID turnstiles began to appear throughout the year, but did not go into operation until December. These turnstiles, or tap stiles, and other tap points placed in front of rides were part of the new initiative then known as Next Gen, later named publicly My Magic Plus. Throughout the year, various testing began on FastPass Plus, starting May 1st by recruiting guests in the Magical Express queues at Orlando International Airport. Guests using Magical Express started being pre-selected before their trips via email in September, with a third wave expanding testing to other parks in December. The final test settled on 3 pre-selected fast passes per day and even featured tiers. As part of this initiative, on-ride photos were added to the PhotoPass Plus package in April. RFID locks began to appear on various resort rooms throughout the year as well. While much of Main Street finished a multi-year refurbishment of the facades and some other renovations, the official opening of Sorcerers of the Magic Kingdom in February brought new life to Town Square and the various portals around the land and park as a whole. The game generated long lines at the initial run, as well as limits on merchandise. The Magic, the Memories, and You projection show received 2 seasonal updates, with a romance segment being added in February for Valentine's Day, and a summer segment joining May 25th before the show completely was removed on September 3rd. Celebrate the Magic was an update of The Magic, the Memories, and You with better projections and more contemporary films such as Brave and Wreck-It Ralph. It dropped the aspect where guest photos were part of the show. The Magic Kingdom would play host to one more Disney Day, a first-of-its-kind event that would see the Magic Kingdom open for 24 straight hours, beginning 6 a.m. on February 29th to 6 a.m. on March 1st. Guests entering in the foggy early morning hours were given commemorative ears and buttons. Early on, the initial lines were only for merchandise, though crowds would build throughout the day and begin to reach capacity levels in the late afternoon as locals began to come in after work. Some rides would begin to close for periods in the late night for their daily maintenance. Disney also provided extra entertainment such as DJs and dance parties throughout the day, and once it got late enough in the evening, park benches were physically removed to avoid guests trying to sleep on them. In Adventureland, the Sunshine Tree Terrace received some updates that took the location back in time. During the refurbishment, the machine that made citrus swirls was rediscovered, and the iconic treat and its mascot, the Orange Bird, returned to the refreshment stand in April. August would see the permanent closure of Shrunken Ned's Junior Jungle Boats to become stroller parking, and in anticipation of FastPass Plus, the Pirates of the Caribbean queue was modified. Pirates of the Caribbean would also receive a significant scene update in the caverns when projections of mermaids were added in the water and mermaid skeletons were actually added onto the beach in the grotto scene. This happened in September. While not yet running, elements of the Pirates interactive game began to appear throughout Adventureland in December. Big Thunder Mountain Railroad closed for a multi-month refurbishment and track replacement on January 9th, reopening in June with repaired show elements, but not the promised interactive queue. While not on, these elements began to be installed overnight in November, along with a new backstory featuring Barnabas T. Bullion, and with his portrait that looks remarkably like Imagineer Tony Baxter. The Country Bear Jamboree also underwent refurbishment, closing August 21st and reopening on October 27th. While the show looked incredible at its reopening, it was shortened by nearly 5 minutes. 2 entire songs, the Fractured Folk Song and Devilish Mary, were removed entirely, while many others were shortened. As well, significant dialogue, particularly from Melvin, Buff, and Max, was removed, including a line of so-called fat shaming about Trixie. If you look closely today, you could still see the trio mouth the words they said about Trixie. Fantasyland was in a constant state of flux throughout the year. The existing Dumbo the Flying Elephant would close on January 9th, with the new East Spinner of the Double Dumbos opening March 12th, along with the rethemed Barnstormer starring the Great Goofini and a new highly themed train station. Rather than being a Daredevil crop duster, the Barnstormer was now part of Storybook Circus, a subland of Fantasyland that replaced Mickey's Toontown Fair. The Rapunzel Play and Greet would relocate to Main Street next to City Hall on April 15th, while Merida and her bear brothers in audio animatronic form would take over Fairy Tale Gardens in May. You may recognize these animatronic bears as they were relocated into the Festival of Fantasy Parade a few years later. Snow White's Scary Adventures would permanently close on May 31st, with the final rides being reserved for Ben, an autistic boy who connected with the ride and whom cast members wanted to ensure reached the goal of 3,500 rides on the classic attraction before it closed. The long-closed portion of the Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh queue, Tigger's Bouncy Place, was converted into a meet-and-greet area for Pooh characters this year. Also in June, the rest of Dumbo the Flying Elephant would open. The second spinner, using parts from the closed version, opened, followed a few days later on June 24th by the new interactive queue playground area. This gave the kids a place to play, while the parents sat nearby watching and waiting for their turn to be called on the ride. Also opening the same time was the Casey Jr. Splash and Soak Station, a water play area. Designed to resemble a railroad turntable, the play area featured Casey Jr. in the middle, surrounded by railroad cars filled with circus animals that would spit or hose down guests. Each of the cars is numbered to coincide with the opening year of a Walt Disney World theme park. On September 13th, it was announced that Be Our Guest Restaurant would be the first location to serve alcohol in the Magic Kingdom. Later in the month, the Seven Dwarfs Mine Shop would close, and Enchanted Tales with Belle began playtesting. Guests enter Enchanted Tales with Belle through Maurice's cottage and into his workshop. Once there, a cast member explains the magic mirror the Beast gave Maurice to contact Belle, and will use it to transport the audience to the castle. In the pre-show area, the host and Madame Wardrobe assign guests different roles to play in the Beauty and the Beast story. Most of the roles are assigned to children, aside from the suits of armor, mostly given to semi-reluctant dads or other full-grown men. Fun fact, I've never actually seen this show from the seats, as I've only ever been cast as the armor in the 20-some-odd times I've seen this thing. Every child who wants a part is given one to play, and the crowd moves into the library where an animatronic Lumiere sets up the scene and summons Belle for the surprise. The amateur cast reenacts the story, and Belle passes out bookmarks and takes photos with the kids as they exit. Well, she also takes pictures with the reluctant adults who play armor. Like most of the rest of New Fantasyland, Enchanted Tales with Belle sits in Fantasyland Forest, an area beyond the newly added castle walls. On October 4th, Big Top Souvenirs and Pete's Silly Sideshow opened inside the rebuilt tents. Pete's Silly Sideshow is a meet-and-greet area split into 2 sections, where guests can line up to either meet the Great Goofini and the astounding Donaldo, dressed as Daredevil and Magician respectively, or Minnie Magnifique, a Parisian poodle trainer, and the fortune teller Madame Daisy Fortuna, each in front of a themed backdrop. Guests exit through the Big Top Souvenirs shop, which sells character merchandise and contains Big Top Treats, which sells candy and baked goods similar to the confectionery. On October 12th, soft openings of the rest of New Fantasyland began with Under the Sea, Journey of the Little Mermaid, Gaston's Tavern, and Bonjour Village Gifts opening. Gaston's Tavern is a snack location that specialized in pork shanks, cinnamon rolls, and LeFou's Brew, an apple slushy, all in heavy Beauty and the Beast themed areas. Next door sits Bonjour Village Gifts that sold Beauty and the Beast merchandise, most of it specifically developed for the land. In fact, at opening, you could buy replica silverware and plateware from the Be Our Guest restaurant. Under the Sea, Journey of the Little Mermaid features a large facade complete with shipwrecks and Prince Eric's castle. Guests navigate intricate rockwork and caverns, interacting with treasure-hunting crabs along the way. Once inside the caves, Scuttle greets the guests as the crabs present the treasures they found. Guests then board their clamshell vehicles as Scuttle begins to narrate the story. Effects submerge the guests underwater as they pass through Ariel's treasure grotto, a large recreation of the Under the Sea musical number, and past an immense Ursula animatronic, all before rising out of the ocean in time to kiss the girl, bypass most of the story, and see Ursula defeated in the background. The ride ends with the attending of a royal wedding. Next door to the ride, the Little Mermaid herself, Ariel, began greeting guests in Ariel's grotto. Be Our Guest restaurant opened with official previews on November 19th. The restaurant was highly themed to different parts of the Beast Castle and enters into an entrance built into the mountainside below the forced perspective full model of the castle. At dinner time, guests were either seated in the recreation of the ballroom or the mysterious West Wing. Depending on the room, guests would see the slashed portrait change under lighting effects as rose petals fell from the enchanted rose, or could watch snowfall outside the great ballroom windows. Also looking up in the ballroom would reveal little angels with faces of Imagineers who worked on the project. At lunchtime, the restaurant was a quick service with guests queuing through a hallway of whispering suits of armor, all before placing their orders that servers would bring to their table thanks to RFID roses. The Rose Gallery would serve as an additional dining room during lunch beneath a large centerpiece of a music box of Belle and the Beast dancing. The backstory to this music box was that Maurice had designed it as a gift for Belle and the Beast. In fact, over at Enchanted Tales with Belle, in his workshop, you'll find the small model of this that Maurice first carved, as well as the schematics for this giant music box. With the popularity of the sit-down dinner service, the Rose Gallery was eventually offered as part of dinner as well. A fun thing to listen for when you're in the restaurant, there are actually 3 different music loops, all perfectly timed to one another, playing the same song in 3 different versions simultaneously. In the Rose Gallery, music emanates from the music box that Maurice gave as a gift. In the West Wing, a melancholy, less chord version of most songs plays, while a full orchestral version plays in the ballroom. Streetmosphere characters, the Royal Majesty Makers, began appearing during the previews, while the Giggle Gang Clown Act started after the official opening of the land on December 6th. The official opening featured an ultralight aircraft designed like a dragon flying over the land. Many guests assume, with all the heavy marketing for this, that it would be a nightly offering. It never appeared again. The year ended with the beginning of the 2013 promotion of Limited Time Magic. The promotion would give guests extra unique experiences throughout the year. The first one kicked off at Rocket Tower Plaza Stage on December 30th with Bling in the New Year, a dance party that would run through January 5th. Over at Epcot, January 6th saw the announcement of the Test Track refurbishment and the re-signing of sponsor General Motors under their Chevrolet brand. Even before its closure, Chevy began taking over the pavilion from GM branding, and the new blue cars, which started appearing the year before, became more the norm. The ride closed for its long overhaul on April 15th, and to keep guests entertained in the area, some of the Voices of Liberty singers became the Test Track All-Stars, a group that would sing a cappella versions of car-themed songs in front of the displayed Chevy cars. The ride would soft open on December 3rd, with the official reopening on December 6th. While the ride profile itself didn't change, the experience was drastically different. The industrial theme was gone, replaced by a more modern computer simulation theme a la Tron. The beloved Bill McKim pre-show was replaced by a virtual design studio where guests could build their own sim cars to try and maximize power, responsiveness, capability, and efficiency. On board the ride, guests would see how their cars fared. The warehouse feel was replaced with a digital landscape often compared to Tron. The blocks were removed entirely, and the ABS demonstration became a weather handling test. The environmental rooms gave way to efficiency checks. Road handling and speed test areas remained much the same with the removal of the crash test pretext. Guests would exit through a new post-show area where they could play their cars on driving simulators or even create commercials for them. In Innoventions, Habit Heroes would begin playtesting on February 4th, but would never officially open. Just days before the scheduled March 5th premiere, the exhibit was sent back to be redesigned after several complaints and articles said the experience was fat-shaming and sent a bullying message. Vision House would officially open on April 22nd. IBM's Smarter Planet and the Environmentality Corner would close in 2012. Kim Possible World Showcase Adventure would end on May 18th, but was replaced on June 23rd by Agent P's World Showcase Adventure, based on the platypus spy from Phineas and Ferb. The experience took place throughout World Showcase, and while many of the elements were available upon opening, a few took the summer to be replaced. Kodak sponsorships throughout all the parks, including those at Imagination, abruptly ended with the company's bankruptcy. After having sponsored many attractions, photo spots, and even the park maps for decades, Disney ended up being one of the top creditors to the film company. In World Showcase, Tutto Italia reopened after a massive refurbishment on May 1st, along with the Tutto Gusto wine bar next door. The exhibit in the entrance area of the Mexico Pavilion became La Vida Antigua, Life in Ancient Mexico. That began in June. Brave, the Highland Games tournament, ran as a kids' play area in the Rose Walk area June 1st through July 8th. Bistro de Paris closed in July and reopened as the signature restaurant Monsieur Paul on December 6th. A large Disney Vacation Club kiosk was constructed next to the O Canada exit path late in the year. Over at Disney's Hollywood Studios, while it was normal for the magic of Disney Animation to switch exhibits regularly to promote new films, the entire exit area exhibit was updated to highlight animated background art sometime in April. May 16th saw the large new Fantasyland model added to One Man's Dream. Ralph and Vanellope replaced the Pooh characters in the animation building on October 28th. The Mr. Spell decoration began to actually display and speak for the first time in November. It was installed with the opening of Pixar Place way back in 2008, but for some reason was never able to work. Eventually, this would find a new home over at Slinky Dog Dash in Toy Story Land. With an official December 6th opening, The Legend of Captain Jack Sparrow opened next door to One Man's Dream on November 21st. The projection show taught guests how to be pirates by getting them to perform different motions, ones that would repel skeletons, the Kraken, and other dangers. The show featured Johnny Depp as the titular captain and culminated in a battle against Davy Jones. While guests had seen projection mapping now in many locations, whether it be on Cinderella Castle or along the ride path at Test Track, this was the first experience in the round to use projection mapping, and in a lot of ways would mirror many of the show scenes in Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway, which would not open for another 8 years. Over at Fantasmic, the Hollywood Hills Amphitheater saw the addition of 1,000 seats in the old standing room only area. While it had no direct effect on the studios or any park in 2012, the most significant event in all of Disney in 2012 was the acquisition of Lucasfilm on October 30th. Negotiations began at the grand opening of Star Tours in 2011 and led to Disney buying Lucasfilm, Skywalker Sound, and ILM for $4.05 billion. Fun fact, the conversation began over lunch at the Brown Derby restaurant. While there had been rumored plans of an update to the studios, Disney gaining complete control of Star Wars would drastically change all of those plans for the park's makeover and somewhat delay them. Animal Kingdom's signature attraction, Kilimanjaro Safaris, would see many of its opening day elements removed in 2012. Announced in February, the Little Red animatronic, Warden Wilson Matua, and the entire Poacher narrative were removed from the ride on April 29th, though Wilson remained in the pre-show videos. Work would commence on the ride throughout the year while the ride remained open, removing old show elements and plants toxic to the coming residents. Zebra Glen would begin to host its namesake equines in November. Small limbs began to fall off of the Tree of Life down onto its pathways and the It's Tough to Be a Bug queue in May, leading to netted canopies beginning to be installed over the walkways in June. Also in June, the Sundowner street parties would begin in Africa, Asia, and Dinoland. These street parties featured cultural artwork and culinary demonstrations, as well as dance parties themed to each of the locations. The Beastly Bazaar shop on Discovery Island would close in August to make way for a meet and greet experience the next year. With the cancellation of Hyperion Wharf, not much was happening at Downtown Disney. A Wreck-It Ralph themed room with several Fix-It Felix game cabinets was added to Disney Quest for the opening of the film, and Splitsville, the 30-lane bowling alley and restaurant, would open on December 19th. January 16th was the opening date of the Exotic Driving Experience, where guests could drive or be passengers in supercars driving around the Walt Disney World Speedway. Guests could choose between Lamborghinis, Ferraris, Audis, and Porsches with values up to $250,000. March saw the addition of the Royal Guest Rooms at Port Orleans Riverside. The story goes that Tiana used these rooms to host the other princesses when they came to visit. Highly themed, the rooms include light-up headboards and references to multiple animated classics, including a rare reference to the Beast as Adam. The resort as a whole also saw a refurbishment. In April, Marvel finally began its invasion of Walt Disney World with the Avenger Rail, transporting guests around the Magic Kingdom monorail loop. It was also announced that Starbucks locations would be coming to all U.S. Disney parks, though none would hit Walt Disney World until 2013. The Alice in Wonderland water play area opened at Disney's Grand Floridian Resort and Spa on September 22nd, and the Senses Spa, now operated by Disney, opened on December 17th, with the rebranding of Saratoga's location to follow on January 19th. Disney's newest value resort, the Art of Animation, began operating on May 31st with the opening of the Finding Nemo Suites. The Cars and Lion King suites would open on June 18th and August 10th, respectively, and the regular guest rooms in the Little Mermaid section on September 15th. Originally designed to be the classic years of Pop Century, 9/11 canceled the plans and several buildings sat incomplete, some never even rising off the ground. These buildings later became the Little Mermaid rooms and the main lobby building. Differing from the rest of the value resorts, the newly built, highly themed family suite buildings feature internal corridors and are split into a bedroom and living room area with pull-out and Murphy beds, as well as 2 bathrooms. The main building features the ink and paint shop and the Landscape of Flavors food court. The resort centers around the largest hotel pool on property, the Big Blue Pool, which is salt water and contains underwater speakers, well, at least originally did. The Cars Wing features the Cozy Cone Pool, complete with the cone-shaped cabanas, and there's also a pool at the Little Mermaid. 2012 was one of the biggest years in the entire 50-year history of the Walt Disney World Resort. Long-awaited expansions began to open, and more were on the way. A new resort redefined theming and value, while others saw expansions around the corner. Also around the corner was the start of construction on multiple new projects that would take their respective areas to new heights and vastly change guest expectations. On the surface, 2013 wasn't a major year at Walt Disney World, as no major attractions or shows would open or close. However, its impact would be among the greatest in the 50-year history of the resort. My Magic Plus made its debut, along with everything that came with it. Downtown Disney began its epic transformation, and the year's promotion, Limited Time Magic, added unique experiences throughout the year, for better or worse. Limited Time Magic was a year-long series of events at both the Walt Disney World and Disneyland resorts that ran in 2013 as the annual promotion. It would feature mostly week-long entertainment, food, and merchandise changes. Disney World's first act actually began on December 28, 2012 with the Bling in the New Year dance party at the Tomorrowland stage, now known as the Rocket Tower Plaza stage. Others that occurred throughout the year included the following: the Winter Wonderland Snow and Special Meet and Greet in the Canada Pavilion, Long Lost Friends Week, where old and rare character meet and greets would take place, vote for upcoming merchandise art, a Super Bowl pre-parade, True Love Week, featuring princes meeting with their princesses at meet and greets, as well as special dining, President's Week Voices of Liberty concerts, the Dapper Dan singing the music of famous boy bands, a character egg hunt at Epcot, the Easter Bunny meet and greet with more egg hunts, extra fairy meet and greets at Tinkerbell's Magical Nook, Party for the Planet with dance parties at Animal Kingdom, a May the 4th Be With You event at Hollywood Studios, Cinco de Mayo at Epcot with the Three Caballeros, the Spring Trolley Show, a 24-hour event at the Magic Kingdom on May 24th, July 4th fireworks for an entire week in July, Mickey's America Street Beat Show at the America Gardens Theater, another Long Lost Friends Week with new and some returning characters, Christmas in July, the American Idol Motorcade on July 31st with the finalists from the TV show, a sneak peek of The Lone Ranger, Monsters University Bash Dance Party at Hollywood Studios, teen beach movie beach parties at Typhoon Lagoon. Overlay additions to the Celebrate the Magic, including a summer show and a villain segment for Halloween. The Summer Main Street Trolley Show. The Dog Days of Summer Dance Party in Tomorrowland. The Unleash the Villains After Hours event at Disney's Hollywood Studios. Pirates Week with music, makeovers, and a pre-parade at the Magic Kingdom. Haunted Horseshoe event at the Diamond Horseshoe. The Autumn Trolley Show. A Salute to Veterans. A Chalk Art Festival at Downtown Disney. And a Secret Santa card at various meet and greets. While some of these events were standard seasonal entertainment, some were expanded, and others like Long Lost Friends Week and the Dapper Dan's boy band shows were more unique and left impressions on fans. Food and merchandise were also considered part of the event, including the Year of the Ear, with special limited edition mouse ear hats being released throughout the promotion. Formerly referred to as Next Gen, the My Magic Plus system rolled out in 2013. The system would utilize wearable RFID magic bands or alternatively RFID ticket media to link an entire guest stay to the media. RFID tickets began to roll out on January 30th. Hotel room doors, purchases linked to room charges, photos, and park entry were all set to be controlled by the magic bands, which were given to hotel guests and annual pass holders, while day guests would need to purchase them. Not only was Disney selling the bands and accessories for them, they were also selling T-shirts promoting them. The system rolled out hotel by hotel, beginning with Animal Kingdom Lodge and the Contemporary in June, wrapping up with the full deployment on December 1st. Along with the staged rollout for guests, there were rolling editions of FastPass Plus queues, RFID turnstile installation at each park, interactive elements at places such as It's a Small World, the Expedition Everest queue, and even the Brown Derby lobby. Numerous attractions including the Magic Carpets of Aladdin, Pirates of the Caribbean, It's a Small World, the Haunted Mansion, The Seas with Nemo and Friends, Spaceship Earth, the American Idol Experience, Finding Nemo the Musical, and others received FastPass Plus entrances when they had no FastPass prior. Regular FastPass ran concurrently with FastPass Plus at this time, as all guests did not have access to the new system. FastPass Plus allowed guests to book attractions in advance, and at this time we're not allowing guests to book more than pre-allotted 3 per day at the same park. The Magic Kingdom added another bus loop in 2013, with construction starting March 18th and lasting into December. Once past the turnstiles, guests would encounter plenty of changes on Main Street. Most notably, the Main Street Bakery would reopen as the first Disney World Starbucks location starting on June 16th. May 24th would see a summer segment added to Celebrate the Magic as part of the 24-hour day celebration. Again, a villain segment would replace it on September 1st. These were part of limited time magic, much of which took place on Main Street, such as the trolley shows for each season. A Frozen segment was added to the show for the film's release in November. The Princesses left Town Square Theater in September, while Talking Mickey became a permanent fixture on October 22nd. Glow with the Show ears and products, light-up merchandise synchronized to certain nighttime shows around the parks, premiered at Disney World on October 15th. While Fantasmic saw the initial release, Celebrate the Magic and Wishes began to sync with the ears just days later. It was in June of 2013 that it was revealed that the Spectro Magic floats had been neglected to the point of destruction and the parade would never return. The guest assistance system was retired and replaced with the Disability Access Service system on October 9th. Moving into Adventureland, A Pirate's Adventure Treasures of the Seven Seas began operating on April 23rd. The game would send guests on a series of raids to multiple interactive locations throughout the land to investigate physical pirate props that would react to the guests by doing things like shooting air at them or raising a skeleton from the water. The game was based out of the old film shop The Crow's Nest to the west of Caribbean Plaza. August would see new boats added to Pirates of the Caribbean, which would generate much more of a guest wedding splash effect during the drop. November 8th would see the debut of the Jingle Cruise, a holiday overlay of the Jungle Cruise focused on the skippers decorating the queue area and the boats with minor actual ride changes. Tortuga Tavern would perform a test as a buffet option from December 24th through January 4th. I guess it didn't work out. The props of the interactive queue at Big Thunder Mountain Railroad began to appear in January and started operating on March 5th. These allowed guests to activate explosives and check on gas levels in the mines through a series of props. The Yankee Trader received a new accessibility ramp in Liberty Square. In Fantasyland, the new It's a Small World end scene debuted on January 29th, but the screens would not operate until October. The Tangled Restrooms, Rest Area, and Charging Station opened in the old Skyway location in Fantasyland on March 14th and served as a pass-through to the Haunted Mansion. The Peter Pan restrooms would close. The walkway between the Little Mermaid and Storybook Circus opened over the summer, with Prince Eric's Marketplace snack counter opening in September. The location, thought to be Triton's Treasure Shop, abruptly became a DVC kiosk in November. In Tomorrowland, an automated PhotoPass booth was added to the Power and Light Company exit shop at Space Mountain. Innoventions underwent drastic changes at Epcot. Think by IBM opened on January 10th with a February 20th official opening. A modified version of Habit Heroes reopened in January as well. The Segway Central exhibit and the Segway Tours closed in February. In June, the Character Spot reopened with its entrance switched to the other side of the facade, separating Fast Pass and Standby with different queues and new enclosed meet-and-greet spaces. The Fountain View reopened as Epcot's Starbucks location on September 4th. Club Cool changed its sample soda lineup on October 30th, leading to what was the biggest and most read story of WDWNT.com that year. That is for real. People cared that much about soda flavors. Over at Test Track, the exit shop received its name, the Aftermarket Shop, in May. In World Showcase, Flower and Garden Festival received food and wine style booths known as outdoor kitchens. The event also featured the Oz, the Great and Powerful Playground, as well as living topiaries similar to living statue performers. In France, the greatly expanded and improved Les Halles Boulangerie and Patisserie opened in January, with the Artisan de Glace ice cream shop following suit on May 30th. At the American Adventure, a new exhibit highlighting African American history, Rediscovering America, Family Treasures from the Kinsey Collection, opened on March 8th. New bathrooms opened to the side of the main building in September, a much-needed addition for the pavilion. Anna and Elsa would take over part of the Norway shops for what was meant to be a temporary meet-and-greet in the first weekend of November, as well as an exhibit showing the cultural ties of Frozen to Norway opened in the Stave Church later in the month. At Disney's Hollywood Studios, an opening day staple right at the park entrance, Sid Cahuenga's One of a Kind would close to become the My Magic Plus Service Center on November 16th. Sophia the First and Doc McStuffins replaced Handy Manny and the Little Einsteins in Disney Junior Live on Stage in January, with Sophia getting a meet and greet outside in August. A dedicated Minnie Mouse meet and greet opened in the Animation Building in September. Nearby at the Brown Derby, the Patio Lounge would open on October 30th, featuring cocktails and small bites. While it actually stopped operating on May 18, 2012, no permanent closure of the then seasonal Sounds Dangerous happened until the signage was removed for a Jedi Training Academy sign-up location in February, and then to become the Lone Ranger sneak peek in June. In May, a screen-based Etch-a-Sketch prop appeared in the Toy Story Mania queue. It was expected to interact with Magic Bands, much like a lot of those other elements we spoke about earlier, but it was never turned on. The Monsters, Inc. meet and greet switched to Monsters University on May 24th. Other Monsters University merchandise, food, and decor, including a university gate, were spread throughout the park as part of the Monstrous Summer promotions that included a one-time projection of Mike Wazowski on Spaceship Earth for a media event. Other limited-time Magic events at the studios included the May the 4th Star Wars event, as well as Unleash the Villains on Friday, September 13th. Both events focused on meet and greets, stage shows, and dedicated fireworks. At Disney's Animal Kingdom, construction began on the new Festival of the Lion King Theater in Harambe in April. Also in April, the zebras were removed from the finale of Kilimanjaro Safaris as rumors swirled that the water in the area was not safe for them to drink and a pair of zebras had passed away. They were replaced by the Addicts later in the year. These are animals that require very little water. On May 15th, the Adventurers Outpost Mickey Meet and Greet would open on Discovery Island, and you-know-who would be the very first guest. Around the same time, some long-missing effects would return to Dinosaur, including various laser effects, as well as one that would appear on the Iguanodon in the last scenes of the ride. On June 1st, the Wilderness Explorers Scavenger Hunt game debuted. This interactive game, designed for younger guests, allowed participants to collect badges across the park at different areas. This would be done to teach children about wildlife and culture of various Animal Kingdom locations. Bamboo, the stilt-walking camouflage performer, debuted on August 17th. The Garden Kiosk opened in September on Discovery Island, providing allergy-friendly snacks and information on other Animal Kingdom dining locations. Also in 2013, Disney would announce many of the upcoming additions to the park, including that the Avatar Land would include a ride where you can fly on a Banshee, as well as a ride down a mystical river. They also announced nighttime projection shows on the Tree of Life and a nighttime show on the Discovery River. Disney Springs was officially announced March 14th, 10 days after WDWNT.com broke the story of the transformation of downtown Disney. Demolition immediately began to pick up on Pleasure Island after stalling the year before. The Lava Lounge, an erupting volcano, joined the Rainforest Cafe in the marketplace in June. June also saw Curl move locations to next door to Splitsville, where it was joined by Fit to Run in early November. Parking lots began to close for the parking garage construction in August, and on August 17th, Captain Jack's restaurant closed to make way for a new pedestrian bridge across the lake. It had been a staple of the area since the 1970s. While food trucks had previously stopped at downtown Disney, 4 Disney-operated ones began to appear in November, starting with Superstar Catering. Each of these 4 food trucks corresponded to a Disney World theme park. Superstar Catering represented the Studios, Namaste Cafe, Animal Kingdom, the World Showcase of Flavors for Epcot, and Enchanted Fair for the Magic Kingdom. Another truck selling D-Tech merchandise would appear in December until the Marketplace Co-op would open a few months later. The Grand Floridian continued to see changes for the opening of the Disney Vacation Club wing on October 23rd. The new wing would feature a Mary Poppins-themed lobby fountain and 147 villas. Before its opening, Gasparilla Grill and Games became Gasparilla Island Grill, and the arcade was sectioned off as Arcadia Games. Across the Seven Seas Lagoon, the California Grill closed for a massive refurbishment in February and reopened on September 9th. Also along the lagoon, the Polynesians Disney Vacation Club wing conversion was announced in September. Monorail Black would become the Iron Monorail in March, and Monsters University received a monorail wrap on April 24th. The Boardwalk Bakery expanded and reopened in April, taking over the former arcade space. Over at All Star Sports, the End Zone Food Court underwent a massive renovation, redoing the entire area and adding artwork themed to the new Mickey Mouse shorts. 2013 was a year of announcements and construction. Information that would forever change massive parts of the resorts was released, while construction was underway at those areas and others. With these announcements, the modern Walt Disney World would begin to take shape. However, the resort wasn't done with its transformation to its current state, and 2014 would see some of those key elements fall into place. If you took a photo at Walt Disney World in 2014, chances are there was a construction wall in it. With Disney Springs already fully underway, all 4 parks began massive undertakings, closing attractions, shows, and entire areas. Oh, and Frozen was everywhere. At the Magic Kingdom, the Celebrate a Dream Come True parade ended on January 4th, having run in one form or another for over 12 years since the 100 Years of Magic celebration. It was replaced by the Disney Festival of Fantasy parade on March 9th. The new parade was designed as if it was created by the residents of Fantasyland. The parade begins with ballroom dancers and a multiple princess float, which had been lifted from a Tokyo Disneyland parade. Belle and Beast, Anna and Elsa, and Tiana all ride a garden-themed float with Cinderella's gown spinning in the middle. Next, a Tangled unit featured swinging axes and hammers, and also Rapunzel and Flynn Rider, as well as some of the snuggly duckling thugs. Ariel rides on a clamshell float steered by Sebastian, driving a chariot pulled by Fish, all as sea life-themed dancers surround them. The Lost Boys led the way for the Peter Pan unit made of Skull Rock, the Jolly Roger, and Pixie Hollow as they're chased by TikTok. Kilted performers then led the way for Merida from Brave atop giant bagpipes where her bear brothers would emerge from. Flora, Fauna, and Merryweather preceded Maleficent's forces, and the mistress of all evil herself in the form of a steampunk-inspired, fire-breathing mechanical dragon ensued. Prince Philip was also there fighting his way through the thicket to the dragon. After that, Jiminy Cricket, Alice, and Snow White characters led a circus-themed array of floats also lifted from Tokyo Disneyland, including Pinocchio atop Monstro, Donald and Daisy amongst the dancing hippos, an elephant spinning trapeze artist, and Pluto. There also was a cute nod to the previous long-running parade, with Figaro still trying to catch Cleo aboard the top of this float. The parade ends with Goofy and Chip and Dale amongst dancers leading Mickey and Minnie in a hot air balloon. Around the same time as the premiere of Festival of Fantasy, the central hub at the end of Main Street began to undergo a widening to add grassy viewing areas and future show elements. The surrounding area would be a major construction site for the rest of the year. However, another parade change would happen on October 24th as Move It, Shake It, Dance and Play It Street Party replaced the Move It, Shake It, Dance It. The party parade format mostly stayed intact, with characters and music changing, along with the addition of screens to the floats. Yet another 24-hour day was run on Memorial Day weekend, May 23rd. Summer would also see curb flattening around parts of Main Street, making the sidewalks more accessible and cutting down on tripping hazards. On November 5th, the new castle lighting ceremony of the Dreamlights premiered as a Frozen holiday wish, with the ubiquitous Arendelian sisters, the centerpiece now of the show, not Cinderella. In Adventureland, Tinkerbell's Magical Nook closed May 19th, and the ferry would begin greeting guests in Town Square Theater the next day. In Liberty Square, the Yankee Trader store near the Haunted Mansion closed on July 1st and reopened as Memento Mori on October 6th. The new store was dedicated solely to the Haunted Mansion and featured a lenticular photo gallery allowing guests to appear as the dead. Tomorrowland saw the enclosure of the Cosmic Rays balcony seating in March and a new paint scheme over the newly refurbished Rocket Tower Plaza in August. The majority of New Fantasyland would finish in 2014. The King Triton statue appeared at the DVC kiosk across from the Little Mermaid in February. Anna and Elsa moved over from Epcot on April 20th, originally meeting together next to another rotating princess. By June, they were still meeting together, but the other princess left, and they were soon meeting as part of the same queue, but as a separate photo op. The displaced Aurora and Snow White began meeting on Main Street and in Fantasyland. The long-rumored Peter Pan's Flight interactive queue debuted at the beginning of December, with the effects turned on later. Of course, the main addition of Fantasyland in 2014 was the Seven Dwarfs Mine Train. This officially opened on May 28th after a few days of soft openings, which began on May 23rd at that 24-hour day. The mine train is at the heart of this mild coaster, but a unique swinging element and the addition of excellent dark ride scenes elevated it beyond that. Guests enter the mine having helped the dwarves clean and sort gems in the interactive queue of the time. Once aboard the mine car, guests climb the first lift hill before a series of curved hills that highlight the unique nature of the cars, that they can swing freely on a center axis from side to side. Along the way, you'd pass two vultures, which are carried over from the old Snow White's Scary Adventures attraction. There's also a This Way sign in the load area, also from that former Magic Kingdom ride. Guests then enter the diamond mine itself, surrounded by animatronics of all the dwarves, before climbing the second lift hill to Hi-Ho. After a few more short coaster elements, guests pull up next to the dwarf's cottage to watch them dancing with Snow White, while the evil queen waits outside in witch form right before guests unload. Many of the dwarf figures in this scene were also carried over from the classic Fantasyland attraction. Opening the year previously was Princess Fairy Tale Hall, in the space that used to be Snow White's Scary Adventures. This would be a space where guests could meet different princesses in a meet-and-greet experience every day. Over at Epcot, Future World saw few changes in 2014. A strange brown-based color palette paint scheme was added to Innoventions in April. Where's the Fire closed in Innoventions this year. The Odyssey hosted World Cup events, showing the games amid a small snack area and a soccer-themed gift shop. Scoreboards for the tournament appeared near Germany as well. While not inside the park loop, the Epcot monorail line was struck by lightning on July 13th, stranding one of the trains in an area that it could not be towed from, forcing the evacuation of guests via the emergency hatches. Spice Road Table opened the weekend of January 11th on the lagoon side of the Morocco Pavilion. The tapas-style restaurant struggled to find an audience throughout the year and began serving entrees in December. World Showcase Entertainment received a big upheaval from September 25th through the 27th as several long-running acts, including Off Kilter, Mo Rockin', the Fife and Drum Corps, and the World Showcase players all failed to have their contracts renewed and were soon replaced with other acts. While Anna and Elsa's meet and greet left for the Magic Kingdom in April, they'd soon be returning, as Maelstrom would close forever on October 5th to make way for a Frozen ride. The closure of Maelstrom would be the first truly of the social media age, and it was a frenzy as Epcot fans showed up in droves to say goodbye to this classic attraction. There were long lines throughout the day for the ride, culminating in a final theater showing of the exit film in which audiences clapped for several minutes. Moving over to Hollywood Studios, we hope you didn't think we were done talking about Frozen, because there's plenty more. Hollywood Studios ran Frozen Summer Fun starting on July 5th and extended it through September 28th. The event featured the Royal Welcome, the Take-Along Olaf Coloring Crafts, a mini parade with Anna, Elsa, and Kristoff every day that ended at the Sorcerer's Hat stage in a mini show, special shops and snacks, an upcharge ice skating rink in Disney's Hollywood Studios. Ice carving, as well as live music all inside Soundstage 1, and a dance party, as well as a unique fireworks show. The main attraction was, for the first time in forever, a Frozen sing-along celebration at the Premier Theater in the backlot. Comedic Arendelle historians would tell the story of the film interspersed with songs and character appearances. Elsewhere in the studios, please bear with these jokes, the Monsters University meet and greet was themed back to Monsters Incorporated, with some of the decorative nods to the prequel in February. Constantine, the evil Kermit doppelganger from Muppets Most Wanted, was added to the Muppet Vision pre-show in March. LA Prop Cinema Storage on the corner of Hollywood and Sunset Boulevard closed on June 16th to make way for the studio's Starbucks location. In the ABC Sound Studio, Maleficent previews were held starting April 18th, replaced by previews of Guardians of the Galaxy on July 4th. On August 12th, Disney began supplementing on-ride photos with on-ride video at the Twilight Zone Tower of Terror. Disney attempted to create a sequel to the successful 2013 Unleash the Villains event, with August 23rd's Villains Unleashed to almost zero success. Plagued by overcrowding, some lines to meet characters would reach lengths where it would mean guests could only meet 1 to 2 characters during the entire course of the event. And given the rotations, it was not clear who they would even meet when they got to the front. Lines for merchandise and snacks were also incredibly long. There were tons of complaints, and Disney initiated a no-questions-asked refund policy by the end of the night, meaning no matter what the excuse, if you asked for one, you would be refunded or given tickets to another after-hours party event, probably at the Magic Kingdom, whether it be the Halloween or Christmas party. Early in the summer, it was announced that the American Idol experience would close in 2015, but that date was accelerated and the show closed August 30th. October saw new exhibits in One Man's Dream, including old merchandise from the early days of the company and models of Buena Vista Street and Mystic Manor. On October 24th, WDWNT.com was the first to announce that the Sorcerer's Hat and the shop underneath it would be removed in 2015. Soon after that, it was announced that Turner Classic Movies would be sponsoring and updating the great movie ride just behind the hat. The Legend of Captain Jack Sparrow would close on November 6th, and the Baymax meet and greet replaced Ralph and Vanellope on November 7th. In early September 2014, WDWNT.com would announce the closure of the studio backlot tour at Disney's Hollywood Studios. This would mark in earnest the beginning of the expansion project for the park, which would take up the next 5 years. The studio backlot tour would take one last trip through Catastrophe Canyon on September 27, 2014, before riding off into the sunset forever. Camp Minnie Mickey closed forever at Animal Kingdom on January 6th, and the groundbreaking for the Avatar-themed land happened on the 8th. The displaced character meet and greets were dispersed throughout the park, but particularly in Dino Land. Mickey's Jammin' Jungle Parade ran for the last time on May 31st, to be replaced by nothing. The Festival of the Lion King show opened in its new Harambe Theater home on June 1st. Also in June, Winged Encounters, a quick macaw flyover show, premiered in front of the Tree of Life on Discovery Island. As well, it all started with a mouse show began at Rafiki's Planet Watch, using Walt's love of animals and the residents of the petting zoo to tell stories. June 7th saw the addition of the After Hours Harambe Nights event. This included food and drink and a special concert performance in the Harambe Theater with a celebrity narrator. Disney Springs construction dominated the then-still downtown Disney area. Demolition of certain areas continued, while buildings, bridges, and parks appeared at fairly steady rate. The House of Blues opened a quick-service area called the Smokehouse in January. Team Mickey Athletic Club closed in February, followed by Pollo Campero and Baby Cakes in March. The United World of Soccer store opened on the west side on May 22nd. The Marketplace Co-op opened in the former home of Team Mickey on June 6th, featuring 6 shops inside: Cherry Tree Lane, D-Tech On Demand, The Trophy Room, Disney Centerpiece, Beautifully Disney, and Zoe and Pickles. The Wonderground Gallery joined the store in July. Also in June, the 2 Starbucks locations, one on the west side near Characters in Flight, and the other smaller location attached to the World of Disney, both opened. In front of Fulton's, Sublime and Set the Bar kiosks opened in October. November saw the addition of Waterview Park in the landing area, formerly Pleasure Island, and Food Truck Park on the west side later in the month on the 25th. The Orange Garage began to open in stages, first serving guests on November 20th. With the first garage opening, parking lots A through G closed on December 1st. Throughout December, construction walls began to come down around the still empty facades, and the Landings Railroad Depot theme began to emerge. The Landings restrooms also opened near the end of the year, marking the first offering of the Landing to open. The Polynesian Resort, or after the sign was updated in September, the Polynesian Village Resort, saw significant updates as part of its Disney Vacation Club expansion. The resort's lobby closed in March and debuted its new form on December 19th. The large fountain was removed and replaced with a smaller version and much-needed seating. Moana Mickey's Arcade closed March 31st, and no arcade would return to the hotel. Club Disney replaced the long-running Neverland Club for children in June, but was renamed Lilo's Playhouse in November. The renovated Captain Cook's reopened on August 13th, and the new Dole Whip location, the Pineapple and I, opened outside the Great Ceremonial House near the volcano pool, which was also being renovated. September saw Moana Mercantile replace Trader Jack and Samoa Snacks on the second floor of the lobby, and a new Magical Express area opened at the resort in November. Construction of the Overwater Bungalows and conversion of Rapa Nui and Tahiti to Disney Vacation Club villas lasted throughout the year. The 2 longhouses were renamed Morea and Pago Pago, their original designations. Elsewhere, the third-party boat rental operator ceased renting watercraft at Port Orleans Riverside, Old Key West, Saratoga Springs, and Caribbean Beach on March 2nd. Atlantic Dance Hall tested karaoke for 8 weeks starting March 27th. Spoiler alert, it didn't go well. March 31st saw the addition of the 30-day FastPass booking window for now resort guests, and all guests were allowed to start booking additional FastPasses after using their pre-booked ones starting April 28th. Over at the Boardwalk, Cat Cora's Cucina closed on September 30th and opened as the Italian Trattoria Al Forno on December 18th. The Four Seasons Resort Orlando opened on Walt Disney World property on August 3rd. The non-Disney operated luxury resort features the Kappa, Ravello, and Plancha restaurants, lobby and pool bars, an adult-only pool area and a spa, and an Explorer Island pool and lazy river area. Other recreation includes tennis courts, golf, the Hideout Arcade, and a character breakfast at Ravello. The resort is situated to the east of Fort Wilderness. Much more closed than it did open in 2014, but the year showed promise of new things to come. While some things would not be announced until the next year, it was clear the closures were for important updates. While classics like the Studio Backlot Tour and Maelstrom will always be missed, 2015 would show us what was coming to replace them in a new Walt Disney World that would fully take advantage of the company's intellectual properties. If the Walt Disney Company's focus was on Frozen in 2014, it was definitely on Star Wars in 2015. The Force Awakens would be released, and the production of future films would take center stage in media, but the announcement of not 1, but 2 Star Wars-themed lands at the D23 Expo in August put the focus on the parks as well. Along with the first Star Wars changes, other projects already underway made another seemingly quiet year an actually busy one. The entrance area of the Magic Kingdom changed in February as railings were added in front of the Mickey Floral between the train station and the turnstiles. The entrance experience would change again December 17th, when due to safety concerns, metal detectors were added to the entrance of all 4 theme parks. While seasonal trolley shows had previously been seen on Main Street, the first winter show debuted in January. In February, Pandora opened. No, not that one. The charm bracelet-focused jewelry company took over the back area of Uptown Jewelers, as well as the sponsorship of the Wishes Fireworks Spectacular. The hub area at the end of Main Street would also be the area of the park that saw the most activity in 2015. While the construction of expanded pathways and viewing areas began the previous year, the first of these new sections would open on February 25th, the area by Casey's Corner specifically. In addition to wider walkways, this new area included new fountains, some of the relocated hub character statues, and of course the fake grass-covered FastPass Plus fireworks viewing area. The plaza side would open by March, while construction on the north half of the hub would consume the remnants of the Rose Garden and the Swan Boat Dock. The Magic Kingdom would also host its fourth and so far final 24-hour day event to kick off the coolest summer ever promotion that was on May 22nd. In Adventureland, the two opening day snack locations, Aloha Isle and Sunshine Tree Terrace, abruptly switched buildings on March 12th. Aloha Isle was moved to the larger storefront due to the popularity of the Dole Whip, creating long lines which would interfere with the forthcoming Jungle Navigation Company Limited Skipper Canteen restaurant. The new eatery would finally serve as a permanent replacement for the Adventureland veranda, which had closed way back in 1994. Themed to the Jungle Cruise attraction and as well the Society of Explorers and Adventurers, the canteen would officially open on December 16th, with a soft opening starting on December 13th. The Egg Roll Cart was also relocated to the path between Jungle Cruise and Pirates of the Caribbean in June. Pirates of the Caribbean would see an extensive refurbishment starting May 11th and lasting until September due to safety issues with the new boats causing both damage to the ride and some guest injuries. In Fantasyland, the effects in the new Peter Pan's Flight interactive queue began to entertain guests on January 18th. These included Tinkerbell and shadow projections that the guests can play with. Also in January, the Barnstormers extended queue received some more coverings. Under the Sea, Journey of the Little Mermaid reopened March 4th with added effects. Some of the characters received actual hair, replacing the plastic and rubber molded versions, while many scenes received blacklight upgrades and additional static fish figures. Be Our Guest restaurant began offering a breakfast service on March 20th. Tomorrowland would continue to receive its red and orange paint scheme throughout the year, while on February 9th, the Tomorrowland Light and Power Company would close its arcade section forever. This was due to both a poorly worded anti-gambling statute in Florida that seemed to unintentionally outlaw certain machines from dispensing tickets and a waning interest in arcades in general. The area would receive the resort's first Magic Band customization kiosks on October 22nd. Over at Epcot, the exhibit area of Innoventions West closed on April 30th, taking with it IBM Think, Where's the Fire, and The Great Piggy Bank Adventure. Colortopia, presented by Glidden Paint, opened November 13th in Innoventions East. Captain EO was replaced in the Magic Eye Theater by previews of the Tomorrowland film on April 18th and Inside Out on May 30th before unexpectedly returning. EO would finally permanently close on December 6th with the Disney and Pixar Short Film Festival opening on December 23rd. This compilation of films showed Get a Horse, For the Birds, and La Luna. In World Showcase, the Puffin's Roost reclaimed the space taken over by the former Frozen meet and greet in January, while construction began on their permanent location later in the year. Also in January, the Canada Mills stage received an upgrade to allow log rolling demonstrations. The Spirited Beasts exhibit in Japan would close. In one of the most surprising additions to any attraction, Donald, Panchito, and Jose audio animatronics were added to the finale scene of the Grand Fiesta Tour on December 4th. These animatronics were repurposed from the closed Mickey Mouse Revue in Tokyo, a show which originally began at the Magic Kingdom before being shipped there for the opening of that park. At Disney's Hollywood Studios, the Sorcerer's Hat saw its final day of operation on January 6th. The dismantling continued until the construction walls were removed on May 1st, the park's birthday. The ABC Sound Studio Theater hosted a preview of the live-action Cinderella starting January 17th and one for the We Love Disney album on October 9th. Cinderella's pumpkin coach would also show up at the studios for photo ops from February 1st through April 11th on the streets of America. The Trolley Car Cafe Starbucks location opened on January 31st. On March 18th, it was announced that the Superstar Television Theater would be again renamed, this time to the Hyperion Theater. For the first time in forever, a Frozen sing-along celebration moved to the Hyperion Theater on June 15th. This was tied to another year of Frozen summer fun. The fireworks, dance party, and mini parade would all return, along with Olaf's summer cool-down show. Soundstage 1 was no longer available as construction was underway for the newly announced third track of Toy Story Midway Mania. This announcement also included the third theater at Soarin' in Epcot. Turner Classic Movies' revamp and sponsorship of the Great Movie Ride officially began on May 30th, but infrastructure for digital posters and interactive signage on queue exhibits appeared in April. The opening day trailer pre-show was replaced by a 45-minute mini-documentary that incorporated many of the original trailers. The load area marquee reading Journey into the Movies was changed to The Ultimate Celebration of Classic Movies, and a pre-recorded Robert Osborne narration replaced much of the driver's spiel. Despite this, the hijacking of the vehicle by the cowboy and gangster would still happen. The finale film was updated, and in October, a projection was added so guests waiting to exit weren't just staring at a black wall. A photo op with handprints in cement was added outside of the attraction. The magic of Disney animation closed on July 12th, while the store remained open into August. The Mickey Meet and Greet was relocated across from Studio Catering Company, and Minnie was moved out to the main plaza in front of the Chinese Theater with the other characters. On September 15th, Pop Secret became the official popcorn of the Walt Disney World Resort and took over sponsorship of Fantasmic. Walt Disney One Man's Dream received previews for Disneyland's Fantasy Fair, Animal Kingdom's expansion, and all the Asian parks, including the yet-to-open Shanghai Disney Resort in January. While there were rumors throughout the year that One Man's Dream would go away, there was simply a temporary replacement of the film with a preview of The Good Dinosaur from Pixar on October 16th, with the original film returning on December 5th, Walt Disney's birthday. The studios was the center of a lot of rumors, including an unintentionally announced pending name change in 2015. These rumors would all come to a head at the D23 Expo in August with the announcement of both Star Wars Galaxy's Edge and Toy Story Land. This answered the lingering questions from all the closures, but more closures were to come. The Jedi Training Academy held its final show on October 4th, but would reopen as Jedi Training Trials of the Temple on December 1st. Sadly, more permanent would be the end of the Osborne family spectacle of dancing lights. The fan-favorite holiday offering would begin its final seasonal run on November 6th. Mulch, Sweat, and Shears, a lawn care-themed cover band, and another popular long-running staple of the studios, would perform for the last time in October. Also opening December 1st would be the Star Wars Launch Bay. Housed in the old animation building, the Launch Bay featured concept art, props, costumes, models, a cantina-themed room, a short movie about the saga, and meet and greets with Chewbacca and Darth Vader. Launch Bay Cargo served as the exhibit's exit shop and featured full replica costumes and statues priced into the thousands of dollars, in addition to the normal merchandise. Symphony in the Stars, a galactic spectacular, a fireworks show themed to Star Wars score, premiered on December 18th. While Rivers of Light and Avatar construction spanned the entire year at Animal Kingdom, some of the park's new offerings did premiere in 2015. On February 9th, Kali River Rapids reopened from refurbishment with its hard-to-find entrance relocated to the former Fast Pass distribution area. The Harambe Market, consisting of 4 separate quick-service locations, opened the weekend of May 23rd. These were Kitamu Grill, featuring kebabs, Famous Sausages, serving sausage corn dogs, Chef Mwanga's Ribs, and Wanhohi Refreshments. Starbucks opened as Creature Comforts on June 16th. And while construction on elements for the nighttime safari were underway, the Oryx replaced the attics in the former Zebra Glen finale scene. The Downtown Disney transformation continued to make progress with openings throughout the year. February saw the opening of Sanook, Apex by Sunglass Hut, Sound Lion, The Art of Shaving, Chapel Hats, and Erin McKenna's Bakery NYC in The Landing, the neighborhood that was previously Pleasure Island. The Village Causeway, the bridge providing a shortcut around the marketplace, opened on February 23rd, along with several kiosks that were placed on it. These included Florida Bat Company, Kate and Leo, Icon Jewelry, and Flour and Sugar. The Wonderground Gallery took over the beautifully Disney section of the Marketplace Co-op officially on March 6th, and the Sign Shop took over the center portion. The Boathouse and its accompanying Amphicar rentals opened April 13th in the Landing, and on April 30th, Superhero Headquarters opened on the west side. June also saw the introduction of the new digital credit card-based pressed penny machines to Disney World, with the first appearing at Once Upon a Toy at Hollywood Studios. The last new venue to open at Downtown Disney was the Indiana Jones-themed Jock Lindsay's Hangar Bar on September 22nd. It would be the last because the name of the shopping and dining district would officially change to Disney Springs on September 29th. Morimoto Asia opened to the public the next day, and December had Star Wars Galactic Outpost replace the former D Street location on the west side. The Ganachery would open on December 25th. Several resort-wide changes came in February, with both the additions of bus wait time monitors and the removal of the no expiration option on park tickets, marking the first time old tickets did not at least have the option to be used indefinitely. April 14th saw the introduction of allergy-free menus at restaurants across property. The Teen Beach 2 beach party dance parties ran at Typhoon Lagoon from May 22nd through July 5th. The Walt Disney World Speedway closed in August to make way for infrastructure improvements to the Magic Kingdom parking area, which are still underway. Monorail Coral was damaged on November 18th after a collision with the tow tractor while testing a new automation system for the monorails. No guests were on board during the testing. Also in November, Monorail Black received a The Force Awakens wrap. Over at the Polynesian, Trader Sam's Grog Grotto opened to the public on March 28th, though the collectible mugs would not be available until April. The Tiki Bar featured signature drinks which would trigger effects throughout the indoor bar. The shell of the old Aoa animatronic from the Enchanted Tiki Room under new management was used as part of the decor. The DVC wing of the Polynesian opened on April 1st. Unlike other vacation club resorts, the Polynesian was only studios that had been converted from existing guest rooms. The exception to this was the 16 overwater Bora Bora bungalows. These two-bedroom units also feature private plunge pools overlooking the Seven Seas Lagoon and the Magic Kingdom. After the reopening of the volcano pool and its new kiddie area and the new marina building, the East Pool closed for a massive refurbishment. From a distance, it could be said nothing major happened at Walt Disney World in 2015, but many would say the average guest doesn't notice things like shops and restaurants opening, seasonal offerings, or secondary attractions closing, or even name changes. But the loss of the magic of Disney animation, the Osborne family spectacle of dancing lights, and the official change to Disney Springs signaled the end of one era and the beginning of yet another at Walt Disney World. 2016 was another year of construction at the Walt Disney World Resort. Toy Story, Avatar, and Star Wars themed lands were all under construction. Disney Springs began to fully take shape with the opening of its town center. Disney Vacation Club expansion projects continued onward. Even the water parks saw a few changes. Old favorites were expanded, and new additions changed traffic patterns, both inside and outside of the theme parks, forever. Many of the changes to the Magic Kingdom were entertainment updates, cosmetic redesigns, and premium experiences. Judy Hopps and Nick Wilde from Zootopia joined the Move It, Shake It, Dance, and Play It street party on March 26th. Dream Along with Mickey ended its run on the Castle Forecourt stage on April 2nd and was replaced by Mickey's Royal Friendship Fair on June 17th. The new show begins with the Fab Five characters dancing to a new song. In turn, each of the sets of characters invites royalty from another land to visit. Goofy invites Tiana and Naveen, and for extremely unfortunate reasons, starting in July, Louis. Together they sing Down in New Orleans, Dig a Little Deeper, and When We're Human. Donald Duck invites Rapunzel, Flynn Rider, and the Snuggly Duckling Thugs to When Will My Life Begin and I've Got a Dream. Mickey brings out Anna, Elsa, and Olaf for In Summer and Let It Go. And the show ends with a smile and a song from Snow White. A royal welcome show for Elena of Avalor ran for a few weeks starting on August 11th. The Main Street Electrical Parade ended its most recent run at the Magic Kingdom on October 9th so it could move back to Disneyland, and the Celebrate the Magic projection show ended permanently on November 3rd. It was replaced by Once Upon a Time, where stories take you anywhere, on November 4th. This new show centered around Miss Potts reading Chip his bedtime story, including Alice in Wonderland, Tangled, Cinderella, Peter Pan, Snow White, Frozen, Winnie the Pooh, Aladdin, The Lion King, and because Disney loves characters to retell its own story, Beauty and the Beast. The show was a version of the popular projection show from Tokyo Disneyland. Alcohol expanded to Skipper Canteen, Cinderella's Royal Table, Tony's Town Square Restaurant, and the Liberty Tree Tavern on December 19th. Moving into Adventureland, Pirates of the Caribbean received some minor updates in August with the removal of the large Dead Men Tell No Tales banner on the outside of the building and the addition of the glass mermaid case to the beach scene. In Frontierland, the Diamond Horseshoe began operating as a table service restaurant on March 13th. While the Hall of Presidents would close for its traditional new edition after the election, The Muppets Present Great Moments in American History debuted on October 2nd. This show featured two variations, with the Muppets telling either the story of Paul Revere or the Declaration of Independence, with the help of town crier J.J. Jefferson. Anna and Elsa vacated Princess Fairytale Hall in May, and Elena of Avalor was added in November. The Carousel of Progress received a new vibrant paint scheme in June and new signage in September. Meanwhile, the Tomorrowland Hub entrance rocks were painted a new metallic blue color over the course of the late summer. Stitch's Great Escape would move to seasonal operation on October 2nd, returning for the holiday periods. Space Mountain received new LED lighting on its facade in October, and Cosmic Rays finally ended the differentiated bay system in November. There were a few new experiences that affected all parks in addition to the Magic Kingdom in 2016 as well. Premium parking debuted March 15th. Early morning magic and after-hours upcharge events were added to the Magic Kingdom in April. It's no surprise that all of these upcharge additions were happening now that Bob Chapek had been given the job in charge of parks and resorts. On October 7th, all the parks would remain closed for Hurricane Matthew, with some locations at Disney Springs opening later that evening. Private in-park cabanas were tested in Tomorrowland starting November 27th. Direct park-to-park express bus service was added as a premium, dropping guests off backstage at each of the parks on December 7th. This service also allowed guests to bypass additional security while park hopping. Annual pass holders received an additional benefit of exclusive entry lines to the theme park starting on December 21st. Over at Epcot in Future World, Habit Heroes would end its short run in January, with Stormstruck and the Sum of All Thrills closing September 14th, leaving only Colortopia operating in Innoventions East. The character spot expanded to the northern half of Innoventions West, with Joy and Sadness joining Baymax on April 3rd. Soarin' reopened with its digital upgrade and Concourse C edition on May 27th. A new elevator was added near its entrance as well. Soarin' Around the World premiered on June 17th, just one day after it debuted first at Shanghai Disneyland. The new version takes guests to the Matterhorn, Greenland, Sydney Harbor, Neuschwanstein Castle, the Great Wall of China, the Giza Pyramids, the Taj Mahal, Monument Valley, Fiji, Iguazu Falls, and the Eiffel Tower before going back to Epcot, all set to a new Bruce Broughton score. June 6th saw the addition of the Disney Vacation Club member lounge upstairs at the old Imageworks in the Imagination Pavilion. Meanwhile, in the new Imageworks, the Figment's footprints were removed at the attraction exit in July, and in October, a Disney Vacation Club holder exclusive meet and greet was added to the pavilion. Over the summer, the Epcot timeline was removed from the Innoventions hallway. In October, the Muppet Mobile Labs Living Character Initiative offering returned for a month-long test. A small bar opened in the Trading Post in Canada in May, but was removed by August. It's back now. Also removed on May 28th was the Margarita stand outside the Mexico Pavilion, though construction would start on a new one closer to the Odyssey later in the year. The moving of the bar was in preparation for the opening of the Royal Sommerhus meet and greet area for Anna and Elsa, which would take up the expansion pad between Norway and Mexico. While that would soft open in May, it wouldn't be until June that the delayed Frozen Ever After attraction would finally open. After guests walked through the Arendelle-themed queue and Wandering Oakens, they boarded the Viking ships that were in the old Maelstrom attraction in what was the unload area. Guests would ride past a Olaf that seemed to walk across the snow and a static Sven, as well as a group of trolls before ascending to the Royal Palace past Anna and Kristoff on their way to Elsa's Ice Palace. This is where the Queen sends them backwards. The boat would switch tracks by Marshmallow and a group of snow geese before the drop, with a castle scene replacing the old oil rig one. Guests then pass another set of Anna, Elsa, and Olaf animatronics before disembarking in the same area as the load station. Guests exit through a long hallway into the gift shop with no travelogue film in sight. The China Pavilion added an exhibit showcasing Shanghai Disneyland on June 17th. Like the Flower and Garden Festival in 2015, the Holidays Around the World Festival received the food and wine treatment, with additional food booths added to the festival in November. Over at Disney's Hollywood Studios, Star Tours began the year with one of the locations being locked to Jakku from November 17, 2015 through December 18, 2016, where it was added to the planetary rotation for the opening of The Force Awakens. The Path of the Jedi film montage about the entire Star Wars series had taken over the ABC Sound Studio on December 5, 2015. The year actually began with closures, with Phineas and Ferb and the Cars meet and greets, as well as Joffrey's closing on January 4th in the backlot area. The Osborne Lights actually received a 2-day extension and ended forever on January 6th. Pizza Planet would close on January 18th and reopen as the Muppet-themed Pizza Rizzo on November 18th, of course, first reported on WDWNT.com. The attached bathrooms received the Muppet treatment with the name Gonzo's Royal Flush in September. Sadly, there was no theming to be found inside. The park saw another round of closures on April 2nd. The Lights Motors Action Extreme Stunt Show, the Honey I Shrunk the Kids Playset Adventure, Watto's Grotto, and the Streets of America would all close that day, with the Writer's Stop continuing to function in different capacities, including as a lounge for the Sci-Fi Dine-In until September 25th. With Watto's Grotto closing, Legends of Hollywood switched from a Frozen store to a Star Wars store. April 2nd also saw the addition of the Star Wars A Galaxy Far, Far Away stage show in front of the Chinese Theater, as well as the First Order March led by Captain Phasma. Echo Lake received some seasonal food booths for the summer called Echo Lake Eats. The former American Idol audition area was split into 2 meet and greets, with Celebrity Showcase featuring Olaf opening on the Echo Lake side on May 4th, and Mickey and Minnie starring in Red Carpet Dreams opening on the Commissary Lane side on May 8th. A merchandise cart was added in front of the Chinese Theater in September, while Academy of Arts and Sciences Hall of Fame was removed in October. The Ark of the Covenant from Raiders of the Lost Ark was added to the Great Movie Ride queue in October. The Star Wars launch bay had seen the replacement of Darth Vader by Kylo Ren in February and was updated again with Rogue One exhibits on December 5th. June 17th saw the debut of Star Wars A Galactic Spectacular Fireworks. Replacing the Symphony in the Stars show, the new show featured fireworks launched from across World Drive primarily, projections on the Chinese Theater and surrounding buildings, roof-mounted flamethrowers as well. 2 projection towers were added at the end of Hollywood Boulevard for the show. Another combination projection and fireworks show, Jingle Bell, Jingle Bam, debuted on November 14th. While including winter scenes from several movies, the main story revolves around the Prep and Landing Elves and Oogie Boogie. Walt Disney One Man's Dream saw a series of previews take over the theater, starting with Zootopia in January. The other previews included The Jungle Book on March 18th, Alice Through the Looking Glass in May, Peach Dragon in July, Doctor Strange in October, and Moana on November 5th. As well, a meet and greet for Moana opened in the back of the space in November 23rd. Doctor Strange became the first non-hard ticket Marvel meet and greet at Disney World on November 4th at the far end of Pixar Place. Toy Story Mania opened its 3rd track on May 24th, drastically cutting its wait times. Early Morning Magic hard ticket events were added to the studios on August 1st. Sunset Boulevard saw its own series of minor updates. The Sunset Ranch Market began receiving coverings for its seating area around February. Toluca Legs Turkey Company closed August 2nd to be replaced by the Sunshine Day Cafe. Also in August, the trolley lines and merchandise cart disappeared to be replaced by a generic cart. Also in August, Rock and Roller Coaster starring Aerosmith saw the pre-show video digitally edited to remove a potentially shocking hand gesture by Steven Tyler that had been in the film since the ride opened. While also a construction zone, Disney's Animal Kingdom began the year with openings rather than closures. Riverside Depot had actually opened on Discovery Island the previous December 8th, but Planet Watch added a Zootopia exhibit highlighting the animals used as reference for the animators in January. The Lion Guard Adventure, a small scavenger hunt for statues of the show's characters, started on February 7th. Disney Outfitters reopened as the Discovery Trading Company in March, and around the same time, poacher props reappeared on the Kilimanjaro safaris. Rivers of Light was set to debut on April 22nd, with previews beginning April 6th. However, the show was postponed, with one cast preview held on November 27th, and the opening delayed until 2017. With expectations set that Disney's Animal Kingdom would be open into the evenings with its new nighttime show, a temporary show was rushed into production. The Jungle Book Alive with Magic would open on May 27th and run through September 5th. The show featured performers in traditional Indian dancing attire and performing to the music of the film, as well as Indian music, while projections from the film were shown on water screens behind them. The nighttime safaris with artificial sunset began that day as well. Also, the Tree of Life Awakenings debuted and stole the show. This was a series of rotating projection shows on the park's icon. The original 4 shows were Journey, featuring a deer and a hawk, Rendezvous, a hummingbird feeding on flowers, Gift Giver, a winter fox, and the Disney Medley, with animals from The Lion King, Brother Bear, Avatar, which would enter the park next year, Finding Nemo, The Jungle Book, Dinosaur, Tarzan, Bambi, and Pocahontas. The Pangani Forest Exploration Trail reverted to its original name of Gorilla Falls Exploration Trail. Tiffin's and the Nomad Lounge also officially opened on May 27th, bringing a fine dining restaurant to the park, as well as a very popular bar and lounge. The theme of the bar and restaurant would be an interesting one, as it would tell the story of the creation of Disney's Animal Kingdom, from the travels of Imagineers to their design process. Also sometime in May, the large sauropod in Dinorama was painted green, with spots added later. November saw Dinosaur reopen from a refurbishment with new queue exhibits and added and repaired effects. The long-broken Compsognathus scene would see the dinosaurs actually now animated in a projection rather than just lighting up static props. In December, the lion-tailed macaques were added to the Maharaja Jungle Trek, and Flame Tree Barbecue received additional seating with a new gazebo area. As well, the Tree of Life Gardens finally reopened after years of closure. Blizzard Beach received the summer edition of the Frozen Games. Guests would be split into teams of Olaf or Kristoff and compete in simple party and water games throughout the day, with the characters making appearances to cheer on their teams. Shark Reef at Typhoon Lagoon closed forever on October 13th to make way for Misadventure Falls, the park's first edition since Crush and Gusher Aqua Coaster in 2005. Even River Country saw progress. Its old pool was filled in August, possibly due to the Zika virus and in order to control mosquito populations. At Disney Springs, B-Boys and aerial bamboo acts were added to Cirque du Soleil La Nuba in December of 2015, replacing the high wire and jump rope acts. Tag replaced Zoe and Pickles at the Marketplace Co-op on March 11th. Fulton's Crab House closed in early April. May was a very busy month with new window displays at the World of Disney appearing and Morimoto Asia Street Food opening May 13th. May 15th saw numerous openings with the entire town center neighborhood. This included Deluxe Burger, Amorette's Patisserie, Yay Sake, BB Wolf's, The Daily Poutine, Sprinkles, Savannah Bee Company, Filthy Rich, Alex and Ani, American Threads, Edward Boehner, Everything But Water, Francesca's, Kate Spade New York, Kipling, L'Octane, Lucky Brand, MAC Cosmetics, Melissa Shoes, Nahoku, Pandora, Sephora, Sperry, Tommy Bahama, UGG, Under Armour, Uno de 50, Vera Bradley, Volcom, and Zara. The Lime Garage and Welcome Center guest relations area also opened on the 15th. STK quickly followed, opening on May 25th. Frontera Cocina opened on June 29th, and July saw the Coca-Cola store open on the 2nd and Chef Art Smith's Homecoming on the 12th. In October, the Galactic Outpost finally received some Star Wars theming, while the Marvel name was added to Superhero Headquarters. The Polar Bear meet and greet was added to the Coca-Cola store as well. November 11th saw the start of the holiday festivities at Disney Springs with the opening of the Christmas Tree Trail. Starting on November 14th, other offerings such as Santa's Chalet, a DJ dance party, and Hanukkah and Kwanzaa shows were added. The Starbright Holidays Drone Show presented by Intel would debut on November 16th. Choreographed to Disney and Christmas music, the drones would dance and create shapes such as trees and doves over the lake. Seashore Suites closed at the boardwalk at the end of January to make way for the Abracadabar, a magic-themed lounge, on July 23rd. Ice cream would again be available at the boardwalk with the opening of Ample Hills Creamery on May 15th. Also at the boardwalk, Flying Fish Sands Cafe reopened as a remodeled restaurant on August 3rd. The Oasis Quiet Pool at the Polynesian opened in March and began renting private cabanas on November 13th. On June 14th, 2-year-old Lane Graves was attacked and killed by a wild alligator on the shores of the Grand Floridian Resort. This tragic incident led to the closures of all Disney beaches as signage, fencing, and rocky shores were added across the resort's waterways to discourage future incidents. The changes also continued into the theme parks as netting and warning signs appeared around the rivers of America and in many other places. References to alligators and crocodiles were temporarily removed from attractions such as the Jungle Cruise and Living with the Land, and Louis the Alligator was removed from the aforementioned Mickey's Royal Friendship Fair. All around the resort, Disney dollars were discontinued, with all future gift certificates being set as gift cards on May 14th. July 1st saw the addition of fuel rod kiosks at the theme parks, Disney Springs, and the Wide World of Sports, with later additions to the resort hotels. Exit stairs were added to monorail stations for OSHA compliance issues. On November 19th, the remodeled Sassagoula Floatworks and Food Factory reopened at Port Orleans French Quarter. 2016 finally saw Frozen receive its permanent home, the expansion of 2 park signature attractions, a host of new shopping, dining, and entertainment offerings, and a fair share of closures and even some tragedy. Disney Springs, while not complete, was now fully open. With Avatar and other big additions set to debut, 2017 would be simply out of this world. Well, 2017 would go down as one of the most important years in the entire 5 decades of Walt Disney World's existence. After being the butt of jokes for years, Disney's Animal Kingdom's newest land would premiere to near universal praise. But as the saying goes, the mouse giveth and the mouse taketh away. 2 classic opening day attractions beloved by many would close simultaneously with little notice. All this as more announcements came, seemingly building to an almost rejuvenated Walt Disney World. The changes to the Magic Kingdom began even before entering the park. On April 3rd, the security checkpoints for guests arriving from the Transportation and Ticket Center or the Magic Kingdom resorts was moved to the TTC or before boarding at the monorail or boats at the hotels. The Welcome Show ended its run at the Main Street train station on January 8th and moved to the Cinderella Castle forecourt stage as the new Let the Memories Begin show the next day. Also removed from the train station, the word "the" was removed from in front of the Magic Kingdom name in April, along with the population sign. The lockers at all parks were switched to an electronic kiosk system on August 26th. The House of Magic facade was restored outside its former home on Main Street in November. In December, the fountain outside the First Aid Center was removed. A new theater and more permanent Main Street bypass was announced at D23, but it was later canceled. After more than 13 years, Wishes, a magical gathering of Disney Dreams fireworks, ended on May 11th. Its replacement, Happily Ever After, began the next night, May 12th. The new nighttime spectacular featured extensive projection mapping on Cinderella Castle, in addition to pyrotechnics. The show was broken into themed segments: Dreams, Journey, Friendship, Love, Adversity, and Triumph, all the stages to reaching your Happily Ever After. Tinkerbell would still fly from the castle, now signaling the finale of the show, an all-too-emotional moment. Moving into Adventureland, the construction began on what would become the Club 33 location near Skipper Canteen in October. June 19th saw the addition of an on-ride photo to Pirates of the Caribbean just before the drop. Also added back was a talking skull. In Liberty Square, the Heritage House became the Ticket Center and satellite guest relations location. The Hall of Presidents finally returned on December 18th, adding President Donald Trump, as well as new narration and new pre-show exhibits focusing on Walt and great moments with Mr. Lincoln. Tomorrowland lost the cabanas on February 17th, but added the Joffrey's Revive kiosk, complete with retro signage, on March 7th. On that morning, I would actually be the very first guest to order the Mission to Mars related drink called Mission to S'mores. ICANN, the interactive robot, premiered in the land in June. Stitch's Great Escape became the Alien Encounter meet and greet on October 8th, but the show would return for the holiday season for its final unadvertised run. Additional outdoor seating was added to Cosmic Ray's Starlight Cafe, and it was completed in November. Epcot began its year with a brand new festival, the Epcot International Festival of the Arts, beginning on January 13th. This weekend-only event would feature culinary booths, art galleries, Broadway performers at the America Gardens Theater, and more. The event would run through February 20th. The missing Figment footprints returned to the ImageWorks hallway in February. Mission Space returned from a refurbishment with the green side completely revamped to be a new mission that orbits the Earth, while the more intense orange side received a graphics upgrade. Both were completely reanimated by ILM. Gary Sinise was replaced by Gina Torres in the pre-show. Announced just weeks before at the D23 Expo, Ellen's Energy Adventure and the Universe of Energy would close forever on August 13th. On August 31st, a history exhibit opened in the Odyssey called Tour the Epcot Legacy. This, of course, was to mark Epcot's upcoming 35th birthday. The Test Track Exit Shop was renamed the Simporium in September, and a new show called the Spectaculab opened inside Innoventions on November 11th. In World Showcase, Canada received new totem poles on January 19th with a very special ceremony. The Mitsukoshi department store in Japan was remodeled in July in preparation for the addition of a new sit-down restaurant. The International Festival of the Holidays replaced the long-running Holidays Around the World in November, though essentially it was just a name change for the event. In Mexico, Choza de Margarita opened on November 15th just outside the Mexico Pavilion, providing relief to the overcrowded tequila bar inside. Hollywood Studios started the year losing the Kermit balloon outside of Muppet Vision 3D on February 2nd. The breakfast favorite Starring Rolls Cafe closed permanently on February 3rd, now that Starbucks was handling a majority of the breakfast traffic. One Man's Dream began its normal array of changes with a Beauty and the Beast preview in February. Before the next preview, the exhibits changed to costumes from Dick Tracy and Father of the Bride before Pirates of the Caribbean Dead Men Tell No Tales began its preview on April 21st. The Star-Lord and Baby Groot Guardians of the Galaxy meet and greet was added on May 5th, and a Cars 3 preview was added in June. The space was officially renamed to Walt Disney Presents on September 6th to reflect the constant previews and as well changes in gallery exhibits. Also added was a Galaxy's Edge and Toy Story Land preview through models on the 15th and a Coco film preview on November 3rd. After losing the central costuming building to the park's expansion, a new costuming building began construction backstage in February. The Dark Room and Cover Story were merged in Celebrity Five and Dime in April on Hollywood Boulevard. With the debut of the BB-8 living character meet and greet inside Star Wars Launch Bay on April 9th, the Xbox Disney Infinity display moved to the ABC Sound Studio exhibit space. The studios again hosted Star Wars Galactic Nights on April 14th. May 26th saw two new evening shows. Disney Movie Magic, a projection show on the Chinese Theater that was, in essence, the Great Movie Ride as a nighttime show, and as well the Music of Pixar Live in the Theater of the Stars just for the summer. Cruz Ramirez's meet and greet was added to Pixar Place in early June, while a new Muppet Vision sign was added to reflect the addition of the theater to Grand Avenue as the Grand Arts Theater. Again, just weeks after the announcement at the D23 Expo, the Great Movie Ride would close forever on August 13th to make way for Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway. With less than a month to celebrate this beloved attraction, fans came together in ways that had never been seen before. WDWNT.com helped to coordinate a grand farewell dessert party inside the Great Movie Ride just days before it would close forever, which sold out in hours. Thousands of guests would show up for the farewell of the Great Movie Ride, clamoring to be among the very last to experience the trademark attraction of Disney's Hollywood Studios, which dated back to its opening day of May 1st, 1989. Grand Avenue would open in the former Streets of America space with only the Baseline Tap House on September 29th. A new rollaway stage began being used in front of the Chinese Theater area for the various shows in mid-October. Echo Lake returned from a long refurbishment with new Christmas decor on November 1st, making way for the new spot of the Christmas tree. Sunset Season's Greetings, anchored by a series of projections on the Twilight Zone Tower of Terror, would begin on November 9th. The show featured 5 sequences, including Toy Story, The Swedish Chef and the Muppets, Olaf, Prep and Landing, and of course Mickey's A Christmas Carol. Star Tours received new sequences on November 17th. The opening now featured either the First Order Stormtroopers or Kylo Ren, a transmission by either Poe Dameron or Maz Kanata, and ended with the crate battle scene and landing on Batuu, the upcoming land that would be Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. December saw new facades added to the main courtyard's projection towers. A Star Wars Galaxy's Edge preview was added to the Star Wars launch bay as well. Rivers of Light would finally open at Disney's Animal Kingdom on February 17th after a few preview performances. The show takes place in the Discovery River Amphitheater, featuring several boats, barges, and smaller floats. 2 shamans and acolytes convey the story through dance and puppetry. Light floats, water projections, and other dancers come in and out through the show's 5 acts: the Gifts of Light, Parade of Animal Spirits, the Dance of the Lotus, We Are One, and Rivers of Light. Keeping to the park's theme, the performers, floats, and projections all center around animals and feature some live-action footage. Also in February, a Doc McStuffins meet and greet was added to Planet Watch. Flights of Wonder in Asia performed its final show on December 31st. Of course, the main addition to Animal Kingdom and all of Disney World in 2017 was the anxiously awaited Pandora, the World of Avatar, on May 27th. Set in the Valley of Moara decades after the events of the first film, Alpha Centauri Expeditions is offering tours on the moon of Pandora, where the native Na'vi and humans now live in harmony. Immaculately designed with real foliage mixed with faux foliage, in amongst floating mountains and science fiction elements, the land featured 2 attractions: Pongu Pongu Refreshments, Satuli Canteen, and the Wind Trader's Shop. The first attraction is the Na'vi River Journey. This is a quiet boat ride through the bioluminescent forest of Pandora. The ride combines static and moving physical foreground elements with projection technology, showcasing the native animals and the Na'vi. The highlight of the attraction is the finale animatronic, the Shaman of Song, a large fluid figure, the most complicated to date, that would serenade guests. The main draw of the land was Avatar Flight of Passage. After winding through a queue that includes the bioluminescent tunnels and laboratory, guests are sorted into groups for the first pre-show, where the linking procedure is described before they are allowed to fly. This was imperative, as it was believed that many guests either would not remember the Avatar films or didn't really care enough to watch them before arriving. Guests are then led to the link chamber, where they straddle the motorcycle-like ride vehicle and don their 3D glasses. Now linked to their compatible avatar, which could be physically hundreds of kilometers away, by the way, guests are taken on an exhilarating simulated flight on a Banshee, or as we call it, an Ikran, through different environments of Pandora, such as the plains, the forests, the glowing caves, and over the oceans, while avoiding attacks from the Toruk Makto trying to eat them. The ride features water effects, smells, and even the physical sensation of the Ikran the guests are riding. The ride was an immediate smash hit, and Animal Kingdom would post incredible attendance numbers this year, in record numbers, in fact, defeating many other Walt Disney World theme parks. Though all areas were officially open, the Disney Springs changes continued. Characters in Flight received a new design in January, removing the characters in order to better fit with the new aesthetic. This led to a name change to Aerophile, the company that operates the balloon, in July. Also in January, Stance opened. The Planet Hollywood Observatory would finally open after many delays on January 27th. Meanwhile, Paddlefish opened in the old Fulton's Empress Lily space on February 4th. Keels opened in the town center on March 6th, and the dress shop opened inside Cherry Tree Lane at the Marketplace Co-op on March 31st. The cast parking lot across from Buena Vista Drive closed on April 1st to make way for the third garage. The Polite Pig opened in the town center on April 10th, while Portobello closed on April 23rd. Splitsville opened their enclosed patio on May 5th, and next door Disney Quest would close forever on July 3rd to be replaced by the NBA Experience. In the marketplace, Fun Finds would close on January 24th in order to take on the Star Wars merchandise from Once Upon a Toy, which had closed that section of the shop on July 24th. The area would be used for the Void VR experiences that would open with Star Wars Secrets of the Empire on December 16th. October saw Bose Signature Soy Candles open in the Co-op, Swings and Things open a kiosk in the Landing, Savannah Bee and Company moved to near the Ganachery, and Rinse Bath and Body Company open. December 31st saw the final performance of Cirque du Soleil La Nuba, Little Mismatch would close, and the soft opening of the Edison. The Walt Disney World Half Marathon was canceled on January 7th for weather, and the park would close September 10th and 11th due to Hurricane Irma. This actually caused the cancellation of the last Night of Joy event on September 9th, making the 8th the final night of the long-running Christian music event. Policies waived for Irma evacuees led to Art of Animation, Port Orleans Riverside, the Yacht Club, and Fort Wilderness Cabins all offering dog-friendly rooms starting on October 15th. Minivans began to service the Crescent Lake resorts on July 31st and rolled out to the other resorts throughout the rest of the year. Individual toiletries began to be phased out for the mounted larger refillable bottles in August at resort hotels. The Magic Kingdom area resorts received a TTC bypass ramp on November 14th, allowing guests visiting those resorts to avoid the Magic Kingdom toll plaza for the first time ever. Gasparilla Island Grill received a facelift and reopened with a new layout in January at the Grand Floridian. The Cabanas 9B building was closed and demolished at Disney's Coronado Springs Resort to make way for the Grand Destino Tower in February. The Fort Wilderness Food Truck debuted in February, and Geyser Point Bar and Grill at Wilderness Lodge opened on February 13th. Misadventure Falls, a family raft ride themed to the Society of Explorers and Adventurers, would open at Typhoon Lagoon on March 12th. April 2nd saw both the debut of the Bon Voyage breakfast at Trattoria El Forno, and construction began on the Disney Skyliner transportation system. Fittings and fairings closed at the Yacht Club on April 16th, and Shutters and the Port Royale complex at Caribbean Beach closed permanently on April 30th. The Captain's Grill would close in May and moved over into Ariel's temporarily until September 29th at the Yacht and Beach Club. The Market at Ale and Compass Quick Service and Grab and Go location opened on May 15th. The Frozen Summer Games returned to Blizzard Beach on May 26th. The modernization of the value resorts began at Disney's Pop Century in June. On June 16th, Monorail Blue was evacuated on the Epcot line after a piece of the train fell off into the parking lot. The gondola station construction at the International Gateway also began in June. The Boulder Ridge Cove Pool opened on July 4th at Wilderness Lodge, and a memorial lighthouse for Lane Graves was installed at the Grand Floridian in August. Back at the Wilderness Lodge, the Salon by the Springs opened on October 4th in the former bar space. The Ale and Compass restaurant opened on November 26th at Disney's Yacht Club. The loss of Wishes, the Great Movie Ride, and the Universe of Energy brought both sadness and promise, while the opening of Pandora would lead the way into a series of new land openings that would change Walt Disney World's face forever. With these additions, new transportation systems, hotel upgrades, and expansions were all underway as Walt Disney World started to prepare for its 50th anniversary celebration. If 2018 at Walt Disney World were given a theme, it would be infrastructure. While attractions, shops, and restaurants all opened and closed, there was a lot of preparation going on for the future. With Star Wars, Galaxy's Edge, and the Disney World 50th anniversary celebration fast approaching, the resort was readying itself for unprecedented crowds with new roadways, hotels, and other improvements that would open in the future. But before those could materialize, a new land would open and lots of smaller changes would need to take place. In the Magic Kingdom on Main Street, USA, Talking Mickey Mouse went silent at the Town Square Theater on May 12th. The meet and greet returned to the standard Mickey format. As part of the Tron Light Cycle Run construction, the Walt Disney World Railroad stopped its Grand Circle Tour on December 3rd, with one of the trains parked at the Main Street station for guests to explore. Yes, it was that long ago. While changes happen to hard ticket events every year, 2018 saw some notable additions to the Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween Party. Live actors were added to the Pirates of the Caribbean ride. A lighting and audio overlay was added to the Mad Tea Party, and Space Mountain ran in total darkness during the event. Move It, Shake It, Dance, and Play It Street Party ended its run on December 1st. Pirates of the Caribbean also saw a refurbishment from February 25th through March 19th, during which time the auction scene was reworked to remove the human trafficking aspects. The famous redhead would now be known as Red the Pirate and would be participating in auctioning off loot from the pirates' plundering. To make up for the changes to an iconic scene, another iconic scene was restored, that being the beach scene at the beginning. As well, the waterfall projections of Davy Jones and Blackbeard became a thing of the past. Captain Jack Sparrow's pirate tutorial show ended on September 29th as part of larger entertainment cuts for the new fiscal year. In June, some safety nets were added above some of the pathways on the lower levels of the Swiss Family Treehouse. Club 33 locations began to open at Walt Disney World in 2018 as well. The Magic Kingdom one, known as the Captain's Quarters, opened at the east end of the Adventureland Veranda in October, joining the Epcot location, the former American Adventure Lounge, and the Studios location above the Brown Derby in the former Catwalk Bar. At the exit of Splash Mountain in the Briar Patch shop, some registers were removed in April to help with the flow of the store. As part of the attraction's new Ziploc sponsorship, themed Ziploc bags were given to guests riding the ride beginning on September 18th. The Maleficent Dragon Float from the Festival of Fantasy Parade caught fire on May 11th in Liberty Square. No one was injured, but the float was temporarily removed from the parade for quite a while. Speaking of fire, with the Liberty Square riverboat closed for most of the year, when it did return, the burning cabin effects on Tom Sawyer Island were restored in late December. Tomorrowland saw many changes, but these were mostly all minor changes in preparation for the transformation that Tron would bring to the land. April 7th would see the end of the I Can Robot performer, and on April 8th, the Toy Story Claw merchandise kiosk would close near the entrance of the People Mover. Tomorrowland painting continued with the overall crystal white theme. The infamous purple wall received a transition crystalline pattern to the new color scheme as well. May saw more additional outdoor seating at Cosmic Rays, now on the Speedway side, and on the 25th, the incredible Tomorrowland Expo kicked off as a summer seasonal event, featuring characters, dance parties, and Streetmosphere superfans. This was to celebrate the release of The Incredibles 2. June 11 saw changes start to Space Mountain when the exit was rerouted temporarily outside. It would reopen on November 15th, but the speed ramp was completely removed, forcing guests to exit by walking the whole way out of the building. The Q games were switched off in August in favor of the new Play Disney Parks app, and on December 3rd, they saw the path from Space Mountain to Storybook Circus close for the construction of Tron Light Cycle Run. The spaceship entrance facade was removed from in front of the Monsters, Inc. laugh floor in September, replaced by a retro 70s-era Tomorrowland sign on December 13th. This signage, of course, had originally been erected for New Tomorrowland in 1994 and was the marquee for the Timekeeper. The year for Epcot began with an expansion of the International Festival of the Arts to run full-time, not just on weekends. The former Wonders of Life Pavilion officially closed and no longer operated as a festival center. The Circle of Life and Environmental Fable closed on February 3rd inside the land. Ralph and Vanellope von Schweetz began meeting at the Imagination Pavilion in the Imageworks on November 21st, while some of the Imageworks exhibits were removed to make a more permanent meet-and-greet location. The Odyssey remained closed most of the year and reopened December 31st remodeled, with most of the interior completely removed and a more permanent-looking snack bar. In World Showcase, bear sculptures were added near the Canadian Disney Vacation Club kiosk in February. The American Adventure returned from a refurbishment with digital projections, an updated finale montage, and a new version of the theme song. The exhibit space changed to Creating Tradition, Innovation and Change in American Indian Art on July 30th. In March, Norway saw the temporary addition of the Mindesol Bakery, while the Kringla Bakery Og Café underwent a major refurbishment. It would reopen on August 31st, taking over part of the Puffin's Roost shop in a major expansion. A new Gods and Vikings exhibit opened in the Stave Church in May. Guardians of the Galaxy Awesome Mix Live took the American Gardens Theater stage on June 9th for a summer run, introducing Epcot guests to the world of Marvel. Italy saw a more permanent pizza window, Pizza Al Taglio, open on September 8th. To make way for the Ratatouille expansion and the Skyliner, the western part of the France Pavilion and its gardens and meet and greet locations closed on November 27th. January at Disney's Hollywood Studios saw a Saving Mr. Banks exhibit at Walt Disney Presents, the return of the Muppet Fountain, now with less characters, and on January 11th, a complete change to the park's background music. February 9th saw Walt Disney Presents switch to a Wrinkle in Time preview. Kids, look it up. Sweet Spells closed forever on April 15th to become a Toy Story merchandise location in preparation for the land opening. The beloved carrot cake cookie would move over to the Trolley Car Cafe. Also in preparation for Toy Story Land, the Toy Story Mania queue began to see updates for its eventual rerouting in April. Behind the scenes, a new cast services building and parking lot opened on May 25th. Solo, a Star Wars story props were added to the launch bay in May as well. Toy Story Land opened to guests on June 28th. The land featured Slinky Dog Dash launch roller coaster, the whip-type spinning ride, alien swirling saucers, as well as the existing Toy Story Mania, which had had its entrance moved from the now closed Pixar Place. While well-themed for its concept, the new land suffered from a number of problems, including a lack of shaded areas and enclosed buildings with no stores, only merchandise carts and the outdoor quick-service Woody's Lunchbox, which notoriously never had enough cash registers nor seating. In addition, there were a number of problems with the fencing around the various areas, and areas had to be taped off from guests. As well, in the men's restrooms, all of the urinals were accidentally built at child's height. With Toy Story Land now open, an expanded Galaxy's Edge preview opened at Walt Disney Presents on June 29th. With destinations locked to Last Jedi locations since November, the randomized sequences returned on July 24th at Star Tours. August 13th saw the bus loops close at the front of the park, and guests walking in were rerouted. Disney Junior Live on Stage closed on September 1st and was replaced by the Disney Junior Dance Party on December 21st, restoring some of the soundstage restaurant facade to the building. Vampirina joined the meet and greet out in front of the building in October, replacing Jake from Jake and the Neverland Pirates, who left on October 6th. Legends of Hollywood switched back to a general merchandise shop in September. Star-Lord and Baby Groot's meet and greet and several citizens of Hollywood became part of the entertainment cuts on September 29th. October saw Path of the Jedi become a seasonal offering, and Tatooine Traders was remodeled, removing the film set motif. The Nutcracker and the Four Realms preview began at Walt Disney Presents on October 5th, another movie you kids are probably going to have to look up. The film strip facade over the park's main driving entrance was removed on October 30th, and a new entrance was added from the east side on November 8th, with now only buses entering from Buena Vista Drive. The pathway to the Crescent Lake Resorts reopened in December. The Sunshine Day Cafe became the Sunshine Day Bar on December 15th, and a Marketplace snack stand opened outside Toy Story Land's entrance near the end of the year. Following a monumental 2017, 2018 was relatively quiet at Disney's Animal Kingdom, well, except for the 3 to 4 hour lines at Flight of Passage. The utility suit meet and greet was added to Pandora on April 8th. Up, a Great Bird Adventure premiered on April 14th, replacing Flights of Wonder. The show was not well received and was reworked, with a new version appearing on September 1st and a Diwali segment premiering for the holidays. Neither of those seemed to change guest sentiment. Donald's Dino Bash, including dance parties and meet and greets, opened May 25th in Dinoland as a permanent re-theme of sorts. The Restaurantosaurus Lounge opened after 5 p.m. on July 20th, while on July 31st, Pete Safari began testing a table service family-style dinner. The live actors were removed permanently from the Rivers of Light Nighttime Spectacular on September 29th as part of those aforementioned budget cuts. Rafiki's Planet Watch closed on October 20th, at the time leaving its future uncertain. At Disney Springs, Maria and Enzo's opened on January 4th, and the Hideaway Bar opened on the 12th. While World of Disney underwent a massive overhaul again, the Disney Corner opened in Town Center in February and closed October 31st. Disney Style opened on the west side on May 6th, and Wine Bar George opened in the Landing on May 19th. Terralina Crafted Italian opened in the old Portobello location on June 28th. July 2nd saw the generically decorated World of Disney start to reopen, with Phase 2 opening October 18th and the full store on October 27th. Chicken Guy opened in the Planet Hollywood building on August 2nd, and the Four Rivers Cantina Barbacoa food truck opened on August 21st. In October, Disney Tales replaced Tag, and Love Pop took over the center section at the Marketplace Co-op. Wolfgang Puck Bar and Grill opened on November 20th, and The Void added a Wreck-It Ralph experience on November 21st, themed to Ralph Breaks the Internet. The Spunky Stork opened in December, as did the Art of Greg McCullough in the old Little Mismatch location in the Marketplace. Starting January 30th, World Drive was temporarily rerouted, leaving the Magic Kingdom area, and it reopened in April, along with the Speedway gas station, which now featured a quick-service dining location. A new bypass ramp opened by the Transportation and Ticket Center parking booths on August 15th, allowing guests of the Magic Kingdom hotels to skip the toll plaza, and the exit ramp for this area opened on October 16th. On April 13th, a new merchandise cart was added at the Transportation and Ticket Center between the ticket booths and the monorail station. Several resort-wide policies changed in 2018. Overnight parking fees began for new reservations after March 21st. Lost and Found was centralized through an online system beginning May 21st. All childcare options closed in July, aside from a new Pixar experience which opened in the Contemporary on April 13th. Sammy Duvall Water Sports ceased all operations at the end of August, and on October 16th, a new date-based ticket system was set in place for theme park admission. Oak Trail added a foot golf course in February. Typhoon Lagoon hosted H2O Glow Nights hard ticket events beginning June 21st and tested an adults-only hideaway starting December 26th. Monorail Lime lost power and needed to be towed on June 10th, prompting the guests without air conditioning inside to pop open the windows. On November 14th, a guest in a motorized scooter accidentally hit one of the doors on Monorail Green, knocking it off at the Grand Floridian station. A few days later, one of the monorails had doors fail to open, forcing guests to miss a few stops. The Boardwalk added a snack bar in the lobby in March. The Tambu Lounge closed for remodeling from August 21st through November 16th. Artist Point closed on November 10th and reopened with storybook dining and a new woodsy decor on December 17th, a meal now featuring characters. Work continued on the Riviera Resort and the Skyliner throughout the year. The resort's construction had closed two of the Caribbean beach villages, Barbados and Martinique. Caribbean Beach was also undergoing remodeling, with the Spyglass Grill restaurant opening on March 19th and the new Old Port Royale opening on October 8th. This newly remodeled area now housed the main lobby and check-in, as well as the new Centertown Market, which took over space of the former counter service, as well as the Shutters sit-down restaurant. Calypso Trading Post also opened up inside, while outside, the Sebastian's Bistro table service restaurant was added. Trinidad North was renamed Barbados, and Trinidad South dropped the south part of the name. The entrance to the resort was also changed, now only allowing cars in from Victory Way. Coronado Springs expansion also continued, with the Pepper Market becoming El Mercado de Coronado in September, and Panchitos being remodeled in October and November. Work also continued on the now-named Grand Destino Tower and the Overwater Restaurant. 2018 was right at the center of the major additions to Walt Disney World, and the incremental changes reflected this. Toy Story Land served for many as an appetizer for the much-anticipated Galaxy's Edge and a whole new look for Disney's Hollywood studios. Resorts were undergoing refurbishment to prepare for anticipated increased demand. Focused on the anticipation of its 50th anniversary, Disney nor the world at large could not anticipate what was coming from 2019 and beyond. Cue the Fox fanfare music. That would be an appropriate start to 2019 for the Walt Disney Company. Not only did the year see the opening of Star Wars Galaxy's Edge at both the Walt Disney World and Disneyland resorts, but Disney purchased Fox for $71 billion on March 20th. Focusing on Walt Disney World, 2019 would see the opening of the Grand Destino Tower, the Riviera Resort, and the destruction of most of Epcot. Before we can go around the Magic Kingdom changes in 2019, we need to get there. And whether you came from the Transportation and Ticket Center, took a resort bus or boat, or even if you walked from the Contemporary Resort, The way you arrived at the Magic Kingdom changed over the course of the year. Starting April 17th, in order to make room for the construction, the TTC parking trams dropped guests off near the premium and handicap parking areas. As part of the changes, the Walk Around the World commemorative bricks began to be removed on May 10th. On June 29th, an extended covered queue area opened at the TTC ferryboat dock. Construction began on the area outside of the Kingdom's turnstiles on July 18th, and a new temporary security checkpoint appeared on July 31st, but opened on August 16th. August also saw the beginning of construction for the walkway to connect the Grand Floridian Resort to the Magic Kingdom. And on August 24th, the new screening area at the Contemporary opened at the monorail entrance. On November 19th, guests arriving by ferryboat could bypass this secondary security checkpoint. The new TTC screening area opened on November 27th. A new walkway connecting the Contemporary to the Magic Kingdom opened on December 5th. On December 19th, the new planters at the entrance were unveiled, and the new screening area opened to guests arriving by bus on the 21st. On Main Street USA, Minnie Mouse joined Mickey in the Main Street Theater wearing their new birthday attire on January 18th, the same day as the Move It, Shake It, Mouse Could Dance It street party debuted as part of the surprise celebration for the character's 90th birthday back in November. This also included daily rotating pairs of rarer characters in Town Square. The Maleficent Dragon Float returned from its fire-related refurbishment, rejoining the Festival of Fantasy Parade on January 25th. The first of the automated PhotoPass cameras appeared at Pixie Hollow on February 1st and at other meet-and-greet locations later in the year. The Villains After Hours event premiered on June 6th at the Magic Kingdom. On August 16th, Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween Party began with the new Not So Spooky Spectacular fireworks show, narrated by Jack Skellington, and a treat trail overlay for the Monsters, Inc. laugh floor was added. Mickey's Very Merry Christmas Party also received a new fireworks show called Minnie's Wonderful Christmas Time Fireworks on November 8th. The event also saw attraction overlays to the laugh floor, Christmas music and lighting on Space Mountain, and Christmas decor added along the Tomorrowland Speedway. These overlays were offered to day guests during Christmas week as well. In Adventureland, the Spring Roll cart was moved to just outside the hub entrance to the land. Frontierland saw Brer Bear's Tail return to Splash Mountain on January 26th, just a week after the publication of the first ever WDWNT maintenance report. On June 20th, Miners Cove reopened as a seating area after all smoking was banned inside the theme parks on May 1st. Smoking areas were now located outside the park entrances only. The Haunted Mansion received an on-ride photo on April 2nd and a new striped queue awning in August. The walkway connecting Sleepy Hollow refreshments in Liberty Square to Fantasyland closed for a widening project on May 7th, reopening on August 24th. The seating area by Liberty Square Market was demolished on July 31st and reopened November 27th, expanded, enclosed, and with more comfortable seating arrangements. The Muppets Present Great Moments in American History was part of the entertainment budget cuts along with the Royal Majesty Makers on October 6th, but the Muppets would return at least for Christmas week from December 23rd through the 31st. In Fantasyland, Pluto would replace Minnie Mouse on January 18th at Pete's Silly Sideshow until October 1st. Pete's and the attached Big Top souvenirs closed because of a small fire on December 11th, with Pete's reopening on the 14th and Big Top on the 17th with new gray plain carpet. Castle Couture became an extension of Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique on June 5th. The Royal Portrait Studio would open in Sir Mickey's on July 29th. Tomorrowland would see more of the 1994 elements removed. The news robot and the phone booth would disappear in February, while Cosmic Rays was also getting new flooring throughout the first quarter of the year. New credit card-operated crank penny machines debuted first in the land and then spread through the resort, as did refillable bottle stations for water. The Tomorrowland Speedway reopened with its track shortened once again, this time for Tron Light Cycle Run, on May 18th. New primarily orange and teal paint schemes appeared on the Merchant of Venus and surrounding buildings. The archway marquee on the bridge to Tomorrowland was removed on July 9th, and a new, more minimalist version appeared on September 17th, one that looks like a big cup holder. Charging stations were added to the Tomorrowland Light and Power Company shop on September 9th, and a t-shirt design lab opened on December 3rd. Mickey's Star Traders began refurbishment in October, with the Rocketeer Mickey signs removed on the 23rd. The Stitch mural was removed on November 2nd, replaced through December by silver wallpaper. and the store dropped the Mickey from the name on November 8th. November also saw the removal of the fins and post adornments along the People Mover track. Epcot's entrance enhancements began on March 15th with the east side parking lot walkways rerouted, followed by a temporary tram rerouting. The International Gateway entrance was moved to its temporary location on April 15th, and the Gateway security checkpoint took over the boat dock in May. The new permanent International Gateway entrance opened on September 21st. Back at the main entrance, the new arrival area, security checkpoint, and parking tram station opened on October 24th, with the second phase of the separate pickup and drop-off points on December 16th. The International Gateway Guest Relations and Ticket window opened on November 27th, with the lobby opening on December 29th. In Future World, the closures began with the Spectaculab and Innoventions on January 12th. Ralph and Vanellope von Schweetz moved to their new themed meet-and-greet location in the Imageworks on February 13th. Minnie's Garden Party operated at the Odyssey from May 1st through the 6th. The west section of Leave a Legacy closed on May 20th and the east side on August 6th. The Rose Walk, connecting the Imagination area with World Showcase Promenade, closed on June 4th. The Seas began to see decor upgrades with new carpet starting in July. New directional signage would appear in the building on October 11th, when new trim would begin to appear on the inside around the aquarium windows, also starting in October. Living with the Land received a new digital video in the barn seen on August 8th, and the Merry and Bright Nights Christmas decor debuted on November 22nd. The walkway behind Mouse Gear closed on August 12th and 15th, leaving only the path to Test Track open. On September 1st, the Mission Space Race pre-show element would reopen with only one-third of its former stations. Closures began in earnest with the Fountain View, the Character Spot, Club Cool, Colortopia, the original Fountain of Nations all having their last day on September 7th. The Character Spot characters were moved to the northern half of Innoventions West temporarily the next day. The Camera Center closed on September 30th. More of Imageworks closed on November 9th for meet and greet space, while the new Mickey meet and greet space in the lobby of the Disney and Pixar Short Film Festival began on December 2nd. New style light poles began to appear in Future World on October 8th. Pin Central took over the old Camera Center on December 8th, leaving generic merchandise behind at its old location. The Art of Disney closed on December 15th, opening at the Heritage House in the American Adventure on the 16th. Mouse Gear's remodeling began with the store still open by removing registers on December 18th. While the Rose Walk path had reopened in August for the Food and Wine Festival, the two new buildings, first the Promenade restrooms opening December 21st as a replacement for the Refreshment Port restrooms, which had closed in October, and the new Starbucks location, Travelers Cafe, would open on December 24th. On December 31st, the bypass connecting Spaceship Earth directly to the Seas area would open. The Odyssey would get a new paint scheme between August and September with a black roof, pink and blue sections, and a logo mural. It reopened as the Epcot Experience on October 1st, an exhibit detailing all the announced projects coming to the park over the next few years. The model of the upcoming Festival Center was added on the 5th and a merchandise location on the 10th. The monorail spiel was changed at the same time to provide similar information. Moving into World Showcase, the Festival of the Arts had added hidden character drawings in the pavilions. A Miguel puppet joined Mariachi Cobre from March until September 26th with an encore performance for Dia de los Muertos. A new signature restaurant, Kumite, opened in Japan on July 5th. The Liberty Inn closed on July 8th permanently. O Canada closed forever on August 1st. The Shanghai Disneyland exhibit in the China Pavilion received an update for Toy Story Land on August 7th. Pooh returned to Christopher Robin's bedroom at the back of the UK Pavilion on September 21st. Impressions de France closed temporarily on October 2nd. The Heritage House closed on October 7th. France saw trees removed from its fountain area on November 17th, and the pavement would be replaced starting December 9th. Anna and Elsa received their Frozen 2 outfits at the Royal Summer House on November 25th. Following a 20-year run, Illuminations Reflections of Earth ended the night of September 30th. Of course, we here at WDWNT threw a big party, including the entire creative team behind this legendary nighttime show. It was an event not to be missed. The temporary replacement Epcot Forever began on October 1st. This new show was supposed to serve as a celebration of Epcot's history and featured iconic music from attractions such as Journey into Imagination, Spaceship Earth, Horizons, The Universe of Energy, Listen to the Land, Soarin', Magic Journeys, Making Memories, Kitchen Cabaret, The World of Motion, and of course classic entertainment offerings such as the Tapestry of Nations. It also featured a memorable celebration song in Celebrate the Future Hand in Hand from the Millennium event. For some reason, the end song was A Whole New World, which sort of indicated where the park was heading in the future with the inclusion of IPs. The show itself featured fireworks, lasers, and kites dragged around the lagoon by jet skis. Over at Disney's Hollywood Studios, as part of the larger entrance experience overhaul, they received some upgrades. The parking lots received new character names: BB-8, Mickey, Minnie, Olaf, Buzz, and Jessie on March 19th. That same day, the new bus loops would open. On May 14th, the new parking tram area and first section of the new security screening area would open, with the second part on August 7th. The park logo appeared on the checkpoints beginning on December 2nd. On January 1st, the tails of the Slinky Dog Dash roller coaster trains were removed and returned on February 27th. Municiberg took over the former Pixar Place on January 18th, and as part of an incredible celebration, the area now hosted meet and greets, a dance party, a scavenger hunt that never actually began, and the neighborhood bakery. Also on the 18th, the Monsters, Inc. meet and greet opened inside Walt Disney Presents. The Grand Avenue Disney Vacation Club booth entitled The Little Tokyo Travel Company opened on January 25th. On January 26th, the gates to Sunset Showcase were removed, and on February 8th, the Rock and Roller Coaster Fast Pass entrance was moved slightly to clear up the entrance. The Planet Hollywood Superstore closed forever on February 5th on Sunset Boulevard. The speeder bike photo op near Star Tours also was removed in February. In March, Walt Disney Presents became the host to the Dumbo preview. On March 11th, the Muppet Vision building was painted over, with further painting to the building as well as the former Great Movie Ride building coming over the summer to improve the Galaxy's Edge sightlines. Lightning McQueen's Racing Academy opened in Sunset Showcase on March 31st. The show features an impressive audio animatronic Lightning McQueen demonstrating his high-tech training simulator before Chick Hicks interrupts. Outside the building, the Cruz Ramirez and DJ's Ready Set Party Time opened the same day. The latter ended as part of the entertainment cuts on October 6th. The live-action Aladdin preview moved into Walt Disney Presents on April 20th, and Fancy Nancy replaced Sophia the First meet and greet outside of Disney Junior on April 29th. The Wonderful World of Animation projection show began on May 1st. Mickey's of Hollywood closed for refurbishment on May 14th. The ABC commissary opened with a remodeled interior on May 25th and began a dinner reservation system a week later. Also in May, props from Solo: A Star Wars Story were replaced with more general series models in Star Wars Launch Bay. On June 3rd, Bo Peep joined Woody in greeting guests in Toy Story Land. June 4th saw Toy Story Midway Mania get a makeshift exit shop. A Forky figurine joined the land's decor on June 14th. Oasis Eats became Epic Eats on June 20th. The March of the First Order show ended on July 6th as props and theming were removed from Backlot Express over the course of the month. On August 20th, the film strip park sign near center stage was removed. While Legends of Hollywood reopened as a Pandora jewelry shop on August 23rd, it would see additional wallpaper in the following weeks. A Jack Kirby exhibit was added to Walt Disney Presents, and a digital wait time board was added around the park at this time. The boards received theming in mid-October. Keystone Clothiers opened with a fully new interior on August 29th. After a full month of previews and testing, Star Wars: Galaxy's Edge officially opened at Hollywood Studios on August 29th. Set at the Black Spire Outpost on the planet of Batuu on the Outer Rim, the land is set between the events of The Last Jedi and the rise of Skywalker, with the conflict between the Resistance and the First Order in full swing. Shopping included the Resistance supply carts, First Order cargo, Doc-Ondar's Den of Antiquities, and the Creature Stall, Toydarian Toymaker, Black Spire Outfitters, and the Jewels of Bith in the marketplace area. Also in the marketplace, guests could grab a snack at Kat Saka's Kettle. Other dining locations including Rano Roasters, Docking Bay 7 Food and Cargo, Oga's Cantina, and the Milk Stand. More experiential merchandise locations allow guests to build customized droids and lightsabers at the Droid Depot and Savi's Workshop respectively. Guests could also explore the land using the DataPad app to play games and earn reputation and credits, pass full-scale replica ships such as the Millennium Falcon and a TIE Echelon, as well as interact with the Resistance and First Order characters on a limited basis. The only attraction available on opening day was Millennium Falcon's Smuggler's Run. Guests are greeted by an animatronic Hondo Onaka and recruited to fly a mission on the borrowed Falcon to steal coaxium from the First Order. They then board a replica of the ship's lounge area while they are divided into teams of 6 and assigned positions for each of the simulated flight: pilot, gunner, or engineer. Each position would have to complete tasks, though other than pilot, the tasks essentially amounted to button smashing. After the flight in the simulator was over, guests would be assigned a rank and as well a amount of credits they had earned, which in theory would show up in their Play app later. The main attraction for the land, Star Wars: Rise of the Resistance, would open on December 5th after many delays. Here, guests are recruited to join the Resistance and be flown off planet to another base. They first encounter a pre-show with Rey and BB-8 before boarding a shuttle piloted by the Mon Calamari Lieutenant Beck. The shuttle is intercepted by First Order, and guests are disembarked onto a Star Destroyer for questioning by Kylo Ren. Finn breaks the guests out, and they are taken by a droid-piloted transport vehicle through the ship. Along the way, they encounter stormtroopers, AT-ATs, and Ren before boarding an escape pod and crashing back to Batuu. On September 1st, a shaded queue was added to Slinky Dog Dash after 2 hot summers, with the addition being completed on November 6th. Mickey's of Hollywood reopened with a whole new interior on September 25th. On September 27th, Maleficent, Mistress of Evil preview began at Walt Disney Presents. October saw new color schemes around the animation courtyard and its archway with the park logo sign being removed on October 28th and replaced with the new logo on November 4th. Frozen 2 previews began in Walt Disney Presents on November 5th. The public Waterworks restroom opened near Baseline Tap House on November 28th. Walt Disney Presents would house a Descendants 2 prop installation and as well animation maquettes starting on December 10th. The Rise of Skywalker would take over Star Tours on December 20th, adding segments for both Kef Bir and Exegol, and a transmission from Lando Calrissian, as well as adding an exhibit to the launch bay. Animal Kingdom would not be left out of the entrance modifications. Work on the tram loop began on May 16th. A new parking lot walkway opened on October 28th. Inside the park, some animal ambassadors were added to make up for the closure of Planet Watch starting in January. January 18th saw the addition of the Hakuna Matata Dance Party. A walk-around character of Kevin, the large bird from Up, began appearing on February 11th, to much praise. The Bollywood Beats performances began on March 3rd. The new and improved OtterBox-sponsored Otter Grotto finally opened on April 18th. May saw parts of the berm between Pandora and Harambe removed for the Harambe House Club 33 building, which would finish its exterior by the end of the year. A Lion King segment was added to the Tree of Life Awakenings on May 23rd, the same night the new version of Rivers of Light, We Are One, would premiere. The new version added animated animal characters in order to appear more Disney in an attempt to fix the show's problems. Spoiler alert, it didn't work. Rafiki's Planet Watch reopened surprisingly on July 11th, now hosting the animation experience, teaching guests to draw animal characters. The Circle of Flavors Harambe at Night event had its debut on July 24th. A third version of Up, A Great Bird Adventure would premiere on September 30th, replacing the local host with a bumbling Wilderness Explorers troop leader. The entertainment cuts hit Animal Kingdom with the end of the Dino-rific Dance Party on September 23rd, and the amazing Buradika having its last performance on October 13th. After an extended, unannounced downtime, Primeval World returned as a seasonal attraction on October 4th. On November 8th, the holiday entertainment of the Merry Menagerie Puppets, a holiday segment for Awakenings, debuted. December 9th saw the opening of a new permanent stage area for Winged Encounters in front of the Tree of Life. Avatar Flight of Passage received mid-queue restrooms after reports of guests relieving themselves in the middle of the multi-hour line on December 16th. Over at Disney Springs in January, the Spunky Stork moved into its own storefront and the Art of Greg McCullough closed. The latter was replaced by the Art Corner in February. Sublime closed on February 25th. Planet Hollywood debuted an interactive robot, Plex, on March 12th. Haleo and Pepe opened on March 17th on the west side. Love Pop also opened a kiosk in front of Paddlefish in March, while a mac and cheese food truck was added to the west side on March 29th. April 11th brought a new ticket center opening in the Landing, and the Grapefruit Garage and Pedestrian Bridge opened on April 15th. Amazing Photos temporarily replaced Something Silver in April before closing on September 19th. Both Filthy Rich and the Trophy Room closed in May. Toy Story Drop opened a temporary demo kiosk in June. The Descend Dance Party began on the Marketplace stage in July, and Frontera Cocina opened a new patio. The NBA Experience would finally debut and open in that summer, replacing Disney Quest. Curl would close on August 15th, and Bongos was shuttered forever on August 18th. An Orange Bird mural appeared near Paddlefish in September. The AMC Dine-In Experience expanded to 10 screens on October 7th. Fit to Run would close their original location in November. A Disney Plus sign-up kiosk debuted with the service on November 12th. Ron John Surf Shop opened on November 14th, and the Spice and Tea Exchange opened in the former Marketplace Pantry location on November 20th. The Wonderground and Cherry Tree Lane locations would swap places in the Co-op in December, and Homecoming enclosed its patio on December 7th. Around the resort, Four Rivers announced it would be operating 2 locations at the Wide World of Sports arenas during events. On February 5th, the tennis courts and the pavilion near the Fantasia Gardens mini-golf were walled off for the construction of the Swan Reserve, then referred to as the Cove, a joint venture between the Swan and the Dolphin. A 270-acre, 50-megawatt solar plant opened on the west side of the property on February 20th. River Country demolition began on March 12th to make way for Reflections, a lakeside lodge resort. That still hasn't happened. Paid cabanas were added to Stormalong Bay on March 17th. The Pixar Play Zone at the Contemporary closed on March 30th, reverting to a Game Zone arcade by April 8th. Captain Hook's Pirate Crew opened as the new child daycare experience on April 28th. Art of Animation's lobby began replacing the flooring in May. A new style of shuttle bus featuring large character decor, Wi-Fi, and USB charging began to appear in July. The Victory Way overpass on Osceola Parkway opened on July 16th. Beaches and Cream Soda Shop closed on August 26th and reopened, taking over former parts of Ariel's and the arcade on Christmas Eve. It operated a temporary location inside of Ariel's in the interim. A monorail lost power, forcing evacuations on the Epcot line on September 19th, and on October 2nd, Monorail Green came online as the first with the remodeled interior. October also saw an expansion of vegan menus across the resort. Scat Cat's Club Cafe opened at French Quarter on October 1st, featuring live music Thursday through Mondays, taking over the former space of the Bomb Famille's table service restaurant. The All-Star Resort McDonald's closed for a remodeling on October 30th. November 13th saw the Wilderness Lodge Gingerbread Cabin premiere, intended to be an annual addition to the other resort displays. The Swan Lobby reopened after a multi-million-dollar remodel on November 19th. Mickey's Gift Station at the Transportation and Ticket Center would close on December 6th. At the Grand Floridian, General Porter's closed on April 4th, moving men's merchandise to Summer Lace. Meisner's closed on April 5th. The Grand Floridian Orchestra moved downstairs to the first floor on April 13th. The Grand Floridian's Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique opened on August 6th, having displaced Ivy Trellis to the Sensa Spa. The Enchanted Rose Bar would open on October 4th, and the Grand Floridian Society Orchestra was again relocated, now to the front of the lobby on October 17th. Nearby, Floridian Way was connected to Reams Road near Magic Kingdom Cast Parking on July 10th. The expansion of Disney's Coronado Springs Resort also finished in 2019. The bridges connecting the areas of the resort across the lagoon opened on May 28th. The resort's new road sign was revealed on June 20th. Grand Destino Tower opened on July 9th. The tower added 545 rooms, the Barcelona Lounge in the lobby, Toledo Tapas Steak and Seafood, and the Dahlia Lounge on the 16th floor, and as well the Three Bridges Bar and Grill restaurant out in the center of Lago Dorado. Resort check-in moved to the new lobby as well. The Disney Skyliner officially opened on September 29th. The gondola transportation system consists of 3 lines connected at the Caribbean Beach Resort Station. One line services the Epcot International Gateway with a stop at Disney's Riviera Resort when it opened. One serves Hollywood Studios and one serves a station on Hourglass Lake between Pop Century and the Art of Animation. New restrooms were added at the Art of Animation station, and a Joffrey's kiosk opened by Caribbean Beach Hub. Days after opening, a crash on October 5th at the Riviera Resort Station caused the system to shut down, leaving some guests stranded for hours in the gondolas. The entire system remained closed until October 14th. Disney's PR team would infamously call the accident some unplanned downtime in an attempt to save face for the new system. Disney's newest hotel, the Riviera Resort, officially opened as a Disney Vacation Club hotel on December 16th. Guests could dine on the 10th floor of the resort at Topolino's Terrace, or at Le Petit Café or Primo Piatto quick service locations, or even at Bar Riva. The resort features the Beau Soleil pool, the Riviera pool, and the S'il vous plaît kids splash pad. La Boutique was the resort's only shop. The resort featured a new type of DVC room, the Tower Suite, that are barely large enough for 2 guests. A Murphy bed actually collapsed on a guest on the first night of operation, which prompted Disney to have to fix the Murphy beds that existed in nearly every room of the 300-room tower. 2019 was truly an epic year for Walt Disney World. The most anticipated expansion in the History Resort opened to mixed reviews. 2 massive hotel towers opened with rooftop dining. 4 e-tickets were under construction. It would also be the last traditional year of operation for the resort because, as we know, 2020 would change everything. As with the rest of the world, 2020 at the Walt Disney World Resort was dominated by response to COVID-19. The unprecedented nearly 4-month shutdown led to layoffs, extensive new procedures, limited capacity, and other changes to the parks and resorts. New leadership for the company didn't help matters either. Even before the closures, 2020 was shaping up to be an eventful year, and obviously with them, proved to be even more so. Prior to the closure, there were more changes to the arrival procedures at the Transportation and Ticket Center. On March 12th, the new security screening area opened, followed March 13th by the new tram drop-off area. Once inside the Magic Kingdom, a new digital tip board appeared on Main Street on March 13th. The parked Walt Disney World Railroad experience moved from Main Street to Storybook Circus on January 27th. Moving into Adventureland, the unthemed tip boards installed in 2019 received its theming on January 15th. On February 27th, one of the Jungle Cruise's wheelchair-accessible boats, the Bomacondi Bertha, sank, forcing guests to evacuate through the jungle scenes. In Liberty Square, the Muppets Present Great Moments in History, but just the American parts, received another encore run from February 15th through the 17th. A new standing counter area was added to the Liberty Square Market seating area around one of the planters. On February 8th, Big Top Souvenirs received new, more generic carpeting after a flooding incident in response to a fire. In Tomorrowland, a report of a small fire closed the Tomorrowland Transit Authority on January 2nd, but it soon reopened with the ascending speed ramp closed. The attraction did again close on March 9th and remain closed for the remainder of the year. Obviously, some of that during the COVID-19 closure. Buzz Lightyear's Space Ranger Spin received some queue modifications, including a new dividing wall and the themed console removal in early February. Epcot's transformation was in full swing at the beginning of 2020 and continued throughout. The west side of the entrance plaza closed on January 3rd. Mouse Gear closed on January 5th and moved to the northern half of Innoventions East in a temporary location. The walkway behind it would reopen. Joy moved into the Imageworks for her meet and greet location. France, China, and Mexico would receive new music loops with versions of appropriate Disney songs on January 8th. 3 new films opened on January 17th for the start of the Festival of the Arts: Awesome Planet at the Land, Canada Far and Wide, replacing Oh Canada in the Canada Pavilion, and the Beauty and the Beast sing-along in France. Awesome Planet taught ecology through presenting a real estate listing for Earth as narrated by Ty Burrell. Canada Far and Wide was an updated Circle Vision travelogue film, hosted this time by Eugene Levy and Catherine O'Hara. Beauty and the Beast Sing-Along is a sing-along that retcons LeFou as the hero of the film as he worked behind the scenes to bring Belle and the Beast together. The film is shown during the day, while a newly enhanced Impressions de France would be showed after 7 p.m. Gateway Gifts closed on January 13th, followed by the gift shop and package pickup outside the park entrance on January 18th. Gateway Gifts reopened on the 19th. On January 24th, more of the paths behind Innoventions East opened as more of the former Fountain of Nations Plaza closed. New planners were revealed by the Travelers Cafe. February 14th saw the debut of new infinity mirror signs at the Camera Center / Pin Traders. On February 15th, new FastPass Plus kiosks opened outside of Test Track with the new World Discovery theme. On the 16th, the Electric Umbrella Restaurant, Pin Central, and whatever was left of Innovations Plaza would close. Following that, walkways would open connecting to the north of the Innovations building next to the Energy Pavilion in what had formerly been backstage space. The Muppet-themed Regal Eagle Smokehouse opened at the American Adventure on February 19th. On February 20th, the park was officially renamed from Epcot, with the E in uppercase and PCOT in lowercase, to the all-capitalized Epcot, sort of a return to form from when it was Epcot Center. The East Security Screening opened outside the park on March 4th, and on March 5th, new seating opened in the Advanced Training Lab portion of Mission Space. The poles used as homes for the purple martin birds that were moved in December were opened when their first arrivals appeared in early March. Walt Disney Presents at Disney's Hollywood Studios hosted an Onward preview starting February 7th. February 22nd saw several entertainment offerings close or become seasonal. The Star Wars A Galaxy Far, Far Away show closed permanently, while Frozone, Mike Wazowski, and Bo Peep meet and greets were set to become seasonal. The same day, cast previews began for Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway. The attraction officially opened on March 4th, along with its small gift shop and the Mickey Shorts Theater. Runaway Railway puts guests into the middle of the cartoon world of a Mickey Mouse short after a train explosion rips a hole in a movie screen. They join Goofy on a train ride in a cartoon to watch Mickey and Minnie go on a picnic before they're separated from the locomotive. The mice then attempt to rescue the guests from the Wild West, a carnival, a twister, a reference to a Wizard of Oz scene that was never installed in the Great Movie Ride, a volcano, under the sea, a busy city, from dance lessons with Daisy, and a factory before reuniting with the train at the park for a picnic. The ride relies heavily on projections mixed with limited and sometimes odd audio animatronics figures. The attraction does include several references, as noted, to the Great Movie Ride, the first of which, inside that twister, there's actually a mailbox that says, "No place like home," of course another reference to the Wizard of Oz. Also inside, you'll find a trash can just outside the factory where a cat noise emanates from as the trash can rattles. Of course, in the gangster scene of the Great Movie Ride, your host would rattle this trash can and scare the cat, and thus this sound effect would play. Also at the carnival, you'll find a poster for the Great Moving Ride, which shows guests riding on an escalator, perhaps a joke that maybe the Great Movie Ride was a little dated or boring. I will leave my comments out of this. The Mickey Shorts Theater features an original short cartoon about Mickey traveling the world and eventually going to the Walt Disney World Resort, and it features his actual shorts as the seats in the theater. The post-show area features several photo ops for different cartoons, including the much-beloved Potato Land. The only notable change to Animal Kingdom before the closure of the parks was shade structures that were added to Harambe Market on February 20th. At Disney Springs, Chicken Guy's expansion closed the Planet Hollywood store on January 7th. That's still not open. Ghirardelli's seating area reopened with new seating and a less industrial look theme on January 28th. Also in January, Irwin Pearl closed and Rustic Cuff opened in a pop-up location. In February, the Disney Plus booth closed and CityWorks Eatery and Poorhouse opened on the 6th. The Street Tacos truck closed on February 18th, and a new Cirque du Soleil sign began to appear on February 26th. Of course, the new replacement show for La Nouba, Drawn to Life, was supposed to debut the very next month. On January 25th, a new playground opened in the settlement area of Fort Wilderness. Citricos closed on March 10th for its intended transformation. Bob Chapek was hastily named CEO as Bob Iger stepped down from the position at the Walt Disney Company on February 25th. Iger would remain in more advisory role through 2021. The first hint of things to come in 2020 occurred on January 23rd when Shanghai Disneyland would close, followed by Hong Kong Disneyland on the 25th and Tokyo Disney Resort on February 29th. Hand-washing stations began to appear around Walt Disney World on March 11th, but then the previously unthinkable occurred. The Disney Cruise Line suspended sailings and Disneyland closed on March 14th, followed on March 15th by the Walt Disney World Resort and Disneyland Paris. Disney Springs would close on March 17th and the resort hotels on March 20th. These temporary closures, intended to be just for 2 weeks, would become more permanent. Of course, this temporary closure would be a permanent one for a few locations, such as Ample Hills Creamery, both their existing location at the boardwalk and the supposed upcoming location at Disney Springs, the Pearl Factory, the Void, the NBA Experience, Finding Nemo the Musical, Rivers of Light, and the then seasonal Primeval Whirl and Stitch's Great Escape, albeit Stitch's Great Escape really had closed several years earlier, and Disney just didn't want to admit that WDWNT was right. You know, that happens a lot. This was also the end of FastPass Plus as we knew it. The Walt Disney World golf courses would remain open. With the impending reopening of Universal Orlando Resort just weeks away, Disney would commit to reopening at least Disney Springs. On May 20th, third-party operators at Disney Springs were allowed to reopen. On May 27th, the first Disney-operated locations would follow. Between May and July, nearly all of Disney Springs would return to service. Fort Wilderness and the Disney Vacation Club resorts began to reopen on June 22nd, save for Jambo House, which opened on July 10th. While the Beach Club villas were open, Stormalong Bay remained closed. A new Tri-Circle D Ranch opened at Fort Wilderness in June, even if it wasn't accessible to guests. The reason why the Tri-Circle D Ranch was moved, the Reflections Lakeside Lodge Resort, ended up being canceled due to COVID anyway, so in all, this never even needed to happen. Fantasia Gardens Miniature Golf reopened June 27th, and June 28th also saw Major League Soccer begin to play at the Wide World of Sports, with the players staying in a bubble at the Swan and Dolphin Complex. The Contemporary Resort and Pop Century both reopened on July 10th. While most of the resort restaurants and shops did reopen, they all featured more limited selections, and Topolino's Breakfast was the only character dining experience at the time. The characters did not come to your table, but instead interacted from afar. The Magic Kingdom would reopen on July 11th after cast and pass holder previews. Like the other parks, capacity was limited to approximately 25%, though 25% of what was never said. This was managed through a new park pass reservation system requiring guests to book what days they would be attending what parks in advance. Social distancing markers, pre-park entry temperature screenings, blocked off seating, no parking trams, hand sanitizer present throughout, and dividers would be implemented for safety. Pre-shows and interactive touchpoints, including the fingerprint scanners, would also not operate at most locations. All of these precautions would vary between specific locations and would change throughout the rest of the year, with dividers being added to different queues and ride vehicles as time went on. Mask-free rest areas were also added to all of the parks, with the Magic Kingdoms at the Tomorrowland Terrace, Golden Oak Outpost, and Pete's Silly Sideshow. A fair amount of attractions reopened with the park on July 11th, but there were no traditional meet and greets. Unscheduled and distant character appearances and cavalcades would now allow guests to interact with characters in a safe way. The Magic Kingdom introduced 5 different cavalcades: the Royal Princess Processional, Mickey and Friends Cavalcade, the Fantasyland Friends Cavalcade, a Goofy Cavalcade, and Tinkerbell and the Lost Treasure. The newly remodeled walkway from the Contemporary Resort to the Magic Kingdom would reopen on July 11th as well, with a brand new security screening area. Disney Vacation Club booths began to reopen across the parks on July 17th. On August 3rd, the Diamond Horseshoe reopened, but not as its own establishment, but instead as overflow seating for the Liberty Tree Tavern, an interesting snapshot of the time at Disney parks. On August 10th, the signage for the now officially defunct Stitch's Great Escape was removed. August 11th saw the completion of Cinderella Castle's 50th anniversary paint job with rose pink, royal blue paint, and golden trim. While the Magic Kingdom would not host its signature after-hours parties for Halloween and Christmas in 2020, they did offer free added entertainment inside the parks. There was a series of Halloween cavalcades for guests to enjoy during that season, and then during the Christmas season, they would find a number of Christmas-themed cavalcades, projections on Cinderella Castle, and holiday meet and greets, including the return of the Muppets in Liberty Square, which began on November 6th. Contactless security screening came to the Transportation and Ticket Center on November 11th. The lower sections of the Tomorrowland Transit Authority People Mover supports were finished with their new white paint on November 23rd, and the upper supports on December 24th. The newly recolored interior facade of It's a Small World was uncovered on December 23rd. Disney's Animal Kingdom also reopened with a number of its shops, restaurants, and attractions on July 11th, as well as a new security screening area outside the park. At Kilimanjaro Safaris, Warden Wilson Matua, a character that had been part of the attraction since it opened in 1998, was removed from the pre-show video on November 20th, and a new goat enclosure opened at the finale of the attraction on December 14th. As far as character experiences at Disney's Animal Kingdom, they had cavalcades that would float around on boats around Discovery Island, including the Discovery River Character Cruise, Discovery Island Drummers, Donald's Dino Boat Bash, and Mickey and Friends Flotilla. Epcot would reopen a few days later on July 15th. Distance entertainment offerings would include the Jammers, the Mariachi Cobre, and 3 cavalcades in the form of the Frozen Promenade, Mickey and Friends World Tour, and the Princess Promenade. The park also reopened with the Taste of the Epcot International Food and Wine Festival already in place. On October 21st, Disney announced it would be taking over control of the Morocco Pavilion after the previous owners had defaulted on payments. Towards the end of the year, they would offer a taste of the Festival of the Holidays, beginning on November 27th, featuring the return of the Voices of Liberty now singing carols at the America Gardens Theater in lieu of the Candlelight Processional. Most of the Morocco Pavilion closed on December 10th for the Disney takeover, with Souk Al Maghreb reopening with generic Moroccan and Aladdin merchandise on the 12th, and Spice Road Table back to small plates menu on the 13th, a new Disney curated menu. On December 20th, the East Side security screening area would reopen with a new gray color palette. Disney's Hollywood Studios would also reopen with Epcot on July 15th, returning again with the majority of its offerings other than entertainment. Star Wars Launch Bay would not return, however, it would instead become a mask relaxation station where guests could take off their masks indoors at a safe distance. As far as character appearances, they were relegated to motorcades, including the Disney Junior Stars motorcade with a song I still can't get out of my head, the Mickey and Friends motorcade, the Pixar motorcade as well. The former Grand Floridian Society Orchestra performed at the Theater of the Stars on Sunset Boulevard from August 2nd through their untimely dismissal on October 3rd as the Disney Society Orchestra and Friends. Contactless security was installed at the studios beginning on August 6th. The live-action Mulan preview opened in Walt Disney Presents on August 21st. Over at Disney Springs, July 30th would see Homecoming get a new bar on the Shine Bar patio, and the Love Pop booth and Pop Gallery would close. Lululemon was added to the town center on August 21st. On October 1st, Wolfgang Puck Express would permanently close in the marketplace. Love Pop opened its own new storefront on October 2nd. Lucky Brand would close and the Spice and Tea Exchange would open a tea bar on October 28th. Toomey closed on November 4th. Wonder Maid Gourmet Marshmallows opened on December 22nd outside of Paddlefish. Gideon's Bakery soft opened in the Landing on December 23rd. Fit to Run opened a new location inside the town center on December 29th. Disney's Caribbean Beach Resort would reopen on July 29th. On July 30th, the NBA season resumed at the Wide World of Sports with the players staying at Coronado Springs, the Grand Floridian, and the Yacht Club inside what was called the NBA Bubble. Disney's Yacht Club reopened to guests on August 24th, along with the Stormalong Bay area. Standard rooms at the Grand Floridian opened on September 21st, with boat service to the Magic Kingdom returning on September 27th. The Polynesian check-in area moved to Pago Pago on September 30th as the Great Ceremonial House began another set of renovations. The Keister Coaster water slide at the boardwalk closed on October 5th, with the nightmare-inducing clown face removed on October 14th. In classic Disney style, it returned as decals on some fencing on December 17th. Coronado Springs would reopen on October 16th, but also that day, Chef Mickey's character dining would return. On October 30th, the painting of the various road entrance archways to Walt Disney World began in preparation for the 50th anniversary. Art of Animation and the Friendship Boats on Crescent Lake both reopened on November 1st. November 2nd saw boats to the Magic Kingdom resume at the Polynesian as the monorail station for the resort closed for refurbishment. Capacity at the theme parks was announced to be raised to 35% as of November 12, 2020. The long-awaited walkway connecting the Magic Kingdom and the Grand Floridian Resort opened on November 20th. After months of no real nighttime entertainment, the electrical water pageant returned to the Seven Seas Lagoon and Bay Lake on December 20th. 2020 was a hard reset for the Walt Disney World Resort and in many ways the Walt Disney Company. The present path that was leading to the 50th anniversary was thrown aside. Thousands of cast members were furloughed or even fired. 2021 would begin a movement back towards some sort of normalcy for the resort, but executives would see to it that Walt Disney World would never be the same again. After half a century, Walt Disney World has changed beyond what anyone could have conceived it would ever be. While not entirely what Walt intended when buying up 27,000 acres of land in the 1960s, the Vacation Kingdom truly lives up to its name. 2021 saw continued recovery from the worldwide impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, with new attractions, new hotels, as well as reopenings and the changing of procedures. All around the resort, but centered around Magic Kingdom, minor updates in preparation for the 50th anniversary were in full swing. Almost every facade in the park received some paint touch-ups, and pavement was replaced throughout. At the Transportation and Ticket Center, the painting began in April, moving to the blue and gold-based color scheme of the anniversary. Well, depends who you ask. Blue and gold would be the color scheme of the anniversary on signage. However, the iridescent colors would be the colors of the actual anniversary celebration on park icons and other things. The character gates at the TTC were removed on May 6th. On November 9th, the ferries began utilizing a new second-floor gantry for disembarkation and began using them to load on December 18th. Parking lot trams began to return finally on December 19th with a single tram in service at the Magic Kingdom's Transportation and Ticket Center. As of recording, the other parks are still waiting for theirs. Back at the Kingdom, Sorcerers of the Magic Kingdom closed permanently on January 24th. The Firehouse reopened slightly remodeled on February 12th. On March 29th, the confectionery closed for a massive redesign. It would temporarily move into the Main Street Cinema, which closed on March 22nd, displacing the Art of Disney to Bonjour Village Gifts in Fantasyland. The Chapeau would close forever on March 26th as part of the confectionery's expansion and would move all hats to box office gifts and curtain call collectibles in the Town Square Theater. March 11th would see the first piece of 50th decor added to Cinderella Castle. The changes would complete on April 30th, aside from the addition of the large 50th medallion on July 23rd. The Magic Kingdom began testing facial recognition for theme park entry on March 23rd. The Baby Care Center would close for refurbishment on May 3rd, temporarily moving to the old AAA Lounge in Tomorrowland inside the Carousel of Progress. It would reopen on December 4th with an Alice in Wonderland theme. Casey's Corner reopened on June 30th after much waiting from fans. Happily Ever After Fireworks returned for its final run on July 1st, concluding on September 29th. The Plaza Ice Cream Parlor reopened on July 7th. New trees were planted near Casey's Corner and the Crystal Palace on August 4th. Modified versions of the Halloween Party, now as a Disney After Hours event, returned on August 8th with Disney After Hours Boo Bash. However, this was closer again to a Disney After Hours event than Mickey's Not So Scary. September 2nd saw 50th decor work move into full swing with the logo added to the train station, decor including a repainting of the Main Street clock added to Main Street USA, and the removal of the bronze character statues in the hub. The Fab 50 character collection statues began to appear on September 9th. The Main Street installation of the statues would begin with Mickey and Minnie Mouse, Tinkerbell, Dumbo with Timothy, Pooh with Piglet, Gus and Jacques, Daisy, Donald, Chip and Dale, Pluto, and Goofy, while in Town Square, guests could find Lady and the Tramp just steps away from Tony's Town Square restaurant. Placement of the statues would change, with Mickey and Minnie switching with Goofy and Pluto on the 21st. A 50th topiary of Mickey and Minnie with a birthday cake was unveiled in front of the train station on September 16th. The confectionery would reopen on September 28th, now sponsored by Mars, the makers of M&Ms. The layout changed significantly, spilling into the Chapeau with the new popcorn area. Also removed in the refurbishment was the party line phone that had been housed there for years. A new central bakery items case was added on November 18th. The 50th anniversary, titled The World's Most Magical Celebration, began in earnest on October 1st. A new version of the Welcome Show appeared at Cinderella Castle, the first Welcome Show since March of 2020, with the Magic is Calling theme song. Mickey's Celebration Cavalcade also kicked off that day, as well as the Beacons of Magic projection shows, including one on Cinderella Castle. The main addition at the park was the new Enchantment Fireworks Show. The show takes us along with the animated characters through music from Disney and Pixar films. The show features the original song You Are the Magic, along with scenes set to Almost There, Just Around the River Bend, We Know the Way, The Epiphany, Be Our Guest, Under the Sea, You've Got a Friend in Me, A Whole New World, You Can Fly, Into the Unknown, Night on Bald Mountain, and I Am Moana before going back to the theme song. Projections include Disney and Pixar animated films up through Raya and the Last Dragon. The Castle Stage received new platforms on October 5th and railings for them on October 12th. On November 8th, Disney Very Merriest After Hours began with more traditional holiday party entertainment, including Minnie's Wonderful Christmas Time fireworks and the first full parade to return with Mickey's Once Upon a Christmas Time parade. Main Street vehicles would begin transporting guests once again on November 9th, with the Omnibus and the Jitney returning to service. In Adventureland, the Sunshine Tree Terrace received a new orange bird sign and mural on March 2nd, and a golden statue of him on September 12th near the Jungle Navigation Company Limited Skipper Canteen. Cultural sensitivity changes began at the Jungle Cruise on April 5th with the removal of the Trader Sam animatronic. Additions included a new version of the Trapped Safari on a pole on June 4th, Boats, Baits, and Bites Shack replacing the Pygmy Welcoming Party on June 6th, a sunken boat added to the hippo attack scene on June 15th, Trader Sam's gift shop on July 2nd. Several changes to queue props and a new logo on the sign happened on July 29th, as well as chimpanzees raiding a number of crates and a sinking boat. On August 19th, a golden snake replaced the Cambodian monkey statue inside the temple, and a third sign change happened on August 25th. Some tribal masks were removed from the Adventureland entrance bridge on July 23rd. A Pirate's Adventure, Treasures of the Seven Seas, returned on October 5th. In Frontierland, the Laugh and Place play area reopened by Splash Mountain on June 19th. Hitching posts were added outside of Pecos Bills on September 26th as part of a boardwalk refurbishment. The Shootin' Arcade finally reopened with free play on September 30th. The Hall of Presidents closed to add Joe Biden on January 19th and reopened with him on August 3rd. The Liberty Square Market reopened with a new service counter on January 31st. The Stretching Room returned to service as a pre-show at the Haunted Mansion on June 19th. July saw the Master Gracie changing portrait in the foyer switch directions a few times before turning to its original left-facing orientation for the first time since the 2007 refurbishment. The Columbia Harbor House reopened on August 5th, with the Tomorrowland Terrace closing at the same time. The Diamond Horseshoe returned to its own table service restaurant service on September 12th. In Fantasyland, both the Cheshire Cafe and Prince Eric's Village Market reopened. The gold and white internal facade of It's a Small World began to receive color updates, starting with the Clock Tower on July 30th. Big Top Souvenirs reopened on August 15th in Storybook Circus. The first signage for Lightning Lane began to appear on September 2nd. Gold statues of the Mad Hatter and the Cheshire Cat were added outside the Mad Tea Party on September 10th. Mickey's PhilharMagic closed on October 11th and reopened on November 12th, now featuring a Coco scene added between The Lion King and Peter Pan. The marquee would also change to gold on blue lettering and paid homage to the space's original inhabitant, the Mickey Mouse Revue, with the addition of the Kingdom's Most Magical Musical Revue on November 15th. Indoor distance meet and greets, now known as character sightings, began to return on October 28th with Princess Fairytale Hall and Mickey Mouse at Town Square Theater. In Tomorrowland, the Tomorrowland Transit Authority People Mover reopened on April 25th for the first time since before COVID. The Cool Ship reopened with a new paint and lighting scheme on May 10th and began serving and misting guests on August 4th. The 1994 gear pattern pavement began to be removed on May 12th. On May 31st, several of the larger trees in the land were replaced with smaller ones. The Tomorrowland Kugel Fountain Ball returned to operation on June 26th. The Monsters, Inc. Laugh Floor reopened on August 5th. FastPass Plus kiosks began to be removed on September 22nd. And on December 30th, the classic turnstiles were removed from the Carousel of Progress. Starting outside of Epcot, the new Leave a Legacy wall began to appear on the east side on February 9th as panels were added over the next few days. The pathway leading from the east side parking lot reopened on May 22nd. New monorail signage was installed on July 16th, and the Epcot line would reopen on July 18th. On February 26th, the new pavilion flagpoles began to appear, with an updated set of flags replacing the original logos on September 29th. A new Future World music loop debuted on March 3rd, along with a new entrance plaza lighting package. The East Side Spaceship Earth restrooms received updated signage on March 17th, while the new LED points of light began to be installed on Spaceship Earth. On June 8th, Mission Space's Space Base Play Area reopened, followed by the Space Race game on June 26th. On June 9th, the Liquid Layer Water Play Area near Mission Space would reopen. Project Tomorrow exhibits began to reopen on June 16th, followed by the ImageWorks the next day. New trash cans themed to the soon-to-be neighborhoods of Epcot began to debut on July 15th. Tall, thin palm trees were planted around Spaceship Earth on August 2nd. Turtle Talk with Crush would reopen on August 21st. September 15th saw the opening of the Creation Shop, the new Club Cool, and the World Discovery Popcorn Stand. This also meant the closing of Mouse Gear in its temporary location. Figment, Olaf, Rocket and Groot, Hey Hey and Pua, Dante and Miguel gold statues all debuted on the 15th as well. Space 220 began seating guests on September 17th, officially opening on the 20th. The restaurant is attached to the Mission Space Pavilion, and the experience begins with guests traveling 220 miles up to a space station via an elevator known as a Stellarvator, and then dining in that experience before returning back to Earth. The liquid layer on the bridge connecting Future World to World Showcase was paved over on September 28th. Future World was officially killed off and officially split into 3 new lands on October 1st: World Discovery, World Celebration, and World Nature. Themed tip boards began to appear around the park on December 26th. In World Showcase, the Frozen Promenade Parade officially ended after the 2020 holidays, with Anna and Elsa appearing in distance meet and greets outside the Summerhouse. The second Harmonious Barge was added to the lagoon on January 12th, the Central Ring on February 27th, the third quote-unquote Taco Barge on March 23rd, and the final on April 6th. On January 18th, the first part of the France expansion opened with new restrooms. The Soul of Jazz and American Adventure opened in the American Adventure Pavilion lobby on February 2nd, displaying various jazz artifacts and replacing some of the original artwork temporarily. A somewhat phallic-looking piece of architecture in the Morocco Pavilion was closed off on April 2nd, replaced by a smaller structure with a faux door on April 16th. Apparently, Disney became quite angry with people posting about it on social media, so they decided to just remove it. The UK's relaxation station moved to Morocco on April 30th. The World Tour Cavalcade ended on May 4th. Gelateria Toscana opened in Italy on May 6th. The old gelato stand closed and was removed on May 18th. On July 1st, Epcot Forever began a modified final run. The Morocco Courtyard reopened with new pavement on July 4th. The Tangerine Cafe would reopen as Tangerine Cafe Flavors of the Medina, part of the Food and Wine Festival. Also on the 15th, La Bottega Italiana received a new darker terracotta paint job, and flapless trash cans began to appear around World Showcase. Northwest Mercantile and Trading Post in Canada reopened on July 19th. A personal favorite, the Nine Dragons restaurant in China, would reopen on August 3rd. The Fjording received a new decorative trim and displays on August 8th. Previews for Remy's Ratatouille Adventure began on August 19th with an official opening date of October 1st. It was originally planned to open the year previous. Guests enter a Parisian theater and travel in rat cars over the rooftops, through the kitchen and into the refrigerator, under an oven, into the dining room, through air ducts and walls, all from the perspective of a rat to help Remy and his friends prepare a meal. The action takes place through screens and some physical sets. The area also opened with the sit-down Le Crêperie de Paris and the counter-service counterpart, Crêpes à Importer. September 24th saw the Creating Tradition exhibit at the American Heritage Gallery reopen from refurbishment with new artwork, and on September 25th, some tribal masks were removed from the refreshment outpost. Epcot Forever would end forever on September 28th, with Harmonious debuting on September 29th. The show features fireworks, water fountains, and projections and screens to celebrate Disney music and the countries that inspired the stories. The show is broken into 3 acts: Gather, Celebrate, and Unite. The music is often sung in the characters' native languages, and the visuals and music feature 240 international artists. On October 1st, Matsuritsa Taiko drummers and other performers began to return to World Showcase and other locations throughout all 4 parks and resorts over the next few weeks. The Pemberton Barbecue Pit sign was hung above the smokers at the Regal Eagle on October 7th. The Candlelight Processional will return as part of the Festival of the Holidays, along with the Storytellers on November 26th. Les Vins de Chefs de France opened in a new kiosk on December 10th. At Disney's Hollywood Studios, the relaxation station in Galaxy's Edge was relocated to the Indiana Jones Epic Stunt Spectacular Theater on February 15th. On March 23rd, new premiere night lighting was added to the Chinese theater, including spotlight effects for the first time in years. The Beverly Sunset Boutique reopened on May 5th, albeit for a short period. Frozen Fractal Gifts, Sunset Ranch Pins and Souvenirs, and Fairfax Fair all reopened on May 10th. With the end of relaxation stations, the Star Wars Launch Bay exhibits opened on May 23rd, although you could have still experienced them in the relaxation station. June 15th saw the first pre-shows begin to reopen, starting with Runaway Railway. Single rider lines began to return on June 18th with Smuggler's Run. Cruella costumes displays replaced Mulan at Walt Disney Presents on July 22nd. The Galaxy's Edge models were removed on September 5th. A Disney Cruise Line exhibit showing off the new ship The Wish was added on October 14th, and an Eternals preview took over the theater in October. Katsaka's Kettle reopened in Galaxy's Edge on July 25th. On August 1st, Catalina Eddie's reopened, and the Wonderful World of Animation projection show returned to the Chinese theater. Beauty and the Beast Live on Stage finally returned in a modified form on August 15th. Both Min and Bill's Dockside Diner and the Tune-In Lounge reopened on August 22nd. The studio's Fab 50 Character Collection gold statues premiered on September 16th, including R2-D2, BB-8, Edna Mode, Frozone, Joe Gardner, Sebastian and Flounder, and Woody and Bo Peep. Rise of the Resistance finally dropped its boarding group system on September 23rd. A Muppets Haunted Mansion segment was temporarily added to Muppet Vision's pre-show on September 30th. The Disney Movie Magic projection show returned with the new Mulan segment that was supposed to debut in March of 2020 on November 7th. The Indiana Jones Epic Stunt Spectacular began a new, slightly modified run on December 19th. Animal Kingdom's second entrance through the Rainforest Cafe reopened on April 20th. A celebration of the Festival of the Lion King opened on May 8th as a modified version of the original show, not featuring the tumble monkeys and other acrobatic acts not suitable for physical distancing. The Dino Diner and Terra Treats both reopened. The dinosaur pre-show resumed on June 16th. Tusker House returned to service on June 20th with character meals. Pete's Safari would reopen on August 2nd, and the Boneyard Playground on August 15th. The Animal Kingdom Fab 50 statues were installed on September 15th, including Simba, Dory and Nemo, Bambi and Thumper, and Timon and Pumbaa. The temporary replacement for Up, A Great Bird Adventure, called Feathered Friends in Flight, became permanent when it got signage on September 29th. Kite Tales premiered in the Discovery River Theater on September 30th. The activation, as Disney called it, or as we would call it, a show, featured either the Lion King or Jungle Book themed kites dragged behind jet skis and crashing into the empty seating area nearby. The Magic is Calling Flotilla was added for the 50th anniversary. The Merry Menagerie returned on November 12th, bringing animal puppets to Discovery Island. The former home of the now completely removed Primeval World became a stroller parking lot and seating area on December 28th. At Disney Springs, Everglazed Donuts and Cold Brew opened on January 6th. Gideon's Bakehouse had its grand opening on January 16th. Keel's closed the same day. Kipling would close on January 23rd, and the M&M's store would open on January 30th. A Sorcerer Mickey statue appeared outside the Lego store on February 20th. The Bamboo Bar and Patio was added to Splitsville on April 3rd. A Disney Cruise Line pop-up shop opened inside the Marketplace Co-op on April 16th, since cruises had not been operating and Disney had had cruise line merchandise piling up. The space would eventually become the Vault Collection shop on September 28th. Vault Collection shops would also open in the Walt Disney World theme parks as part of the 50th anniversary. Origins closed in August and the Fabletics opened in September. The Cirque du Soleil shop opened on November 4th, and the new show Drawn to Life would finally premiere on November 18th. The new show follows a young girl, Julie, trying to understand her deceased animator father. The show is centered around Disney music and animation. On November 21st, Joe Malone London would open. Across the resort, park hopping returned on January 1st. At the same time, complimentary magic bands for resort guests were discontinued. This was part of pushing Mobile Magic, an integrated phone app that launched on March 13th. The mask mandate rules would change a few times throughout the years. Outdoor masking was no longer required on May 14th, aside from outdoor queues and rides, while all requirements were dropped on June 15th. This meant that relaxation stations would close on May 21st. However, due to variants emerging, the indoor mask rules returned on July 30th. The repainting of the entrance archways for the 50th finished on May 19th, with a 50th medallion added to the World Drive entrance beginning on September 9th. Biometric finger scanning at park entrances returned on August 26th. A modified version of early entry returned on September 26th, allowing resort guests to enter any park, any day, 30 minutes early. Extended evening hours for deluxe resort guests only returned to Epcot and the Magic Kingdom on select nights starting on October 6th. Genie Plus and Lightning Lanes debuted on October 19th, essentially a paid version of the original Fast Pass system. Guests would pay $15 per person per day to access the Lightning Lane queues. However, some attractions at the parks would require an individual a la carte Lightning Lane purchase instead. During the holidays, to increase Genie Plus capacity, one of the rides at each park was switched from a la carte pricing to the inclusive price. Recreation-wise, Blizzard Beach reopened on March 7th. Arcades began to reopen on June 11th. While they had rotated individual openings, all mini golf courses were finally open on July 3rd. The Atlantic Dance Hall reopened on August 6th and Jelly Rolls on October 15th. Club levels at resorts began to reopen on August 26th. On September 29th, a 50th anniversary overlay was added to the electrical water pageant, arguably the greatest addition of the entire celebration. The monorails would also receive undercarriage lighting effects the same day. The Sassagoula River Cruise Transportation would return to service on October 1st. All-Star Movies reopened on March 22nd. A new paint job appeared on the Saratoga Springs Carriage House in March, and in October, a new lobby featuring pictures of Disney animated film horses debuted. The Contemporary began a massive refurbishment on April 9th. The Wave of American Flavors closed forever on July 16th, to be replaced by Steakhouse 71 on October 1st. A monorail theme was added to the elevators in September. The new Incredibles themed rooms debuted on October 8th. The upgrades also included a sleek Mary Blair-inspired mid-century modern lobby. Boardwalk Ice Cream took over the Ample Hills Creamery space on May 20th. The Beach Club saw Cape May Cafe return on May 18th, while it reopened its non-DVC rooms on May 30th. The Yachtsman Steakhouse and Cruise Cup returned on August 5th, and the Beaches and Cream to-go window reopened on August 16th. On May 30th, several trees were removed from the Fire Rock Geyser area of Wilderness Lodge in preparation for the non-DVC reopening on June 6th. Of course, new rooms would debut with the reopening. The Maya Grill reopened at Coronado Springs on May 24th. The old lobby area of El Centro finished renovations as seating and work bars on July 25th. Toledo Tapas Steak and Seafood reopened on August 5th. July 2nd, the Boardwalk Inn would reopen with the Bellevue Lounge reopening on the 14th. The Polynesian reopened a non-DVC on July 9th. Ohana returned at this time, with Trader Sam's Grog Grotto and the Tiki Terrace opening on the 19th. The Polynesian's rebuilt monorail station opened on September 5th, and the main entrance reopened on September 10th. Citricos reopened at the Grand Floridian with a new Mary Poppins theme and new menu. Trails End reopened at Fort Wilderness as a family-style service on July 17th. On August 20th, Victoria Falls opened at Animal Kingdom Lodge, and its regular rooms opened to guests on August 26th. Boma also became the first buffet to return to Walt Disney World for both breakfast and dinner on the 26th. Old Key West received a new lobby on October 12th, more reminiscent of a modern Keys decor. Port Orleans Riverside reopened on October 14th, and the French Quarter on October 28th. Boatwright's Dining Hall reopened on December 19th. The Swan Reserve finally opened on November 3rd, featuring its own pool and quick service, as well as the Amare Mediterranean-style restaurant. And with that, that is over 50 years of Walt Disney World history. While it's not the end of the story, it is the end of the series, at least for now. Well, time sure flies. If you enjoyed this jump from time to time with us, please hit the like button and please subscribe for more great content. In fact, Timekeeping will return with a new subject as we celebrate 30 years of Euro Disney or Disneyland Paris starting in April. To grab the perfect gear to celebrate 50 years of Walt Disney World, head on over to Carousel of Products at carouselofproducts.com. To support this show and others, you could join the WDWNT Inner Globe Society at patreon.com/WDWNT. On behalf of the cast of WDWNT.com, thank you for enjoying Timekeeping.